Chapter 40. A Requiem to the Plagued. Once upon a time, there were 4 undead wraiths who met on a train heading towards Los Angeles, California. One common goal bound these creatures of the Shadowlands together: collecting the memories of Lord Charon, the great ferryman of the underworld and emperor of Stygia. Finding him in the Skinlands, killing him, reviving him as the undead, and then passing the memories back to him in hope for some sort of solace. The 6th final great maelstrom has begun. Entire formations of land have already begun to sink down below sea level, killing millions of living mortals in its wake. Despite the dour circumstances, our current circle of wraiths have adventured to Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Japan, and even New Jersey, seeking and finding the memories of Charon from an extinct entity species known as the Mnemos. There have been tremendous battles fought, perilous passageways traveled, and sometimes a friend or an enemy made along the way. But this quest is still underway, and an end is in sight, yet still is yet to be seen. It would seem that only each other's company is what remains of any semblance of real sanity in the afterlife of pure madness. Recently, and I'm going to move us over to our setting. Recently, a haunt was discovered. A church affixed to a looming clock tower located in Agecroft Cemetery and Crematorium, Manchester, United Kingdom. This haunt was previously occupied by Sister Margaret and her trusty sentinel, Friar Dirge. In a reckless attempt to poison and stab the incoming circle, combat was waged, and the former owners of the Agecroft Clock Tower were forced into oblivion, their fetters destroyed, and their treasures taken away from them permanently. Our current team of the undead have taken possession of this haunt and claim it as their own. Many assets began to file in for safety and protection from the great maelstrom that bellows and shakes the Shadowlands, hoping to find a moment's peace before exploring their own selfish endeavors. At the center of it all resides Lady Matilda, a recluse oracle who went into intense hiding when the Isle of Eurydice was burned and destroyed by heretics. She greets you and your circle as if speaking to a familiar friend. When you inform her of your interests in journeying to Reykjavik, Iceland, to collect more memories, Lady Matilda will slip into her fugue state of mind tapping directly into the voice of Lady Fate. It communicates the following prophecy for all to hear. The frozen crypt of Lord Terowin is drenched with distrust and disloyalty. It is this curse that led Terowin to a very lonesome exile. And yet grave robbers pry and dig into the walls that threaten them to leave. Amidst dark intentions, there is a single light that can guide the way and possibly illuminate the rest of the world. So keep your eyes open. Ominous and full of mystery, you ponder these words carefully as the circle plans what they're planning to do next. The current date is November 29th, 1994, at approximately 5 o'clock a.m. in the morning. Many of the wraiths in our chronicle have taken some personal time off to spend with their mentors, reacquainting themselves with contacts and allies, exploring the neighborhoods of Manchester, and even build a project or two to improve the haunt livelihood, deadlyhood. Call it what you will. The weather is currently a thunderstorm with heavy rainfall. Not that it would matter to the footsteps of a wraith. You can smell the musk of raindrops blending with the pleathered wood of the church pews, no longer protected by the rooftop. There is a taste of mold and mildew in the air, invading your senses. The more you try to concentrate on more positive, pleasant thoughts, you can hear the sound of undead footsteps all around you. So, what would we like to do? I've got 3 wraiths in the basement right now.
We're all sitting at the table right now, right? Or is this just from last time?
You are all sitting at the table currently right now, yes. And you can hear the familiar walking footsteps above the floorboard structures above you, causing dust to sprinkle, float, and fall all about you.
Do we know who or why there are footsteps above us? I'm blanking because it's been a minute since we last played, and
Yeah, not quite yet. Most likely it's probably some of the other wraiths who are coming to reside in your haunt.
Ah, okay. So we don't know who it is, but no reason to suspect that it's enemies.
Hopefully not.
Cross our fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I'll just look around at the table and say, well, I've had some solid downtime, got some information, learned a skill. What'd you guys do?
Yeah, I traded a few skills with Lichard. We taught each other some things and did a little sparring with McGregor and also some arts and crafts.
Some arts and crafts, you say?
Yeah. Is it Myles? Is it right behind me right now?
It is.
Yeah, I'll kind of nod behind me
So
at Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Behind Oliver Berg, Arwen and Josie will see a structure, some type of sculpture of sorts. It seems to be a collage made out of marble stonework. And as you look carefully, you can see figures, different figures, and things that have been engraved into the marble that represents all kinds of different endeavors and radical moments that the circle has endured for the past few weeks. So as you're observing it, you'll notice that there are some marble figures of Bronson throwing a shuriken ninja star at a looming chain with great precision. There's a nail bat being held upwardly into the sky in victory by Oliver, the shadow of someone else flying backward behind him. Arwen pushing through the burning flames of an opposing sword, grabbing it at the hilt. Josie making a silly-looking face at the throes of a giant kraken. But most prominently, the entire circle standing and valiantly facing the dark, mysterious visage of Coldheart, with both Jacquelips and Gren Alabaster standing on his left and right side. It looks like there was a very large amount of effort put into the details to make Gren Alabaster appear outstanding and extra fabulous, more than any of the other characters depicted in this collage. And that is what you see.
So, did you already know Moliate, or did Lashad teach you Moliate too? Because that's what he taught me, but that seems more than what he taught me.
Well, I dictated it more like we have a sculpture amongst our base.
We have a sculpture, or you updated one that already existed?
Someone who's a very good sculptor. Riley.
Oh, interesting. And so she did this? She built it with your instruction, I take it?
Yeah. I think for the most part, if I'm remembering the story, it was dictated by me, right, Myles? Or did she have some input?
The one thing that stands out as something that Oliver Berg has added to this collage, it seems pretty obvious that Riley was the one who had done all the sculpting work, and Oliver Berg added a little bit of a phrase in paint right above it saying, "Family comes first. Death can wait." At the very top.
That's an interesting saying that you guys added on there.
It is. Is
But
there...
it was
Good?
fitting for the group. You know, we're kind of in a race against Oblivion, as it were. And I figured maybe I wanted to see something that kind of personalized this base, this haunt, since we kind of just moved in.
Well, that was going to be my next question, if there was any practical purpose to this statue, or if it was just for aesthetics, which I'm not going to judge for aesthetics. I was just curious.
Speaking of aesthetics, you will all hear some footsteps coming down the stairwell. And a very familiar face will appear in the doorway.
Who are you? No, I'm sorry.
Bronson, buddy.
Bronson!
Yeah.
You get lost? You fall in a toilet?
After a manner of speaking, I have spent an awful lot of time around water, but mostly time flies when you're having fun. So, nice place you've got here.
So, Bronson, a sight for sore eyes, will enter the basement of the newly acquired haunt. He will wave a conservative greeting at everyone he recognizes on this lower floor. He appears to be covered in a small amount of wooden splinters, medical gauze wrapped around his arms and his wrists that are not necessarily covering up any wounds or scars, and a couple rope burns here and there apparent on his fingers and thumbs.
You okay over there, buddy?
Well, I was helping Captain Ector on the boat, and well, you know how he and I get along very well, and you know, I've spent time around you guys, and I learned a little bit about how, you know, the Shadow Land works. I was wondering about the Shadow Ocean, and then the next thing I know, it's a significantly longer time than I expected. But I'm back. It looks like you guys had adventures.
We did.
I noticed a couple of traps on the way up here that people had taken, well, appear to have taken unorthodox approaches to. But looks like you guys are doing fine and mostly not the worse for wear. So glad to see that.
You didn't become the first mate, did you?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to visit Oblivion that bad. The first mate life expectancy is. I'm given to understand that it is improved significantly, but
The low bar's low.
yeah, no, I'm not willing to take that chance.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back. Try not to fall any more toilets or oceans, as that may be.
I will try my very, very best. I have seen entirely more of the Naglfar than I care to for the significant use.
Okay. Bronson will hear some footsteps behind him, as if another wraith is coming down the stairs right behind him.
Bronson will kind of step out of the doorway into the room and turn to look at the doorway because, you know, doesn't like people walking up behind him.
Sure. I can move you a little bit to the right there. One moment. There we go. So, in a moment's time, there are more footsteps that begin to descend the staircase nearby. Emerging from the darkness of the passageway walks out a very cryptic, enigmatic figure. For those characters who are genuinely into 90s entertainment and the current music scene, this man looks to be the frontman of some industrial grunge metal band that was never meant to be. He has a Western cowboy hat affixed to his head, decorated with various sci-fi buttons and horror movie sew-on patches. His long hair and expansive beard drape downward in unkempt spirals with colors of deep grays and blackened browns. He is wearing a very contemporary hoodie, complete with rips, cuts, and cosmetic sigils all across the material. There is a revolver gun holster strapped around his waist, but absolutely no pistol to be found, oddly enough. This character has a very distinguishing electric guitar chambered to his back, at the ready to be drawn out in its glory and plucked into tune at a moment's time. This figure also has a worn-out notebook settled in his back pocket and a pair of sunglasses settled at the front of his cowboy hat. These spectacles are unneeded because of his ghastly-looking death mask adorned to his face, a skeletal-like presence, invoking a particular pride of being part of the dead, yet demanding respect at exact the same glance. He seems to be taking in the scenery that he has just entered. No one in this circle has ever met this entity in their entire afterlife. Would anyone like to roll their perception plus awareness? If you do not have awareness, you are allowed to roll your alertness, but you will get something completely different.
Perception plus what?
Awareness? If you do not
Oh.
have awareness, you may roll your alertness.
Well, I don't have awareness, but does anyone else have awareness?
I do.
Okay.
I have both.
I have both technically as well.
Yeah. Chuck, do you want to remain mysterious, or do you not mind them examining you in all your occult glory?
Oh man, it's a free underworld. They can examine me all they want.
All right. So I take it that means that you are not resisting to them observing you with a supernatural eye.
Nope. In fact, I walk into the room and I say, "What's up, my dudes? My name is Vash."
All right.
So
So,
fucking Vash the Stampede. Motherfucker.
Look,
So-
after the music that got played when I walked into the chapel, it would not surprise me. And I was told that you guys got the same music.
Oh, someone get this guy a donut. Anyway,
perception plus awareness. If anybody wants to roll their occult instead of their awareness, they may do so as well. And like I said, if you do not have awareness, you may roll your alertness. He is not putting up a fight, so there is no contending roll. So
you know, I do have 2 occult as well as 2 awareness, so just for giggles, I'm gonna roll my occult instead.
okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Jay, when you're ready.
Mm-hmm. Standard. Oh wait, no, we're in the haunt, so difficulty's lower, isn't it?
Difficulty 5.
Nice. 3 successes.
Okay.
So refresh my memory. 10 count as 1 success, but if I have 4 dots in the stat, I can roll an additional die on it.
That is correct. If you have 4 dots in the attribute, you may explode your 10s, as it were.
It's 5 on alertness or awareness, or alertness, whichever one was the primary rule. It's
Awareness.
the same number for either, but
Yeah. Awareness is the one that I'm looking for, but you may use alertness if you'd like to.
no,
Nicole-
I'll go with awareness. Sorry.
Okay. Nicole, how did you do, by the way, with your roll?
3 successes using awareness.
Thank you. Jay, you're also using awareness?
Nope, occult.
Occult, okay.
Just for
Thank you.
giggles, because everybody else is using alertness, awareness. I'm like, I'll try occult just for
Yeah.
fun.
Okay.
I have a question. Would I need to roll awareness to determine if he's more human than human?
God damn it, Rob.
No, you do not. No, you do not. So, Rob, did you make a dice roll?
No, I did not.
Okay,
Because I don't have awareness.
that's okay. Did
I
you
can
want to
make an
use your...
alertness one if you want me to.
You certainly
I'll
may.
Get a
Yeah.
different result.
Yes, you will, which is okay. You might notice something that nobody else notices. So, Alex, how did you do, by the way?
Oh, yes, I did it again.
I wound up with a total of 5 successes.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Let's see. I rolled an 11, a 12, a 17, a 9.
and Alex, that's your awareness.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
uh,
How
5
did you, Rob?
successes.
5 with your
Mhm.
alertness. All right. Okay. So starting with Jay and Nicole with your 3 successes. What you are able to notice, well, for one, this dude is clearly a Chanteur. I mean, check out that guitar, right? Keening, Durr. You are able to see and notice some very prominent, knotted, powerful-looking arms and muscles that are decorated with bizarre, misshapen tattoos on them. You remember this being associated with a particular use of Arcanos, but what it is escapes your memory for this current moment. Also, the remarkable tattoos that I mentioned all along his arms and hands begin to move and shift and change the longer you stare at them. X's bend and curve, becoming O's. Pointed stars pan out, spread, and become constellations. Eyeballs begin to jitter, glance, and then blink. Possibly, you think. Figure eights become Ouroboros. Every time you examine his tattoos, they are already something else. This seems to be a very distinguishing signature of Arcanos. But again, you're just not fully aware of what that could be. Moving on to Alex's dice roll. Alex, all the things that I just mentioned before, you are aware of. You're also aware of that there is a small golden-colored pendant accessory nestled around the neck of Vash, settled quite close to where his heart should belong. The glass container appears to have a very clear liquid within it, slightly shimmering. It is decorated with the face of an unfamiliar feminine visage, appearing very neutral, somewhat apathetic and jaded in its expression. And Alex, as you're kind of noticing all the details, such as the muscles and the tattoos, you're like, oh, he can use outrage and he can use fatalism. Cool. And then, and then Rob, with your dice roll, you will notice a very...
It's alertness, so it'll be like, you notice he's wearing
Alertness.
a hat.
Yeah, actually, I do have something for you that is kind of like a, yeah, this is what you get. All right. So, Rob, you will see a patch that has been sewn onto his hoodie that appears to be this.
Okay. So,
Okay.
do I recognize it, considering you gave me the name of it?
It is possible that this is the sigil of the Iron Legion.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
It's
Awesome.
also my zodiac sign.
All right.
I have two questions.
Go ahead.
So, just clarifying, Nicole rolled for awareness and I rolled for occult, but we still notice the same thing?
Correct.
Okay. Second question, does his arms look like they belong to him, as in they didn't do the Frankenstein thing like What's-His-Face is trying to convince Nicole's character to do?
Correct. These do look like his arms. It doesn't look like he's had any surgery done or molliation done to his body.
Okie dokie. That's all I wanted to know.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well,
So-
welcome, Vash. How can I help you?
Vash walks in and says, "What's up, my dudes? My name is Vash. I play guitar and kick ass. What's up? How y'all doing?"
I think we're doing fine. It's so what brings you
To our haunt.
yeah.
So I am on sort of a personal quest, and I heard through the grapevine that there is an oracle, and I've been in search for this person for a while, and my search has brought me here.
Oracle, you say?
Do you have
Well,
a name for
I
this?
think we have a couple.
Do you have a name for it, Oracle? For this Oracle you're looking for?
I believe her name is Matilda.
I will casually glance over at Matilda, and I'm assuming Matilda can see this, what's going on here.
Yep.
How does Matilda respond?
She seems unmoving, just very patient, relaxed.
Can I make an empathy roll to read his intentions
You
towards
certainly,
Matilda?
yeah, you certainly may actually.
No offense to the player, but I feel like I would. I feel like I would do this.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Chuck
this is
would-
Myles playing, we would absolutely be playing.
Chuck, would you like to defend yourself against someone reading your emotional intents?
Negative.
All right. Go ahead, Rob. Make your roll. It's going to be your perception plus empathy.
Making the roll now. Making
Mhm.
sure it's not d20s this time. 2 successes in all.
All right. So with 2 successes, you get the impression that yes, he is indeed traveled very, very far to be here. And I'm sorry.
The difficulty is 5 right now, right?
Correct.
You got 3
Okay,
successes.
3 successes.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, because we're in a haunt. My
Yes.
difficulties are lowered.
Sorry,
I forgot.
Didn't want to let that go
My,
too on.
my awareness roll would have been 6, but it's neither here nor there.
Anyway, sorry.
No, it's okay. So, you definitely get the impression that he has traveled very, very far. You could hear it in his voice. You can tell from the way that he speaks. At the same time, you can also tell that he is genuinely interested in you and your circle, and that he's not looking to stir anything up or start any trouble. He's just kind of genuinely friendly from just his overall overtness. And then the third thing you notice is that he does seem very interested in just getting to his destination. Like, he seems very, very focused on wanting to get to where he needs to go. So there's a little bit of, urgency from his expression, even though he is wearing a death mask. So that is what you get, Rob.
Okay, so, since I don't get the vibe that he's going to pull guns out of his guitar case, Desperado style, and gun down Matilda, I'll be like, yeah, we do have a Matilda here. Why don't you come on in?
Nice to meet you. I pull up a chair.
Vash, you will hear a voice in the back of your head that speaks and says, "You're wasting your time. Stop getting to know people if they're not going to help you with your goals. Need I remind you of what the big fish is?" That's it.
Can Vash control his own character? Chuck?
He should be able to.
What do you mean control my own character?
Drag
you
it
can
off
move your
the,
character.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess I should move to a chair.
Yeah, that way I can, Yeah. Anyway.
Bronson has wandered over and is looking appreciatively at how they captured his coolest moment in this statue.
Well,
Yeah.
since Vash has decided to sit in the chair next to me, I will kind of lean back, but kind of face towards him, be like, well, not that I'm at all opposed to you coming and visiting in, what's the word, in good faith, but Lady Matilda is over there. I am curious why you choose to sit here rather than going directly to Lady Matilda.
And I'll be completely honest with you. I just saw this chair was open and I'm tired, so I sat in it. It's not, there's nothing. I have no hidden motive. My legs are tired.
That is fair.
Oliver, by the way, nice to meet you.
I'm Josie.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Arwen.
Yeah, that's Arwen.
Bronson is still busily inspecting the statue, but he'll just kind of wave backwards at him. Just, hey, I'm Bronson.
What's up, guys?
That would be
Fenwick.
Go ahead.
Fenwick, the character who is sitting directly across from Vash across the table, will wave. He seems very, very interested in Vash's attire, almost inspired by it. My name's Fenwick.
Oh, I see you noticed my clothes. I got them at Hot Topic.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I hear they might be big eventually.
Hey, Rob, what's a hot topic?
Hot Topic
What?
existed in '94, right? Yeah. I
Oh
think
no,
it
it
did.
definitely did.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
don't think
but-
Bronson knows.
Bronson would have
Hot topic.
absolutely no idea what a hot topic is. That's where all those kids go when they're being mall rats.
I don't know if Oliver would really
Hey.
know what a hot topic is either. Well, maybe he would know. It's it's a store.
Does Arwen know?
Arwen knows.
It's a rock
She used to
music
shop
store. That's
there.
what Oliver would think it is.
So it's like a record shop. Got it.
No, for clothes and memorabilia.
Bronson just looks at you like you're probably either messing with him or have actually lost your mind. They'll just shrug and be like, okay.
You don't know what clothes is?
Why
Hey,
would you go to a record store for clothes? That doesn't
I didn't
even
say
make
it was a
sense.
record store. You've never worn a band shirt in your life. You don't have an Iron Maiden shirt or something in your closet?
Well, I mean, yeah, but you get those from the concert.
Well, you can also get them in a store now. That's what the kids do.
A rabbit-eared
That's
character
weird.
will walk up to the table and wave very kindly to Vash. Hello there.
Well, hello, rabbit-eared character. I'm Vash. Nice to
Yes.
meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too. He seems to have hesitated for a moment, like he was going to say something else, but the moment that you said nice to meet you, he just kind of changed polarity of what he was going to say and goes nice to meet you too.
So this is a nice haunt you guys have here. I was wondering if you guys are on any kind of quest yourselves, or are you all here to also meet the Oracle?
Well, we are indeed on some variant of quest. I will look at Peter to be like, do you care? Do you want to talk about it?
He shrugs. Looks like he's writing in his small little notebook.
It is a rather complicated ordeal. Oliver, do you want to give the rundown? This is out of character,
we're-
Jay's voice is bleh.
We're trying to save the world. I mean, that's kind of like that's the most basic explanation of what we're doing possible. But where to start? Well, we have been working with Matilda and other oracles. We're well, I guess before we get into what we're doing, where are you from? What exactly are you looking for Matilda for?
Well, you see, I died back in the 50s. I was a rock singer, and I've been roaming through the afterlife, basically just looking for a purpose and trying to stop my soul from slipping into oblivion. And I've gotten not very far at all, and I in looking for a reason behind all of this, a purpose behind all of it, trying to figure out what the universe is and what it's telling me to do. So I seek out wise people to give me insight. And at this point, I am here to maybe talk with Matilda and see if she can give me any kind of reason for everything that's happening.
Matilda can certainly help, but if you're looking for wise people, you've hooked up with the wrong group. But well, we personally are kind of. Well, are you familiar with Cold Heart?
I've heard the term. Could you remind me?
Well, as I understand it, he's a very powerful specter god character, something. Maybe Melfian. I'm personally not a huge cult knowledge person myself, but as I understand it, he's a big name when it comes to the forces of the Oblivion, and he's currently on his way back, and we're working sort of to stop that at a high level. Are you, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of are you a free wraith? Or what kind of groups do you run with?
I'm a independent contractor, if you will.
Ah, okay. Well, basically, we've kind of come upon some knowledge that the hierarchy is being manipulated by sort of agents of the heretics who also work for Coldheart. And I guess ultimately our mission, since we've recently discovered that the Myles, what's the name of the leaders of the various necropoli?
Which necropoli are you referring to?
Not their specific, but their title. What do you call those?
The heretics?
No. The leaders of the
Are you talking about Death
hierarchy who
Lords?
are in charge of
Oh.
the necropoli.
The Death Lords or the Senate?
Yes, the Death Lords. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've recently found that there's really no Death Lords anymore running the show, and I guess it sounds strange for me to say it, as I myself run with the Renegades, but we're trying to bring Charon back to stop that.
Side note, Chuck, this is the first you've ever heard of this. It sounds outlandish to you, but you just kind of smile and nod.
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna type in here saying, in our downtime, I had a conversation that, I don't know that this is necessarily a good thing to do, but I don't know what the options are, and also I have a feeling our bunny friend back there might be opposed to us not following through with his 8 notebook thing.
According to the book, you guys are good. Keep it up.
I'm just going to give a significant look to everybody that says we'll talk about this when he's not around.
Arwen
Do
gives
you
a
need me to
thumbs
leave?
up.
I can leave.
Get out of here! No.
So
Is maybe I'll just look at him
So-
and be like,
yeah.
is there... Can you tell me why it would be a good thing to bring back the person that was a, shoot, I lost the word, I just had it. The person that was the downfall of my people and several of, somebody else's people.
Well, we would hope that when people are reborn and given a second chance, literally a second chance, if you think about it, because he's going to be coming back to the afterlife yet again, we would hope that we have opportunities to sway and change their mindset on specific things. My intent, and he gestures over to a character who is located far to the south. My intention and my colleague's intention is to see that Charon, well, for lack of a better words, that Charon learns his place now that he's returned.
What place do you imagine him to be on his return?
Well, many will revere him as the return of the Emperor, the one who is the original ferryman, the one who controls all of Stygia and its senate. Some of us, however, will view him as, well, And you'll hear Tracker down on the bottom say, "A mere puppet." That's the word he's looking for. A mere puppet.
Oh, a puppet. Who is
And
pulling the
Peter
strings then?
Peter McGregor will look to you and say, "Well, if all goes according to plan," and he gestures toward the entire circle, including Vash, awkwardly enough. "Us. We will."
Oh, we will pull the strings?
He nods his head once. And he looks over to Vash and says, "If you need to catch up, I can meet with you privately." And he makes his way over to the stairs.
And we'll pipe up and say, well, he's been pulling our strings for a while. It's worked out pretty well so far.
See me after class.
Ah. Well, this is a lot to take in. Fenwick, you seem to have, or Earl Fenwick, you seem to be deep in thought and fascinated. Do you have anything you want to say, either about this or just in general?
Just want to draw maps. I've been kind of stir crazy a little bit. I heard you guys are going to Iceland?
I believe that was the next on the list. And I'll look around the table. Was that the next on the list? I think it was.
Yes, both because that's where the next memories are, and by not going to collect Charon's body, it annoys McGregor, which I like.
You know, I'm not unopposed to annoying McGregor. I mean,
Rob, Lichad gives you a high five in the air.
A quick
So,
question since I'm new.
Yeah, go ahead.
How do wraiths go to Iceland if it's an island? Do we get on a boat?
yes, we do.
That's a very good question.
In fact, you feel free to ask that in character. You can pretend that you've just been around, but yeah, we literally get on a boat.
I would assume my character would know because he's been dead 40 years. So I just
That's fair.
Well, we travel on a boat, but it's not like quite the same because I don't think things don't connect in the Wraith world in the same way they do. Like, and Myles, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. Have you played Dungeons and Dragons or anything like that?
yeah, tons.
So have you gone to like, I think maybe it's like the Shadowfell where it has equivalents to like the real world, but they're not necessarily in the same place. So like to travel from one to another, you're kind of going through other areas like tempests or sort of like I guess the ocean would be like in itself like a tempest or an ethereal ocean. So there's like certain types of wraiths that can travel through this, and like ferrymen can carry us from place to place. So I don't think it would be like where you could literally walk or take a boat in the normal sense to Iceland, but if you find a ferryman, they can kind of take you through back paths to get there.
Gotcha. So there's a portal system, so we don't have to walk to Iceland. That's good because
No.
the journey would be like 8 sessions, right?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of times we also do take a boat. In fact, that's where I've been. Out of character, I just haven't been able to make it to game for a while. But yeah, the in-universe mechanics is that I have been helping to crew the boat that we have been taking.
Also, fair warning, sometimes there's a kraken.
Roger that. Be on the lookout.
If there's a
And
kraken,
you don't ever take the job as the first mate.
yeah, never take the job as a first
Yeah,
mate.
never be the first mate.
And if a kraken attacks, don't physically attack it. You'll just die. You have to do non-physical attacks against it, which is fun.
Like that.
Vash will notice that a woman in the upper right-hand corner of the map will reach her hand out to him serendipitously.
Well, hello there. I'm Vash. I have gained from context clues in this room that you might be Matilda, the person I have been searching for.
Seems to be waiting for you to come closer and hasn't said anything yet.
I get up
Okay.
and cautiously approach her
Okay.
table.
I eavesdrop.
I also
Everyone
eavesdrop.
eavesdrops.
I'm not going to be shy about eavesdropping. I'm just going to kind of turn around and, like, yep, I'm listening.
Yeah. She will look to you and say, "Please remove your death mask."
I do it freely.
Okay. And for anyone who wants to see what Vash looks like without his death mask, should have showed up, hopefully, for everybody.
Not me.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes.
There it is. It's in Discord.
Oh, it looks
I'm sorry.
just like me.
Okay.
I don't see it. Wait, was it supposed to pop up?
It was, but if it didn't, that's okay too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't
We'll
pop
see
up.
it
I'll
later.
go
Don't worry
look
about it.
for it.
So, Lady Matilda will look toward Vash with a almost expected countenance. She will smile kindly in your direction and simply say, "I was expecting to see you today, and I am glad that it has come to pass. Our Lady of Fate has been meaning to speak with you for some time. I know that you have waited many years for this opportunity to arise, and you have traveled very far from the reaches of Stygia to garner the untarnished truth, knowledge that will point you in the direction that gives your afterlife purpose, meaning, destiny, and great consideration," she articulates to you. "I am Lady Matilda, the one of few mediums that connects directly to Our Lady of Fate, seamstress of all things possible. Before we begin, please tell me your full name."
Vash says, "In life, my name was Vash Willis Harris. In the afterlife, I go by just Vash."
Next, Vash, I need you to give me your death as you recount it.
That is a sad story. Much like my afterlife, my living life was basically just me searching for a purpose. And sadly to say, I never found it. I was able to find joy in little things like performing, playing music, gambling, drinking, women. But I was never fulfilled and turned to bad habits that eventually ended my life. But the afterlife seems like it might be a much longer and more complex journey than my living life was, so I'm still searching for a meaning because oblivion is not how I want this to end.
Hmm.
But
And-
from what I've heard in this room, it sounds like it might be possible for some entities to return from oblivion, which would change everything.
Lastly, and an important question. I want you to ask me an important question that pierces your very mind, corpus, and soul at this very exact moment. She just stares at you.
Oh, big question. Um, right now, I just want to know what it's all about. What should we be doing? I'm here to learn my purpose. I'm here to learn what is the important question to ask.
She nods her head. After some solemn consideration, Lady Matilda will prepare her tools and her craft. Incense begins to fizzle and burn. Curved rocks and stones are placed on coarse piles of sand. Chanting and rhythmic breathing from the oracle sitting before you in a trance. Her eyes roll back into their sockets and she begins to inhale like she is being blown around by a heavy storm of wind. A few seconds pass, and her head and hair fall forward like a dark curtain. And her face and eyes rise up, meeting yours, and the circle of wraiths that are curiously watching around you. Serious intent read on her unblinking face. Eventually, her lips begin to move, and the voice that emerges from her body is definitely not the same. Instead, deeper, wiser, and unfathomably powerful in old mysticism. She says, Vash. Vash Singudar of the Chanteur Guild. You are sought. You are needed. You have a placement in the grand weave for all of our futures. You will travel to the land of ice, where all havoc is wreaked. It is your song, Vash. Your unique song that will bring serenity in a time of metal and flames and conflict and destruction. Your singing voice will touch the light of these caverns and in essence brighten the bleak darkness that we all do possess. If you choose to walk your own pathway, diverting from fate's long foretold plan, you will forever hear and feel the sorrowful anguish of 12 souls, crying out in pain, agony, and utter sadness. Solid ice and snow covers all of our dead bodies now. But it is your song with the warm light that will melt all cold hearts, that will stand in your way. You, Vash, are Charon's only hope for feeling alive again. You are his last hope for grasping the arcane as we all do in these shadowed lands. Farewell, my child. And with a mighty contortion and exhale of exhaustion, Lady Matilda will breathe coarsely toward your direction. Eyes fall back down into their proper place, and color begins to return to her face. A soft, kind, friendly voice will speak to you. I hope this was satisfactory towards your endeavors, traveler. You have a long way to go, I feel. But with others around you, accompanying you, your footsteps will become lighter to walk. You look bewildered, young one. Do you doubt these outcomes? She asks you.
So Vash pauses for thought and says, I'll be perfectly honest. It's not the best thing she could have told me, but all told, I think I'm satisfied that I have a purpose. I have a mission. And it seems like these new people that I've met today are on a similar journey. So overall, I'd say I'm ready. I have a purpose. I'm ready to start. Let's do this thing.
She will nod to you, and then close her eyes and meditate to herself, as if you're not even there.
That's rude.
Arwen's just like quietly clapping to herself. She's like, that was such a beautiful moment.
It seems like you're pretty important.
I hope not. I am not the person that you want to be important in a situation.
Well, at the very least, it sounds like we're headed in the same direction.
And she does have a pretty good track record.
So it sounds
I don't think
like
she's failed us once. Looks at Fenwick. No, I'm just joking. I don't actually do that.
Holy shit.
That's cold, man. That's cold.
Just because I was captured by spiders.
You were captured by spiders, but you got better.
Indeed. So, what are we doing, Circle?
I think. Well, it sounds like if you would like to, Vash, sounds like you're also an integral part of getting back Charon. So, if you'd like to join the circle, I think the next thing we're doing is heading to Iceland.
Before we do that, Vash, you say I believe you say you play music? Oh? Go ahead.
In fact, I do. I've been playing music my whole life. Would you like me to serenade you with a quick song?
I would be very interested to see what you can do.
Vash pulls out his guitar. I start strumming gently. The notes are haunting.
Sorry.
You are so
and I
sorry.
It seems like magic, but it's like you can almost hear other instruments coming in, magically accompanying my song. And I rip a mad guitar solo like you've never heard in your life. And I start singing. My voice is dulcet tones, baritone, powerful. The words, though you know what they mean, they seem to transcend meaning. The song ends. Well, what do you think?
Everyone roll 5d10.
All right.
Me too?
No.
Okay, not me. Of course not me.
Exploding?
No exploding, no.
I assume it's
Difficulty 5?
5 because we're in the haunt?
Difficulty 5.
3.
Okay.
No, 5.
No, I'm saying I got 3 successes.
I know, I'm sorry.
Oh. Damn it, Rob.
4 successes. I'm just being me, sorry.
I'm just being me, a dick.
It's true.
So I want to point out just how profoundly bad my roll was. 4, 2, 4, 2, 4.
It
None of
could have
that
been
is
worse. It could have been
yes.
worse.
Jay, how many successes?
3.
Jay?
Yes.
Okay.
3.
Thank you. Got it. Right. Rob, how many successes from you?
4.
Thank you. All right.
Also, can I roll pathos for something new to experiencing something new?
Nope, you don't have to.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah. In the very moment that Vash has performed his solo performance as he has done so, a couple of you will feel pathos suddenly enfold back into your corpus and your psyche.
Nice.
So Jay and Rob, you have regained some pathos to your character sheets.
Awesome.
Just so you know. Yeah. Alex, Bronson is not moved by this at all. He's just like, ooh, that's noisy.
He's like, I'm more a Doobie Brothers fan.
So
He's just not into that metal full stuff. He needs some good old country.
yeah. Jay and Oliver, do you react to this at all
Absolutely. I'm like,
when this happens?
I will say that was fantastic. Absolutely welcome to our group. That seems pretty helpful, in fact.
So he sounded like an entire band.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's I've never quite heard something like I've never quite heard a solo performance like that before.
Rob, Oliver will notice that he's holding an electric guitar, but he hasn't plugged it into anything. And he still made that sound happen.
Well, that's
Been practicing.
impressive.
Chuck, roll 4d10 for me.
Ooh.
Face melts. No, sorry.
How'd you do?
That's a 2 successes.
Unless
right.
the difficulty is a 5, in which case you get 3.
Oh,
it is-
you're right. 3.
It is a 5, so 3 successes.
Mm-hmm.
You will regain 3 pathos to your character.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah. Did
You
you do
feel-
it already?
Yep, I did.
Oh, okay, cool.
You feel pride fill you up with this performance that you've done.
Oh, man, I needed that pathos. I was starving.
Myles, did you already update my character sheet because it doesn't look like you did?
I did.
Okay, then let me refresh roll 20 then, because
No worries.
just in case. Do. And where'd I go?
So what are we doing next, Circle? Now that we've had a performance done in front of us. Nicole, how does Arwen respond to this entire thing?
Oh, Arwen was like super excited, kind of acting like if she was at a concert, kind of jumping up like, yes, this is amazing. My pathos was already full, so that's why I didn't really get anything.
Right.
But yeah, she was just very excited by that performance.
Yeah.
Myles? Should I be at
Yes.
4 pathos now? Because I thought that I should have more than that.
Nope. You should be at 4 right now because you spent a lot of it during your downtimes.
Oh. I
Yeah.
thought I was already at 4, so my bad.
No, it's okay.
Okay, anyway. Or wait, am I reading that wrong? I have 4 pathos, or I have 4 pathos used?
Let me check for you.
Because I'm pretty sure I have room for 4 more pathos.
You have 6 pathos, you've only used 4.
Okay, so because
There you go.
I know you said I don't need to, but because I still need 4 more pathos, can I still roll for experiencing something new?
You can.
Okay.
Difficulty will go up by 1 though.
Really?
Yes.
So I'm back at 6.
You're back at 6, just for this
Okay.
roll.
Give me 2 seconds. I can't remember
No worries.
something new experience, so it's still just 2, but roll 2d10. Please don't. Oh, well, I still get 1 pathos back.
All right. You will gain 1 pathos back
Woohoo.
to your character.
All right.
What does the circle want to do at this point in time? How do they want to plan this out?
Well,
Well, I mean, I
Well.
think at this point we're either gonna try to get maps or talk to the Oracle, Matilda.
Got maps ready for you.
ooh,
Oh, really?
excellent.
Yep.
I will walk on over and be like, all right, let's see.
What about the solvent lady? Do we still have a solvent lady?
Oh no, I know who you're talking about. She is not here. No.
Can we add?
Oh my god, did she
Oh man,
die?
we don't get a supply box.
So,
Actually, before we start this process, I'm gonna be like, we had a couple other oracles here. Vote for look for those other 2 oracles if we have the chance. Or show of hands. I'm gonna raise my hand.
you'll
I don't-
remember. Yeah. You just really quickly before you, Nicole. You'll remember that Peter McGregor was the one who started bringing oracles over to your haunt for safekeeping. He had done so very meticulously and very carefully, as if to see if it was a trustworthy location for them to show up. So most likely, Peter McGregor knows the locations of the other oracles, but he's holding off until things settle in. Go ahead, Nicole.
Okay, gotcha. Never mind.
Oh, I was gonna ask. I mean, Arwen was going to say we could have asked either Lady Matilda or Peter where they were, because I remember that whole thing. But never mind.
So, for all intents and purposes, Fenwick will hold what appears to be 6 different maps in front of him, and he will say to you, "Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news, just like last time."
Oh, well, let's hear it. Since they ordered.
The good news is, the good news is that there are multiple levels to this area that you're going to in Reykjavik, and I was able to get at least 2 layers in to Reykjavik with my maps. And I was able to locate enemies as well as treasures located in these 2 layers. Unfortunately, once we get to the 3rd level, remember what I've talked to you about? Powers and sigils and people putting up barricades and blocks to my powers? The 3rd level seems to be all about that. So I'm not even able to make a map about the 3rd level, but I can tell you that there is some kind of resistance that has been placed up there, whether that be a sigil or some kind of power. But I can at least give you the maps and the locations of enemies and treasures for the first 2 levels. So I hope this is useful for you. So here is the map to the 1st level for everybody. And Rob, I will be adding this to your cartography when the time comes. So here's level 1. And he will hand you a what appears to be a map that goes like right on top of your other existing map. And he has circled in red crayon the enemies that he has located in that 1st level. And then he will also hand you a 3rd layer that goes on top of the map that locates in blue some of the treasures that he found while perceiving this. And he looks to you guys and says, when you're ready, I can give you the 2nd level that I discovered.
So blue is treasure.
Blue is treasure, red is enemies.
Okay. Are we gonna have a key for this, or should I write it down?
When it moves over to your cartography, it'll be labeled as enemies and treasures, Rob.
Oh, okay, fine. Excellent.
So
Okay.
yeah.
So
Fenwick.
this is The first
Yeah.
level of Reykjavik? Okay.
Yep. Fenwick will unfold the second map for everybody and show you his drawing depiction of the second level. Then he will place down another layer on top of that with red crayon circling what he perceives as enemies for you and your circle. And then
There's so
he
many.
will, yeah, and then he will place another layer down with blue for treasures. And to Nicole's comment, there's a lot of treasures too. And then he looks at you and says, I hope this is helpful for you because, yeah, it's a little rough after the third floor, which I can't get a read on.
Second floor certainly looks rough enough.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is.
So you're saying the first two are the ones you have, or you have the third as well?
The first two is what I have. The third I do not. And Rob, I am transferring those over to your cartography or maps. So you should be able to start seeing those in case you need to reference them.
Yep, I see him.
Good. At this point, Fenwick looks a little tired, but satisfied with his work, and just kind of leans back in his chair, closes his eyes, relaxes. What does the circle want to do?
Give me 1 minute while I finish jotting this down because I am putting them in a Google document because that's how I roll.
Sure. Before we make any decisions, there is something I wanted to ask each player before we journey anywhere. So, starting with Alex Bronson. Alex, you'll notice on the bottom right-hand corner of the map, there are some weapons racks here, where various objects have been placed there. As you examine it, you'll notice that there is a heretic's warbow. There appears to be some pieces of parchment that are like journal entries that someone has written. There also seems to be Josie's very familiar sweeping Eastern axe that she usually takes with her that she has placed on this weapons rack. So my question for you, Alex, as Bronson, is do you want to add anything to this weapons rack that you don't want to carry with you to Iceland? This can include anything in your inventory, but it's basically your way of kind of destashing anything that's on your person that you don't feel is necessary to keep with you.
Explicitly, yeah. So there explicitly is, but I don't necessarily want to just put it on the rack in full view of everyone.
Okay.
But I don't know who in the party to ask about.
Why would you put anything on the rack? Keep your weapons. Come on, man.
Well, because on my way in, and I'm assuming you're reading the shadow.
Yes, I am. I'm your shadow right now.
Yeah. On the way in, somebody seemed to know that I had that mask. You remember our friend from Hong Kong?
No.
They asked me about it directly.
Nicole?
And no. I would really love to not keep having that on me until I at least know what it's for.
Well, if you put it on, you'll know what it does.
And this is why I trust you as far as I can comfortably spit out a rat.
Well, you should trust me more. I've led you. How many times have I led you on the right path?
Bronson will look over meaningfully at, the statue commemorating him being awesome that one time.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, I'll keep holding on to it. But, yeah, no, that's really the only thing that I actively want out of my inventory.
Okay.
Because as far as weapons go, the only weapons I have are the Soulforged Katana and Stygian Short Sword, and then my rifle. So.
Yep. and also your armor, which you can equip yourself with when you are ready.
Yeah, I was thinking about actually just putting it on now.
Okay.
But I think I will actually. Bronson will kind of like tuck himself sort of out of everyone's field of vision and put on his armor.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't need my dexterity just this minute, and I don't want to have to keep carrying.
All right. Noted. I have adjusted your character sheet with your armor now placed on your character. So
Dexterity's a wimp's.
Do what?
Dexterity is the wimp stat.
I mean, yeah.
So next, Nicole, is there anything that Arwen wants to place on the weapons rack before you go to Iceland? Anything that you don't feel is absolutely necessary to take with you?
I mean, it's not a weapon, but I'd like to get rid of this jade bell because I don't think we need it right now.
Okay. Noted. If anyone wants to see the items that I am placing on the weapons rack, you can click on the journals part of Roll20, and you can see Vault of the Haunt. If you click on Vault of the Haunt, you will see everything that you've placed on your weapons rack at this point in time. So, Nicole, I have added the jade bell to the weapons rack.
Wait,
Is there
I
anything-
lied.
Okay.
I reread it, and now I think I might want to keep it.
You want to take it back?
Yeah, I want to take it back.
Okay. So everyone will see Arwen place something on the weapons rack, and then she just quickly just snatches it back up again.
I changed my mind. I'm sorry. And she goes to sits down.
Okay. I take it there's nothing else you wanted to dispose of then?
Nope, I'll take everything else.
All right. Jay, does Josie want to remove anything from her person and place on the weapons rack? I know you've already placed plenty, but
I'm actually looking through this, and I'm wondering, instead of putting the relic clock tower key on the rack, I'm wondering I could entrust that to not Dusa. What's her name in this game?
Riley.
Thank you. Is Riley around so that I can just give that to her and be like, can you keep this, or can I entrust this to you, or something like that?
She doesn't appear to be on this level.
Okay,
currently.
I will be like, I'm gonna look for Riley and give and ask to entrust this to her. But other than that, I will look at. Okay.
As soon as Bronson and Vash hear the word Riley, they immediately are flooded with memories. And they both have like separate reactions, but Josie continues.
Okay. I'm more or less talking to myself saying, I should ask Riley to hold on to this. And then I'm going to look at the Smith & Wesson light pistol. I'm going to bring it out and let's see. Quick question, what stat do I need to use to actually use this? Is it firearms? I have no firearms. So I'll look at it and say, hey Bronson, now that you're back, I've got this light pistol. I'll put the stats in chat and like, so that's the stats. I'm like, Bronson, do you want to use this? Or do you already have too many guns?
Well, Bronson only has the one gun. But I, as much as I appreciate it, and I would be happy to carry it with me, I still have a couple of rounds in my baby here, and like kind of like adjust the rifle on his back and be like, so I mean, I don't know if anybody else has any kind of skill with firearms.
You know what? I'll just keep a hold of it. That way, if you need it, I'll have it. But In case you decide to go gallivanting throughout the sea again, I'll still have it. So.
Yeah, that's probably a good.
All right, so I will just.
I get distracted.
So I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I think I've got everything. I think I want to take everything I've got with me except for this, the key, the clock tower key. So before we leave, I'm going to try to track down Riley to see if she can hang on to it for me.
Yeah. Chuck will hear, by the way, Chuck will hear a voice in the back of his head say, I'm surprised you didn't say anything. You've got an empty gun holster, my man.
And I quietly tell my shadow, there's a reason there's no gun in that holster.
If only they knew. If only they knew. But maybe they'll find out in a few moments later. Due time, my friend. Keep smiling. So, Jay, noted, thank you. Is Oliver dropping anything off in the weapons racks that I need to be aware of?
Hold on, let me check my extensive inventory. No.
Okay. Noted. So, Jay, you will take a moment with Josie to kind of explore some of the other floors. You do not find your Riley anywhere.
Oh.
Oddly enough. And you also do not find Gran Alabaster or Jester anywhere.
Interesting.
Yeah, seems a little peculiar.
I will come back and say, I was looking for Riley and didn't find her anywhere. And I also didn't see Jester or Gran Alabaster. So that's a little, perhaps concerning. But since Riley isn't here, I guess I'll just keep a hold of this key myself. Unless anybody else has a better idea. Actually, you know what? I'm going to walk over to Lady Matilda. Hi there. Since this is going to be a place of protection for you, do you mind holding on to the clock tower key? And then I'll just give her a basic rundown of how to use it.
Yeah. She will smile and say, yes, I'd be more than happy to. And she kind of looks over, strangely enough, with her eyes to Lishad, who is down to the southeast, and says, some of you are very well acquainted with that man. I believe he would be a better choice, unless he is going with you.
I was actually going to ask him if he was going to come, if he was wanting to come with us. I mostly gave it to you.
I think that's... Yeah, she says, as long as that is up to the one who is associated with him, most of all, that is up to the two of them.
I suppose. Mostly I decided that you would be the best person to hold on to the key because, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't foresee you changing locations in the near future. Do you see otherwise?
No, I plan on remaining here as people begin to come see me.
Excellent. That is why I offer the key to you, because Lishad, less stationary than I believe you will be.
Okay. She accepts the clock tower key and places it with some of her various trinkets that she keeps with herself.
Excellent.
And she will smile. Yeah, and she will smile.
I appreciate it.
Kindly to you.
Thank you. And I'll walk back over here and walk to Lishad. And, well, Lishad, it sounds like we are going to be making our way to Iceland. Did you have any interest in joining us?
I don't know. I haven't heard back from Oliver on what he wants to do yet. So I think that's up to him, really.
I see. I'll just kind of turn
Mhm.
on Oliver.
I mean, yeah.
Contacts 5.
Allies 5.
Oh.
And status. Oh, you
Yeah.
interested in making a trip to Iceland?
If you need me, sure. It's up to you, really.
So Myles, is it in terms of mechanically, uh, the way allies work? Is it like, am I spending any social credit, so to speak, by bringing him along on this mission?
Yes, but I mean, you're not really going to be using your allies for anything else right now, unless you are hoping to create a new ally at this current moment. So
Okay,
it's up to you, really, if you want to take Lashad along with you or not.
I think I do. Yeah, if I think you'd be a big help to us if you'd like to come along.
Yeah. He looks to you and says, "Can I take the hammer like you and I arranged?"
No, I'll give it to him.
Okay. Yeah, he reaches over at the weapons rack and picks up the hammer and says, "All right, let's do this. I'm with you."
Welcome aboard.
Absolutely. Okay.
I just go around and make people contacts and then bring them along.
You mean allies?
Hey,
Yes.
Earl.
Oh, hey, Trevor.
Hey, Earl, how are you set on paper and writing materials?
Wait, say that
I
again,
said,
Jay?
hey,
I'm
Earl
sorry.
Fenwick, how are you set on paper and writing materials?
Oh, he looks to you and he says, "I'm pretty good, actually. This location provided more than necessary, if I'm being honest with you. I'm glad you guys discovered this place. I'm pretty good, but I will let you know if I'm running low on supply."
Sounds good. I'll still keep an eye out just in case, but I will know that you don't necessarily need it. I'll just get some if there's some available, though. Unless, of course, you prefer I not, but I assume that more is better than less.
Yeah. Before any decisions are made, a character will come down the stairs. See if I can find him. There he is. You guys all done? Can I come back down here and talk?
Get out.
Silly rabbit tricks are for kids. Sure, what's up, Peter?
Oh, just wanted to visit my good old friend here from 5 years ago.
5 years ago, you say?
Hey, Vash.
You weren't gone that long.
Hey, Vash.
Yes, hello.
Got a little something for you. You're probably going to need it before you head out.
Oh, a gift for me.
Of course. I love giving you gifts, especially hearing how Lady Fate finds you very favorable. And awkwardly enough, and to everyone's surprise, Peter McGregor will start to take his boots off of his feet. And he will hand them over to Vash.
Are these boots made for walking?
And quite possibly. And yeah, he hands them over to you. It says,
Oh,
"These are
thank
for
you.
you. You're gonna
Hey.
need the you're gonna need these where you're going."
They don't have these kind of boots at Hot Topic. I love them.
Hot Topic kind of tilts his head.
Oh, yeah, that's where that's my outfitter. It's my cobbler.
Okay. And he returns to his little corner.
I don't know what I've done to deserve this gift, but I'm sorry to say I have nothing to give you in return.
Nothing needed. Just thought you could use a little bit of help, he says to you.
And then he walks up to Arwen and removes his retainer and says, "This is for you."
Okay. What would the circle like to
We're
do?
going
At this point? Go ahead. What were you going to say, Alex?
I was just gonna say, Rob, you've got to stop making me like snort Diet Coke out of my nose. It's getting painful.
Sorry.
What would the circle like to do at this point in time? You have maps. You have a prophecy. Actually, you have a couple prophecies now that you think about it.
Did we get her prophecy for this mission last time?
You did.
Okay.
The GM may have given you the prophecy during the prelude before game started.
Ah, okay. I don't know if we're ready, and we have our prophecy, and we have our team. Do we want to start arranging travel, or is there anything else we'd like to take care of before we leave?
I think I'm good. Unless we want to roll for
think I'm
pathos.
okay as well.
Alex, by the way, roll 2d10 for me. Thank you. The moment that Oliver says this out loud to everybody, quite fervently and optimistically, as everyone feels the static in the air, Rob, you will begin coughing hoarsely into your hand. And you kind of lean over to the right-hand side to kind of like, protect everyone else from your coughing. You look down in your hand, and there is a black ichor, one of darkness, that reminds you of that one time that you descended horrendously somewhere you didn't want to be. And you quickly wipe off that dark ooze elsewhere on your person and face the others, clearing your throat.
Excuse me, sorry. I think this fights lately have been taking a lot out of me, or more than I thought.
Can
Shall we
Bronson make a
continue?
medicine roll? Be like, that cough sounded really gross.
It's up to Rob.
What?
Bless you.
Rob, do you want Bronson to know your condition as far as your cough goes, or do you want to dismiss it as something else?
I think I would dismiss it right now. Like,
Okay.
we don't have time to go through a medical analysis. It's. I mean, I just got hit by a weird Mnemos lady. We've been through all sorts of combat to which I'm recovering from. So, I'm not. Let's not hold up the mission any longer than we have to.
Okay.
He'll just shrug and be like, "Your call."
All right. So, after that awkward moment, it seems like everyone is starting to make their way to the higher levels. Chuck, it looks like you want to say hello to Lashad in character.
No. I thought that was a real person.
Oh,
It's a non-player character.
it is a non-player. Yeah, it is
Got
an
it.
NPC. Yep,
Okay.
he's located right here. So, everyone, I take it, will start making their way to the top floor of the. So, The moment that Josie starts to walk towards the stairs to make her way to the upper floor, everyone will notice that she is leaving footprints of glitter behind her.
God damn it.
So outlines, imprints of glitter follow her
Like-
footsteps.
Like ghostly glitter or titty bar glitter?
Both.
Oh,
This is gonna get
Glitter
everywhere.
is the herpes of the craft world.
One then the other.
Hey, Josie, what's with the glitter?
Myles, out of character. Do I actually know this? Because I'm not thinking. I don't remember.
You can roll your intelligence plus occult if you'd like to.
Okey-dokey. I will do that because, yeah, my brain is dead. Let's see.
That's fine.
All of us are dead. We're all more than just
Yeah,
the
but
brain.
We are all dead. You are correct.
4 plus, what was it, occult? Alright. Roll
Yep.
succeeded.
Difficulty 5.
Well, thank God for a decent roll despite the 1. 3 successes.
Okay. You remember back when you were learning and studying about the ways of the shadow and how it affiliates itself with you, that the shadow is capable of sometimes leaving a small smidgen or marking as you tread the Shadowlands, and sometimes your Skinlands as well, depending on how intense the thorn is at your side. But you also remember during your studying that if you wish to thwart these appearances and these awkward situations, that a little bit of strength from your own willpower and thought process can dispel this unusual occurrence. Basically, Jay, your shadow is causing something to happen in front of everybody. If you want to deactivate it, it costs you 1 willpower point.
Okay. Because of my 3 successes, do I know what the effect is? Or do I know if there are any effects beyond just being visible?
Everyone just notices.
Okay. So, essentially, I am not remotely sneaky.
Probably
Okay.
not.
I will look at that and sigh. That is not particularly convenient, but seeing as we're not currently needing to sneak around, since it is our hunt, not worth fighting just yet. So I'm just going to leave it be until it becomes worth the point of willpower to suppress it.
Chuck will hear his voice in the back of his head come in and say, I'm getting some really good ideas from your new friends. Interesting.
did you say that was my voice in the back of my head?
Your shadow.
Yes.
I don't reply to my shadow. I don't pay attention to him.
Okay.
Bronson will kind of walk over to where the footsteps are and kind of pat it with the toe of his boot, see if maybe he can rub it away, or if it's just like stuck there.
It seems to be stuck there. Now you have a little bit of glitter on your boot as well. And you're
Oh
like,
no, it's
"Ah."
contagious.
And you're like, oh, fuck.
Aha, you got craft herpes.
Take aggravated damage.
No, that is explicitly what Bronson is thinking. Is crap. Now I'm not stealthy too. He says, wearing his big old honkin' samurai armor that effectively makes his dexterity 1.
Yeah.
Why would we want to be stealthy, Bronson? Stealth is for the weak.
Stealth is also for people who don't necessarily want to advertise their presence.
Okay. It sounds like everybody wants to make their way over to the Naglfar, which, Chuck, for your information, is the transport that will be taken to Iceland. Is this accurate for everybody? You want to make your way to the
It is,
Naglfar?
and can we make this a 10-minute break because I would like to get more water?
Certainly. Before we do, really quickly, can everyone go around and describe their character to Chuck? I gave Chuck a little bit of a paragraph to describe his character to you all. Can everyone just give a brief description of what their character looks like for Chuck so he knows how to associate with you?
I look like a little bit chaos incarnate. The Roma. Are you familiar with the Roma? Okay.
Yes.
My character's backstory is she grew up with the Roma, and she has been a little bit of everywhere, a little bit every place, but has an affinity with animals, which you don't know that yet, but you might get a bit of a sense of familiarity with quadrupeds. But yeah, just basically chaos Roma.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I can go next.
All right.
Arwen, she's a little.
Gigantic.
Ooh, there she is. She's a bit short, of Asian descent. She's gonna have. You're gonna see like 2 swords on her sides, one on each side, and you'll see her like not blinking very often, and when she does, it kind of looks like she has to think about it to blink. Yeah, that's
That's not creepy at all.
Welcome to Wraith. Right?
It's
Rob?
actually creepier when things aren't creepy.
Rob or Alex?
Oh, I can
Can
go.
you hear me?
I can hear you, Alex.
Okay. Rob, you go
I
ahead.
mean,
I'm
think
looking. No.
I look pretty much like a working class guy. Like I just kind of might have walked off a construction site or gotten back from work. I'm wearing some, pretty tattered but otherwise somewhat unremarkable street clothes, work boots, and pretty much my face looks like pictured there.
So handsome.
Go ahead, Alex.
I'm going to post a picture in Discord because I got bored and made a picture of Bronson that one time. So he doesn't currently have a pistol, but this is basically him. And this is what he was essentially wearing when you first walked in. But then while everyone was getting their gear situated and contemplating what we needed to take with us and whatnot, he is now currently wearing some fairly bulky but very elegant samurai armor, which looks very out of place in the middle of like the transition from this look to the samurai armor is weird, and there's probably a reason for it. But yeah,
Okay.
Cool.
but he has he is in his looks like he's basically in his mid to late 40s. Has a giant sniper rifle and a couple of swords strapped.
So ranged and hand damage. Very nice.
And then for you, Chuck, the NPC who's going to be joining you for your mission to Iceland appears to be Chinese in descent. He has a death mask that apparent of a rooster that he straps around his neck and has close by. You can see tattoos of various kanji or sigils across his wrists and his neck. He wears a very beaten up looking jacket that has probably seen better days. And currently, he has what appears to be a strong hammer strapped to his side. It looks like he just kind of found a loop in one of his belt buckles and just kind of like settled it there. And he also appears to have a knife that he keeps strapped to his side as well. You're not really sure what this guy is capable of or what his importance is for the rest of the circle, but you kind of get a sense that he is here with you, so there must be a reason why he is interested in coming along. So, with everybody's introductions done, and we are making our way to the Naglfar, we're going to take a 10-minute break for water, and I will see you in 10 minutes.
Minutes.
Yep. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
So, since Chuck, this is your first time being on the Naglfar ship, allow me to describe it for you. Unless you are familiar with the mythology behind the Naglfar in...
I've never heard of a Naglfar in my life.
All right. So, it is a ghost ship that has been created and manifested from the bones and fingernails of once living beings. It is a very gnarly looking ship, but it serves its purpose and seems to have its kind of presence with the rest of the circle. The captain will look to everybody, but seem very, very interested in your new circle member who has joined you. Vash will take a look at Captain Hector Morris. As he looks him up and down, gives kind of a nod of approval, and says, "Good news, your journey has already been paid for thanks to the efforts and labors of your circle. So,
That's good.
come on.
Oh, that's good because I'm broke. I heard you need a first mate, though. No, I'm kidding. I'm not.
The first mate on board will actually turn and face Vash quite valiantly and say, "Hey, let's not joke about that. Thanks." And turn their head back to the edge of the ship. Captain Hector Morris will look to you and say, "Welcome to the Naglfar. I am your ferryman, Captain Hector Morris. Where are we traveling to?" Looks to the circle.
Iceland. Reykjavik.
Reykjavik,
Yes.
Iceland. Anywhere in particular?
I'll look at Oliver. Oliver, do you remember?
Reykjavik in Iceland. Hold on.
Excuse me.
Yes. You wanted to say something?
Oh, did anything appear on
Yes.
Roll20 or no?
I see it. Hey, Bronson.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we're tracking down Lord Terowin.
I think doesn't Bronson, don't you have like some sort of ability to look at letters to help us find our way to certain people?
I do, and I will. Because
Ooh.
that's never gone badly for us before.
I'm glad you think so.
I'm gonna try to grab a feather or something inconspicuous to have something remaining in case he burns it all again.
In fairness, I almost never burn everything, except for when I do.
Just a GM awareness roll for Josie. If you were to break anything from this fetter, you get a sense that you would be damaging
Oh, well, never mind then.
it. Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, did anyone?
So can I roll? I was just gonna say, can I roll Sense Strand?
You certainly may. I was looking at the exact same thing.
I had assumed that it was something that I would need to do when we got to Reykjavik, but
So you will get assistance from Captain Hector Morris, who will examine it with you, and he will kind of lower his hand and cup it around the fetter itself and say, do what you need to do. And remember, you and I are a team. We work well together. We'll make this happen. So, Alex, you will get +1 bonus die to your dice roll for Life Web. And the dice roll is going to be your charisma plus. I'm sorry. It's going to be your perception plus Life Web, difficulty 8.
Hey!
And I don't know if Rob as your shadow wants to have anything to say about that. But yeah, perception plus Life Web, difficulty
Hey, Vash,
8.
you got any skills up your...
This is to find
Vash,
the...
you got any skills up your hand to make this go smoothly? Character, come on, you're our bard.
So Chuck, yeah.
Sorry, were you talking to me?
So Chuck, out of game, you do not have any Life Web associated with your character, so you have no idea what
I
they're
was talking about because he, gifted us Pathos. I didn't know if he had any, and he is a bard, so I was trying to say, hey, do you have any buffs?
Nothing really comes to mind at this moment
damn.
for Vash.
Yeah, I'm pretty useless.
You
Sorry.
are explicitly not useless.
no.
In fact, you are quite useful.
Side note, out of
Yes.
character.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention when we left the house or the haunt, you guys probably noticed my horse. Do you mind if he, grazes when while we're gone? Or should I bring the horse with me? Or can I?
So strangely enough, as everyone has exited the haunt to get to the Naglfar, you will see a piece of rope with a burn mark at the end of it, and you'll hear Vash say, "Hey, does anybody want to? Oh, where'd it go? My horse." And looks
Josie's
back to
gonna
the
perk
group.
up. You have a horse? Is it a nightmare?
I, quotations, had a horse. I left it right here. I guess he went away. It was a nightmare horse. Yeah, I just found him. And I charmed him, with my charm, and he followed me around, and I obliviated a rope to make a lead line for him, and I left him right here just like an hour ago. But, maybe we'll meet up again.
Well, you know what? Let's look for your nightmare when we come back because I think probably Reykjavik should probably be prioritized, but I certainly want to look for your horse, your nightmare, when we get back.
I'm gonna miss the guy. I didn't even give him a name yet.
Rode into town on a horse with no name.
I'm naming it Bernie
Boom.
Birdface. Anyway.
And also, Bronson noticed when you walked in that you apparently have skills in points in outrage. You are explicitly not useless. You probably don't want to make a big thing of that, which is why Bronson hasn't mentioned it. But
So my character was described as me in the character sheet as a jester, which means he's always cracking jokes, and once you guys get to know my character a little bit, you'll figure out that no matter what I say, you don't know if I'm bullshitting or not.
Hmm.
All right.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So you guys don't even really know if I really had a horse. I could have been,
Josie is willing to believe you because she really wants a nightmare, like, so bad.
And Bronson is fully prepared to assume that you did, in fact, ride into town on a horse with no name.
So, Alex, when you're ready, perception plus life web, difficulty 8, plus 1 bonus die. And
Hey, Shadow.
yeah, I was gonna say if your shadow has anything to say.
I don't know. Doesn't sound very interesting. I don't. Why? Convince me.
The longer we have to sail around looking for this, the longer it's going to take for us to get to do more cool stuff.
Fine. I'll give you. Ugh. Windows open. I'll give you 1.
All right, I'll take the 1.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your dice when you get a chance.
Yep.
Any ones?
3. Well, okay, so the ones don't count if it's an exploding tank, correct?
Correct.
In that case, I have 0 successes with 2 ones.
Okay. Rob, I will be messaging you separately.
Can I
Yeah.
spend a willpower to re-roll?
You certainly may. Yeah, you certainly may.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a willpower to re-roll, I guess, the 4, because I can't re-roll the 1.
You can re-roll 3 dice. Yep, go for it.
Is that for 1 willpower or 3 willpower?
With 1 willpower, you can re-roll up to 3 dice that were just
Okay.
regular failures, which you have plenty of dice that are failures.
Hey,
All right. 2 successes. There you go.
That was a willpower well spent.
Yes, it was. I'm marking that on your sheet too. As well as 1 pathos as well, which costs for the use of your power. I think you're willing to spare that.
Yeah.
So, everyone will see Bronson will take the fetter, which, to describe to you, Chuck, since you are unaware of what this fetter looks like, is it appears to be a jawbone with various kind of integral wrappings of cord and feathers and leather that have been decorated around it. And as he is holding this within his hands, you will see his head kind of tilt back as he is kind of absorbing a large amount of information. And he will slowly turn over to Captain Hector Morris and say, "Lay a course. I know exactly where we need to go."
I'm glad somebody does.
And between the two of them, they will actually charter a course to where they need to go. Remarkably enough. And now, it is everyone's favorite moment of taking a charter with the Nagelfar. I need everybody to roll a D20. 1 D20 for me.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Look, none of us have ever died before. I mean, other than the times that we all died.
Wow, Rob.
What? Has Rob doomed
Yes,
us all?
yes, he has.
A little bit.
Rob, please use a willpower.
Uh,
I think I'm just waiting for Alex now.
Oh, are we?
Well, I'm looking something up. Because I have a question. Can I offer him a reroll as the Spectre for that?
Do you want him to spend a willpower first, or do you want to offer that to him now?
I was mostly wondering what my options were.
So you can have him spend a willpower, and he will re-roll that. Oh wait, that's a botch. No, you have to outright. I just realized it's like he can't spend a willpower on a botch, so you have to outright offer him that right now. Yes, Alex, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, would you like to take another crack at that?
I think I
got
would.
the feeling. What?
I said I think I would.
All right, Rob. Mechanics wise, you will lose a pathos, and your shadow will receive 1 point of temporary angst in exchange. How did you do for your second roll?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
8.
All right. Better.
What if I roll another 1?
I wouldn't be too surprised. Okay. And then, Alex, you got a 7?
That is correct.
Okay. Good to know. All right. So, as everyone was traveling across the sunless sea and upon the shadows of the area, they will notice that there is a very stormy looking cloud pattern that starts to arrive and make its way towards you. The Naglfar ship will start to shake and shudder at this incoming storm. As everyone starts to get a little bit closer to this, they will start to notice this is part of the maelstrom that is meeting us at this very moment. It is actually impacting the ship, as it were. And everyone will end up looking at this blue, ominous sky occurring around us. I have some things that are going to happen. But before they do, does anyone want to discuss anything with each other before something ominous were to
I want to
occur?
ask you, the GM, if my dark ether can change the weather conditions from this doom and gloomy to bright and sunny, or whatever bright and sunny equivalent is in the not Skinlands, Shadowlands.
It can, but it would be false.
Gotcha.
So, if no one else has anything to say to each other, I need everybody to roll 1d6. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sorry, I had muted because I was looking at Argos to see if I had anything I could do about
Yeah, I
that.
have orienteering as well.
Bronson will.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have more dots in Argos than you, but anyway, Bronson will kind of point to the cloud formation and say, guys, that doesn't look great.
No, it doesn't. And also, my point was I can help you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I need everybody to roll 1d6 for me at this point in time. 1d6, please.
That would be fabulous.
I got an 8.
On a d6 roll?
No, I'm just joking. I get it. Okay, it's displaying 4, but I guess apparently I got a 6.
Yeah.
I got a 6.
Okay.
2 2s, 2 5s, and apparently a 6.
Okay. Alex, what did you roll?
He rolled a 2.
He rolled a 2. Thank you.
I
Jay,
rolled a
what
5.
did you roll? Okay. Nicole, what did you roll?
2.
2?
All the cool kids
Okay.
rolled 2.
Chuck, what did you roll?
I also rolled a 5.
Nice. All right. So, as this situation unfolds before everyone, everyone will look to the south or port side of the ship, and across a spray of the ocean and also a mixture of mist and fog will appear 5 specters. Currently, they do not have any weapons out. They do not have any intention to attack. They look absolutely voracious and despisingly upon your entire circle. But one of them will walk forward towards Chuck and just basically look to Chuck and say, "Your leader, is it you?"
Are these guys, do they come on the boat? Are they walking on water?
They are on the boat. They seem to have washed into the ship itself from the storm that is surrounding you. This character that is asking you this seems to be carrying a very large shield that appears to be a mirror. And you can see some spectral, very divisive looking fire within her right hand as she walks towards Vash. Again, nothing to be aligned with combat or wanting to fight you, but definitely seems interested in speaking first and asks you, "The leader, is that you?"
And Vash says, "Hello, nice lady. I am definitely not the leader. I am, this is my first time to ever be on a boat, so yeah,
Oh.
definitely not me."
"Your leader, then. Bring them forth."
Captain?
Wouldn't that
I'm
be
assuming
Ecuador?
I'm assuming since we're underway, the captain is in charge.
Captain seems to be at the wheel. He is struggling the ship against the storm currently, and he's just like, "Little busy here," and is like turning the wheel violently against the storm as it is kind of caressing the ship and causing it to like creak and crackle as if it could burst at any moment.
Oh, nice lady. I wouldn't say we really have a leader. The captain is in charge because the vessel's underway, but he seems to be busy piloting the vessel. We are just a ragtag group of people. Why, might I ask, are you looking for a leader? What is your intent here?
Okay. One of the specters from the storm will step forward next to the other one and say, "Do not question her. She has everything that she needs to know right now." You clearly do not have a leader. So maybe we should just slit your throats where you stand.
I'm gonna ask them what they want and make a leadership roll.
Ah! Who are you? Okay, Rob. Yep. Charisma, I take it?
Yes.
All right. Charisma plus your leadership.
While Rob is rolling, hey
Mhm.
Jay, why don't you say that you're the leader? I can help in this situation. I promise.
I don't want to be the leader. And
Yes, you do. I promise. We can help.
4 successes.
Okay.
I really, really don't.
Okay.
I'll say with authority, I can speak for the group.
Yeah.
What do you
Rob,
what do you want?
Rob, your 4 successes beat my 3.
Uh-huh.
And my specter will step back the moment he sees your presence. The female will remain where she's standing and look to you and say, So, you are the leader of this bunch then?
Yes. What do you want?
Toll. A toll in order for you to pass. Are you willing or not? We care very little, but if you're interested in paying our toll, we may care more so.
What is this toll?
She kind of grins for a second. Actions, energy, pathos we seek from each of you. Will you give? Or, and she tilts her head at Oliver, will it be war between us?
How much energy do you desire?
Hey, Alex,
Yes.
roll 10d10 for me.
Good heavens. Also, I put a question to you in Discord. So.
Thank you. Yep. Alex, this is part of it.
Okay. I thought so, but
Yep.
am I re-rolling those 10s or no?
Nope, you are not.
Okay. Then presumably I got 2 successes.
Okay, with 2 successes, after hearing Oliver's question, she will look to Oliver and tilt her head in the other direction. You are one of us. Or have you so forgotten? Strange that you would be asking me these questions. Very odd. Looks to the rest of the circle at this point in time. 5 pathos from each of you will do nicely, we think.
Oliver.
And she will step down and look at Josie. What is this? Do you need something? What is it that you want, infidel? She kind of like prepares her shield as if to bash Josie.
Hey, Oliver, they seem to think that you're one of them. You could just totally use that against them. Tell them that you already collected from us or something. Like, you already gave at the office.
Is that my
Yes.
shadow saying that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I try that?
You don't know. It feels like there is an unfamiliarity in this situation, and you might be able to deduct the cost a little bit with a little bit of negotiation.
Can an
Consider-
etiquette roll tell me if I can try that?
You don't need to do an etiquette roll, you just get a sense that you can negotiate a lower cost.
Well,
with
I
the-
know that.
Yeah, you don't need to do a etiquette roll though.
Question. I'm pretty sure you already answered this, but I'm
Yeah.
already forgotten. Did you say these are wraiths or specters or something different?
These are specters. There are 5 specters before the entire group.
You know, I still have those, what's it called? The cold thingies, whiskey rocks. I have 5 of them. How many, specters are on this boat with us?
5.
I am going to take one of my whiskey rocks out. And let's see. Wait, who is this right here?
That is one of the specters. It seemed like he had a very impatient attitude.
I see.
Compared to the specter who is in front of you right now, who is demanding authority in front of you.
I see.
And has told you to, and she has told you to back off at this point.
I see.
Mhm.
Well, in that case, I'm going to hold out one of the whiskey rocks. And does this specter react? Okay.
Nope.
Well, I am going to kind of hand it towards her and see if I can just barely touch her to see if it reacts to her. And after it touches her, if she doesn't react, I'm going to say, would you take this in compensation? If she does react.
Nothing seems to happen. Yeah, nothing seems to happen when you touch her with the whiskey rock. She kind of looks down at you, offensive, like very offended by this action, and says, "I told you to back off, and yet you offer me these things. This disgust. If you will not back off, then it will be war, and there will be no need for your pathos to begin with.
Then I'll just...
And we will destroy you
I'll just
all."
walk off and hand 2 of the whiskey stones to Oliver and say, "You remember these?"
No.
Hey, Myles.
Yes.
May I attempt catharsis?
Ooh.
You wouldn't let me help on, when I tried to ask, so now I'm going to take it.
Wow. Let me ask a question. Jay, are you willing and interested in your shadow taking control, or would you like to resist?
What? I think this might be hilarious, so I'm going to not resist this particular time.
Okay, good to know. So, Jay, let me check your character sheet. Since you are not resisting, Jay, I need you to roll 9d10 for me. And Nicole, roll 9d10 for me as well.
And right. Chuck, just for the record, we have... Oh, god damn it. We have, what's the word? House rules for catharsis when the person is willing, or when the not Wraith is willing.
Yep. That's why I asked. Just in case. Oh my god, Nicole.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Jesus. So, no offense, Jay, but 8 successes beats your 4.
You know what? That's okay. All right.
And as she's walking back and hands the whiskey rocks over to Oliver Berg, Josie will suddenly enter what seems to be a very awkward state of mind. The race will look at her with a little bit of familiarity, but also kind of awkwardness, and they'll stare at her and await what she has to say.
Okay. I didn't think it would work. So I'm gonna have Josie stand in sort of like a superhero pose and go, "I don't think you understand who you're talking to. We're not giving you 5 pathos.
I have an option as well. I have Ballad under my keening spells, and Vash may inspire listeners higher emotions, love, happiness, joy, etc. I might be able to start keening. Quick question about the mechanics of this game. If
Yeah.
I cast a spell, can I only cast it on a single target, or can I cast it against a group?
We're about to find out,
Because
actually.
I might be able to instill enough fear and you know, anxiety in these guys that maybe they'll think we shouldn't be fighting these travelers for their pathos.
Certainly.
Myles, I sent you a message, by the way.
Thank you. So,
Do you see mine?
Nicole,
Mm-hmm.
I need you to roll 9d10 for me. 9d10.
All right.
Mhm.
Difficulty 6?
Yes.
Do I get to explode 10s?
You cannot explode 10s, no.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 successes. 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6.
6 successes?
Isn't that 7?
Wait, is it? Hold on. Am
I
I?
think so.
I'm so sorry. 1, 2.
No, you're right. I'm bad at
6.
math.
It's okay. 6. Yes, 6.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, before anything else happens, and before I can answer your question, Chuck, there is a stir that occurs between all 5 specters the moment that Arwen says this, and they kind of like all take a step backward on the ship, still standing on it, but kind of like taken aback by her presence in this moment. Okay. Jay, really quickly. 1 second. Now that that's brought up. All right. Jay, I need you to roll. Let me check your stats. Jay, can you please roll 60-10 for me? Difficulty 7.
1 success.
1 success. Jay, please roll 1d6 for me.
I got a 5.
What'd you get? All right. 5 is a good answer. All right. So as this is happening, and all 5 specters take a step backward from from Josie when she makes this declaration to them, another specter will jump on board the ship and look to the others and say, "Why is this taking so long? They should be destroyed by now." And looks over to the circle. "Oh. This is still going on, huh?"
Vash
And
nonchalantly unslings his guitar from his back and puts it in a
yeah,
more of
I
a
would-
playing position.
yes. So,
Want a catharsis?
yes. So, Rob, I need you to roll 1 second.
Do you want to relent, Bronson?
Yeah, Bronson, do you want to relent to being pushed into catharsis, or do you want to resist?
I think he means relent. That's why he's not saying anything.
No, you know what? Screw it. Why not? Apparently, this is the way things are going down.
Okay. Rob, can I send you a message first?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like I genuinely don't know if my shadow is about to try and go all aggro, or if it's just because, hey, if he's in charge, then all of a sudden we start looking more and more like specters, and that's a good thing for now.
Sorry about that lateness, Rob. I tried to write that to you earlier before we got to this situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Yeah. So apologies
Okay.
for that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I've changed my mind.
But you do get a little bit of a plus out of that, if you know what I mean.
I'll say to Bronson, I think you need to strike first. It looks like things are going to go bad. Show them who's boss. In fact, you know what? Shoot the mouthy one over there. I don't like him. Always shoot the mouthy one first. That's what I say.
Chuck, are you going to be invoking some kind of arcani on my specters, or do you want to do something different?
Well, the situation seems to be escalating, and I would rather them have enough self-doubt to abandon their attempt to collect a toll from us than have to fight them, because now it's 6 against 5 and we're outnumbered. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast Muse.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Muse. Ballad.
Ballad. Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna inspire fear and doubt in them
Mhm.
as to their odds of winning against us.
Okay. Your shadow will kick in and say, very good, very good. I see the hierarchy has trained you well.
Thanks, Shadow.
So, my question for you, before we get started, do you want to take my help now? Or do you want to not take any help when this fucks up and fails in your face? Tell me now, and we'll see where this goes.
I say to my Shadow, Shadow, you know I don't trust you.
Hmm.
I have a plan. When I'm out of ideas, then I'll let you take over.
I don't think you'll have any ideas after you fail this, but I can't wait to see what happens. And it goes into silence into your head. Chuck,
My
I need you to
God.
roll your manipulation plus your keening, difficulty 8.
Oh. What was it? Manipulation and what?
Manipulation and your keening. I believe your keening is a 5, so 5 plus
5 plus 5
your
is 10.
manipulation. Exploding 10s as well. And this will cost you 1 pathos to cast.
What's my difficulty?
Difficulty 8. How'd you do?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Oh no. It was 2 successes with a botch, so 1
Okay.
success.
Did
I
you
thought that would
explode?
go better.
Did you explode your?
I do
Did
have a
you
10, but I don't know how to explode it. I never did an explode in 10. What does that do?
Roll 1d10 for me.
9.
All right, that counts. So, as you start performing this song, 2 of the specters will cringe and squint their eyes in kind of like detestment, and they will actually jump back into the storm, the maelstrom that is surrounding the boat right now, and disappear after your spell is cast. The other remaining specters will look to you and say, like, no, that's enough of that! No more! Your song can wait for better times than these. And they seem unaffected by your ballad.
Well,
So-
made our odds better.
So Rob's shadow is going to just reach out directly to the lead specter. I'm assuming that's what you meant by your reply to my message, is that I could do that.
Yeah.
And gonna rely on the situation and ask him for help. Just say, look, as you can tell, we're not trying to fight you. Like, we've got a situation going on, so just do me a solid. You know me, I know you. We can be copacetic. Nobody has to do anything silly here.
Right. Alex, roll 5d10 for me. Difficulty 6.
That would be 2 successes.
All right. I also rolled 2 successes, but successes go... So if it's a tie in World of Darkness, it goes to the defender, which is you. So the lead specter with the mirrored shield will look to you and say, oh, interesting. Give me one good reason why we shouldn't rip all of you apart right now. She is looking directly at Oliver Berg at this moment when she asks this question. Give me one good reason why we shouldn't rip you apart right now. Please.
Are they asking me or the shadow?
You don't know. You're actually kind of confused, Rob.
Well, okay, do I know... Do I have an understanding of what the situation is here? Or...
No. You're confused why a specter is looking at you and asking you questions.
Because if you rip us apart, you won't get... Well, okay, and then in that case, I don't know the deal my shadow attempted to make, right?
Nope.
Okay, well then I'll say, because if you rip us apart, you're not getting any pathos. You're probably spending energy to fight us, which is counterproductive.
The shadow will kind of overlap on what he's saying, basically say, the only reason you need is that we're already halfway to everything we both want. I mean, clearly you're not that selfish to try and get just some pathos when, I mean, we're buddies, we're pals. Like, come on, I respect you, you respect me, everybody goes on our merry way.
Three of the other specters will disappear back into the storm, seeing this as a moment of refuse. Ill-content. The specter will look at Oliver Berg one-on-one. You know, you are one of us, and yet here you stand with these shadow land creatures that you surround yourself in, almost like a disguise. I admire that. Let me tell you this. If we ever meet again on these shores, on these far waves of the Sea of Shadows, I will personally rip you asunder. Are we understood? She says to Oliver.
I understand.
And she jumps back into the maelstrom. Everybody on board the Naglfar is absolutely confused what just transpired. But somehow, you have been spared from these specters that were willing to collect from everybody, but didn't get a chance. Did anyone wish to say anything to each other?
I mean, I'm still in catharsis, aren't I? So I can't.
You are, yeah.
Like, you turn to me, I am the leader, and then we have to duel.
Nah, I want Josie to just go up to Oliver and be like, "You did such a good job," and then just wipe glitter on his cheeks as she's like shaking his head.
Absolutely
Okay.
perfect.
Oliver Berg will have glitter all over his face at which point in time?
So what does that do? Can I wipe it off?
So now it's on
You
your
wipe it
hand.
off, you look at your wrist, and now you have glitter on both your wrist and somewhat on your cheek.
Okay, now I'm going to wipe it off on my pants.
Your pants now have a little bit of glitter on them, and you have a little bit of glitter on your wrist, and you have a little bit of glitter on your cheek,
Okay, I'm going to try my sleeve.
etc.
Chaos Gremlin is pleased.
Step
Okay.
away a little
You
bit
were just-
so that I don't get any glitter on me.
That
Oliver-
steps away from
That is
Oliver.
that is not my aesthetic.
Oliver is just bound and determined to be Elton John right now.
Yeah, it seems that way. All right. So
I say, can I use one of my passions and try to get my pride to proc? So I say, hey guys, did you see how I got 2 of them to run away?
yeah. No, I
Elton
would.
John front. Hold me closer, tiny Chanteur.
I would give him 2 thumbs up, but my shadow's controlling me.
I mean, do
Right.
you want a hug from the glittery Josie?
No. I want some of my pathos back. I'm like, can I cast pride right now?
Yep, I am. Yep, go ahead and roll 4d10 for me. Difficulty 6.
Group hug. No.
After
Bronson will
spending that
absolutely-
pathos.
Bronson will absolutely commend Vash for music. Like, it's not my style, but it's a better idea than anything I had to do. He slowly takes his hand away from his sword because he was about ready to throw down.
How'd you
Oh, yeah.
do?
I got 2 successes.
All right. You will gain 2 pathos back to your character
Hell
sheet.
yeah! I'm at 90% power.
So, time will pass. Everyone will feel the Naglfar breach the storm on the other side. You will still hear the sounds and the echoes of the specters above you as the storm continues to ravish the area. But eventually, in a good long distance, will be the area that Bronson and Captain Ector Morris have led you towards. The Naglfar will come to a stop along the shores of this mountain-looking area. It seems to be a large mountain filled with caverns and caves and mines. So there's a lot of mining occurring in this area. And as you can look at the screen, there are some foundations that have been built as well. As everyone starts to depart from the Naglfar, and the ship will exit off to the shores again, everyone will start to take steps into this cavernous area of Reykjavik, onto this mountainside, and unfortunately, some of you will start to slip and slide on the surface down below you. This would include Arwen, Nicole's character, and Josie.
Are we out of
Jason.
catharsis, though?
Also, you are out of catharsis at this point in time, yes.
Second.
So before
And-
we
And
we
also,
distance-
yep, before you get there, also Oliver's character will start to slip and slide on the ground. So, for all intents and
So
purposes,
my feet have been inflicted. Oh, go ahead.
Arwen, Josie, and Oliver, you will get a +1 difficulty to all challenges because you are now slipping and sliding on the ground.
Because I've
The only reason why Bronson and Vash are not sliding and slipping is because of possibly the boots that they are wearing on their feet.
I thought it was because I infected all the other ones with apparently glitter lube.
So Alex was you wanted to say something, Alex?
Yeah, so I was wondering, like, now that you've described more, is it because of the boots that I'm wearing, or because of the crampons that I have in my inventory?
It is the boots.
Okay, so I could give the
Crampons.
whatever they're called,
The cavern cleats.
cavern cleat. I could give those to somebody else, and they would, like, we would both be fine, or am I considered to be wearing cavern cleats?
So they would get if you gave the cavern cleats to somebody else, their difficulty would go back to a normal, and yours would increase by 1.
Okay, I'm keeping them. But then the other thing I wanted to do is I'm going to go ahead and take off and stow my armor in my pack.
Okay. So you're going to take your armor. You're going to take your armor off.
Yeah, that way I've got a little bit more dexterity to play with while we're, climbing around and doing stuff in caves.
Sounds like a
I still
smart
have the
idea
rope.
to me.
I'm going to see that
Okay.
at least one of them is, doing okay, and be like, I'm having a hard time. Do you mind if we tie this rope to you so we have a little extra stability? I'm going to say that too.
I mean,
I'm saying that. Go ahead.
I'm not.
I was
No,
going.
go ahead.
How many people do we have slipping around? 3?
It looks like 3 characters, Chuck, are slipping around on the ground, whilst you and Bronson are doing just fine because of your boots.
We could do piggyback rides for 2 people and have only one person
Or we
being
can have
unstable.
a rope tied between you and Bronson, and then the other 3 of us hold on to the rope between you 2.
Or I'm just spitballing here, crazy idea. I could trade one of my boots to one slipping character and put their shoe on, and we'll all, 4 of us at least, will have at least one stable foot.
Or Argos.
You know what? Fuck it. I've got Argos. I'm going to check my stats and my abilities, and I think I'm going to use Argos unless they're or as a backup. So let's see. Argos 2.
Yeah. So how this would work is Josie and Rob as Oliver would have to roll and activate their phantom wings for the scene, and then they would deactivate at the end of the scene. So if you decide to progress somewhere, your wings would deactivate.
We could get out of the slippery, slidey area if we activate our wings.
Yes, but your wings will be apparent for the entire
I'm
scene.
going to hold off.
Yes.
Hold
That's
off
fine.
on doing Argos just for the time being until there comes a point where it is actually worthwhile, rather than just, oh no, I'm slipping and sliding.
Okay. Sounds good
Well,
to me.
hold on. Is there a danger of us slipping and sliding?
You get
Is it dangerous?
I mean, if narratively speaking, difficulty +1, if you were to fail something, the slipping and sliding would go into the narrative of what happens to your character if you were to fail or botch.
It's not stopping us from going where we need to go.
No, not at all. It just
Oh.
you notice that as you're walking, you're just like slipping and sliding and tripping, and you're just like, whoa, this is unsteady.
In this case, Arwen will turn to Vash and go, "Hey, can I get a piggyback ride?"
Hop on. My strength is not very good, but you're small, so I can carry you for a while.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. Is everyone else willing to progress forward at this point?
Yeah.
All right. I was going to say, considering everyone else has Argos in case they need to use it. And side note also, with your ally who is joining you, Lashad will also have his Argos at the ready too in case he needs to use it.
Argos, is that I'm not seeing that on my spell sheet or anything. Can someone explain it to me? Sorry, I'm still new.
No, it's okay. Argos is an arcani used by wraiths that they can use to teleport, move quickly, and guide themselves through the tempest or the maelstrom that is in front of them. They can also use it to create wings to help them float in the air. Um, everyone provided for you. This seems good. Of course
Hi,
you are,
Craig.
Craig. Hi, Craig. So Josie will
successes.
notice. Yeah, Josie will notice the moment that you enter this cavern area, there is a pile of snow and ice over here on the right-hand side, and there is a very dim light emanating from this snow.
Like underneath the snow?
Yep.
I'm
Just
gonna dig
barely.
through the snow.
Okay. You'll kind of push it aside and kind of like get rid of the sprinkles. It appears to be a battery-operated lantern.
Oh. Is this something I can pick up, or is this in the Skinlands?
Nope, you pick it up.
Excellent. Like, look, guys, I got a torch.
Got a flashlight.
Jay, does this make sense to you?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, not particularly, but I'm
You wanna-
rolling with the punches.
Do you want to do a intelligence roll?
I would, in fact.
That might be a good idea.
Intelligence plus something specific, or just straight intelligence?
Nope, straight intelligence.
Well, pretty sure I've got 4 of those, thank God. Just double checking. Where did I apparently just got rid of the whole dang tab. Okay, yep, 4 intelligence. Hooray! 40-10. And I really just don't know who it is or why. At least it wasn't a botch.
So Josie will look down at this battery-operated lantern, pick it out of the snow, and just be like, "Oh, look, a random happenstance. What great luck!" And she will shine it upon the chambers that you are all standing in. You're all kind of like looking at each other confused, like, how is this possible? How can this be? But she will illuminate the area for everyone to get a better glimpse of what is around you at this point in time. When this occurs, there is... Oops, sorry.
I will also illuminate.
As I put everyone in darkness, there is a sense of conflict. There is broken boxes and broken barrels all around you. Former bonfires that have no longer any light to them are pretty much, decimated at this point in time. There are broken artifacts and relics all around you. There are also human skeletons that are close by as well. Human bones nearby as you explore this area.
Oh, well,
In the Shadowlands or in the Skinlands?
The Skinlands are where the skeletons exist. In the Shadowlands, you will see the artifacts and the relics, but they seem to be depreciative and they seem to be falling apart with every passing
Gotcha.
second. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be like, hey, who's got the map? Does this look like where we're supposed to be? Oliver? Map? Mute?
Sorry, I
If
was
I'm
muted.
remembering.
Yeah, I have the map.
All right.
Okay, hold on. Where are these maps?
I'm actually looking at the map, but, in character, I
Roleplay.
probably don't know. Yeah.
Roleplay.
I'll just, look over his shoulder, let's see what you
I'll
got.
hold it like you're cheating on me and while looking at my homework. I'm just gonna take.
Yes,
I'm gonna
absolutely.
Let you look at the map.
I'll glance
like-
over from Vash's shoulder.
You know what? That up there in top left looks like there might be enemies, so maybe we should just be as quiet as we can, I guess. And ignore up there, because I'll have already looked up there. Oliver, no!
What's the glowy over here?
I'll look
Bronson
at
will.
our new friends and be like, hey, any chance you can see what might be important? Cough, cough, fatalism.
Rob Oliver will see a large amount of ice pretty much just emanating from this wall. A strong amount of ice. It kind of gives you that sense of if you come any closer, it might give you
Radioactive spider powers?
no. What's the word I'm looking for? Burn.
Like frostbite?
Frostbite?
Say that again.
Frostbite?
Frostbite. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Frostbite. You get a sense if you come any closer to this ice, you will get frostbite.
Ah, I see.
Icy.
Guys.
Yes.
But anyway, you want me to just enshroud and go up ahead and check it out?
You know what? According to the map, there is some enemies right through the corridor on the left and the right. So, yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I mean, Oliver looks like he's already shivering, so I'm in favor of going in.
Shivering? Am I shivering?
Yeah,
You don't know.
Go
It's
ahead
hard to
and
tell.
you go ahead and be a ninja, because apparently I have lost my ability to be stealthy today. And I look down at my glitter footsteps and just like, thanks, friends.
Bronson will very carefully avoid any of the glitter and move forward a little bit and enshroud.
Jay, do you wish to deactivate the glitter for this scene?
Not yet.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
And then Bronson will, enshroud and then very stealthily move up to the north, keeping an eye out for any dangers or see if he can hear what kind of enemies might be up ahead.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems that the light that Josie is carrying seems to be the thing that is illuminating the path for you. But you explore forward, and there's nothing that is really jumping out at you. Even in your enshroud form, nothing is really kind of coming forward as an opposition or an obstacle for you. And you're just kind of like looking forward like, well, I need more light. Otherwise, we're fine.
Can't hear anything or any movement or anything.
Sorry, say that
You
again?
said I can't hear any movement or anything from up ahead.
Nope. No movement. Nothing.
All right. Then I will motion for the rest of the people to come on forward. Which doesn't do me any good because I'm invisible. Bronson will still motion for them to follow, and then when he realizes that nobody is following, he'll come back down and say, I can't see anything up ahead, but I don't hear anything.
I'll hand Bronson the flashlight and be like, here, use that.
No, you hold on to that. It's covered in glitter.
Fair enough.
Very true. Very true.
It's what's the purpose of being invisible if I become an invisible or a floating flashlight? That doesn't even make sense.
I don't know, weird things have happened.
Still dark and ominous as you guys had remembered it.
Also poking
This-
around the things, expecting nothing of value, but I just still want to see if there's anything at all.
No, nothing of value really speaks to you. All artifacts and relics seem to be in a decreasingly depreciative state. They are in a form of destruction, as it were.
I say to the group quietly, hey guys, according to that map that I got a glimpse of earlier, there is some danger in the next room. So
Mhm.
I'd like to cast a spell that I have in my fatalism called Distant Visions, which allows me to clearly see what relevant events are happening elsewhere. So I'm going to look into the next room.
Ooh, perfect, thank you.
Sounds good
And
to me.
it could be dark in there, but it says I can clearly see it. So, just a quick question about mechanics. Under on my spell sheet here, Arcani, the number of dots, is that the cost? My pathos cost? Pathos?
Nope, it is the number of dots required for you to use that spell.
Yeah, that's
You-
the cost.
No, it is just the requirement. So if
It's
you,
prerequisite for before
Got
you
it.
can use a spell, you have to have this many dots in whatever.
yep.
Oh, okay. So,
So if I remember your character sheet correctly, you have 4 dots of fatalism, so you
4.
should be okay.
yeah. So what do I roll?
I am pulling that up right now. You said distant visions, correct?
Yes, Distant
Okay.
Visions. It's got 1 dot.
Awesome. Yep. 1 dot is the requirement, but thankfully you have 4 dots
Right.
of fatalism. So, Chuck, I need you to roll your perception plus 4 dots of fatalism. Difficulty 7.
Okay. Rolling now.
Okay.
And it looks like I
Ooh,
got 4
shit.
successes with a 10.
How many dots of perception do you have?
3.
Ah, fuck, can't explode that, but still a damn good job.
Yeah.
wait.
How many successes again?
4.
Chuck? 4. Thank you.
Wait, what was the difficulty again?
7.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So the
So what I'm
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. So
go ahead.
you said normally the difficulty's 6 unless there's some aura in the room that we're in that increases the difficulty. So
Correct.
now that we're in a dungeon setting, it's +1, I'm guessing. That's why it's 7 now.
But with your boots, you are at a 6. Or you are at a no problem or difficulty because of the boots you're wearing.
Wait,
So
even
should
with
my
the
difficulty
fatalism?
be 6?
With fatalism, you are still at the same difficulty that I dictated out loud. So I believe for a distant read, distant visions, it's a difficulty 7. So
okay. So that
yeah.
got you. That has its
Now-
own difficulty. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you were not wearing boots, it would be a difficulty 8.
Wow. Okay, so I got 4 successes.
All right. Everyone will notice Vash take a glimpse at the broken doors in the Skinlands that have fallen asunder onto the icy ground, and he will just kind of close his eyes for a second and visualize forward the dangers that they are about to encounter. And this is for Chuck alone to know about, but you get a sense that as you creep forward, and move forward, you kind of see the circle walking forward into the next area, heading north as they would any adventuring group. It's like, let's just keep heading north. And when they do so, they unexpectedly notice that there is something that takes a surprise action against them, or something that just jumps out of the ice that is surrounding them. And it seems to be determined by fate itself because of your fatalism. You get a sense that fate itself determines whether or not these entities will jump and attack the circle around you. So it is up to you and your circle around you whether you decide to go on ahead using stealth or using some form of method that would be considered stealth, such as Argos. Not everybody has Argos, so sometimes stealth is more useful.
So I go ahead and freely relay all that information to the group.
Okay.
And I say, basically, it looks like the room is either booby trapped or there's someone there waiting for us. But there's I didn't get a clear vision of what it was. All I can tell you is it's something bad is in the next room. So sorry, guys, we already knew that from the map. I tried.
Well, I appreciate the effort anyway.
So Bronson, while still, maintaining Enshroud, because I already paid for it, I'm keeping it up.
Yep.
Will speak from directly over your right shoulder, from behind you. I'm all in favor of stealth.
I don't have any stealth abilities, so I got your backs.
Well, we can, if the others are willing, we can share with them. Which means I'd probably get off your back and jump on someone else's.
Oh yeah, I thought you had hopped off already. 'Cause we're
I've
we're
been
not outside
following you
anymore.
because I think the difficulty is still in here. I keep
is it?
following you every time you move.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
Myles, is it still ice and on the ground in here?
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Bronson, buddy, half the people in the group are glittered. Stealth is not an option. You need to go in there and annihilate whatever the problem is. Show them who the real, who the real badass is here. Not some creature that deigns to hide in shadows in the next room. Go in there and take care of it.
Or we can wait until the other people go in with no stealth,
Or
with
we
the
can wait
light,
until the other
and then
people
we
go in
take
with
care
no
of it.
stealth. That sounds weak. That is a weak answer.
You're
Hey,
a
Jay.
weak answer.
Hey, Jay,
Yes.
can I have you take 2 steps forward?
Oh dear. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
Let's see. 1, 2.
Thank you. Just wanted to help.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, can we have the people with the light move forward so we can see what's in, like, what the danger is?
Yep, this is what you guys get.
Alright, well.
Whoa! Slipped into the room. No, I'm just joking. Where did I go?
Well, Rob.
Alright, I'm creeping
The
forward.
darkness attacks you.
I mean, yes, but also. Alright, I think I'm in the side looking at the map. I think right here is safe.
Can I use the broken doors as skis? No, I'm not. I know I can't.
I dare you to pick up a broken door and wield it as a spear or something.
Well, I can't. I don't think, right? They're not in the Shadowlands?
No, they seem to fall apart the moment you touch them.
Ah.
Oh, well, I was gonna say that we do have somebody with outrage. He could fix that.
Alright, Gremlin, let's see what you've got. Jesus Christ, Chuck.
Oh, am I supposed to be doing something?
No, that was at your screenshot you posted.
Oh.
I
You
have.
can move forward if you want.
Well, I was waiting to see if this would open up at all, but apparently not. Alright, let's see what enemies show up now that I've... Actually, I'm gonna
Alright.
jump over here. Whoop, cancel.
Oh, okay, even better.
Because...
Thanks, Jay.
Oh no.
Yeah. So Jay.
Wait, no, I was right over here.
Okay.
Yep. No,
Even so.
I'm going to stand here, sorry. And I was just... I'm like, Bronson, do you want me to step forward? Bronson, hello. Are you a ghost? Did you already disappear? I can't see you.
He is a ghost. Yes.
Yeah, I know that was me making a joke because he's also not talking.
I mean, Bronson...
Muted? Oh.
No, I'm not muted. He is just not responding to you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right, well then, fuck it. If Bronson's not responding, I really am going to take one step up here. And, pray.
Okay.
Everyone get ready. There's danger.
Jay, roll 1d10 for me.
Okay, roll 1d10.
Mhm.
I got 2.
Oh, man. Bronson, Alex, roll 1d10 for me. If you can.
I'm working on it. Sorry, one of the inventory window things opened up over the side of the chat thing, so I couldn't actually see what I was typing.
No worries. All right. So, what will happen is it would seem that Josie and Bronson will take a step forward, as if to progress forward the map itself. And Josie will notice that the ice over on the east side that she is standing will suddenly start to crack and break, and something will lunge at her from the ice itself.
What is it?
I'm a dodge.
Okay,
Bronson draws his Stygian short sword.
sure. So Jay, I need you to roll your dexterity plus dodge, please,
All right, thank
as this creature comes to attack you.
God I bought dodge. Come on, open up. Dex 3, dodge. I think I still only have 1, but it's not nothing. Here's my dodge. So yes, 40-10.
Mhm.
Well, thank God for that. What's my dex here? Or what's the difficulty? 7?
Difficulty 7 because you don't have boots on.
Yep, I still got 2 successes.
Okay. 2 successes ties with my 2 successes. Successes go to the defender in World of Darkness. So you actually dodge out of the way as this creature that comes out of the ice attacks and swipes at you with its claws, and unfortunately, there's nothing but air the moment that it swings at you, and you are able to make your way. Bronson will face what appears to be a entity that is neither wraith nor specter nor living in front of itself, and it kind of like turns its gaze over to Bronson as if interested, but Bronson gets the first action against it.
Wait, he can see... He turns towards Bronson even though Bronson is invisible?
Is Bronson still have his Argos activated? Alex?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't replying
Okay.
to
Yeah. All right.
to her. It's like I'm trying to be stealthy. Saying hey, go forward
yeah.
isn't stealthy.
So the entity does not notice you whatsoever. It's more interested in Josie, and it just kind of like looks around looking for Josie, like, where did it go? Ugh. And just kind of like swipes its claws around looking for her. It looks like it's interested in trying to find Josie for its next turn and next action. What does Bronson want to do when it sees this?
He will stealthily make his way. Well, he's gonna actually just stay where he is and observe the situation.
Okay.
Because I know that there's also danger ahead to the left. It doesn't seem to be very good at attacking, so maybe if we leave where it was alone, it'll bugger off.
Okay. Josie, you have successfully dodged out of the way of this creature that is trying to snap at you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wish to take an action at this point in time? You have successfully dodged out of the way. Do you wish to do anything before it attacks you again?
Yep. In fact, is this a standard, take 3 moves or move 3 places?
Yep, you can move 3 you can move 3 places,
Okay.
unless you want to if you want to all out run, you can do 5 paces.
Okay, then I'm going to all out run, and
Okay.
as I'm running, be like, "Sorry, guys." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hopefully, with me running, they will get the idea, and with the "Sorry, guys," they'll get the idea that there's something after me.
Okay.
So,
gotta bring it in
knowing
here.
this, I am going to take aim with my guitar and cast crescendo directly at whatever that is.
All right. Sounds good to me.
So it's keening, which I have 5 for. So
Nope, I got you right here. So,
And for the record, when Bronson gets another turn, he will be following the thing.
okay. Chuck, I need you to roll your stamina plus 5 dice, which is your keening, difficulty 8.
ready, rolling now.
Mhm.
I got 3 successes.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
With 3 successes, as soon as you unleash your sound from your guitar, the entity that was pursuing and chasing after Josie will go flying back. 1, 2, 3 spaces. And it looks like you've damaged it heavily at this point. Your spell will cost you 3 pathos to cast this. Yep. And 1 point of angst to your shadow. But you have delivered damage to this entity that is chased after her. So.
All right, cool. So does that also proc my self-loathing, diverting all attention and conflict towards myself?
Unfortunately, this time it has not really come to full apparition yet. I know exactly what you're talking about, but it has not occurred yet. No.
So I'm basically just going to stand there with my I mean, not stand there, but like while everybody else gets their turn, I'm going to get ready to strum my guitar again.
Okay.
If you guys can't kill it.
Okay. Sounds good. 1 second. Just need to add an angst to your shadow guide.
Oh, I already did. And I took my 3 pathos away as well.
Oh, okay. So right now in this situation in front of everybody, we do not need to roll initiative, but we have Bronson standing about 2 paces away from the entity that has emerged from the ice. We have Oliver not too far on the right-hand side. We have Josie running away.
Just temporarily.
And we have, temporarily. And we have Vash and Arwen standing on the left side. Does anyone want to take action against this entity? It looks like it's been blown back by the keening that has been activated by Vash, and he has flown back. It looks pretty damaged at this point. Some of the particles have been ripped away, and it looks like it's just kind of like barely holding itself together, but it's still trying to like regenerate and pull itself back together again. So, does anyone want to take an action against this entity before it attacks again? It does not notice Bronson still. Bronson is still in Shroud.
While it is in the state...
No, go ahead.
While it's in the state, I want to cast Befuddlement on it just to see if this will work on this entity, because I don't know yet.
Okay.
I wanted to think that I definitely ran the other direction.
Yeah.
I think it's only 1 pathos.
Okay. Is Befuddlement core book?
Yes. Jay? Yes, it is.
Thank God. All right. 1 pathos, and it is your intelligence plus pandemonium. Difficulty is going to be a 6, but you do not have any. But you do not have any boots on.
Oh, so 7.
So 7.
Okay. All right. Intelligence plus pandemonium, and why do I keep closing the damn thing? intelligence is 4. Pretty sure pandemonium is 4, but double checking. Wait, what? Argos castigation. Oh, there it is. Oh, pandemonium's only 3, so 7d10 though. Alright. 7d10. Difficulty 7. Can't explode anything because I don't have anything to explode, but difficulty level 7, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay.
He can
You
feed
said
me.
6?
Oh,
You said
5.
6, correct?
5 successes.
Oh, 5? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you. At this point in time, everyone will notice Josie will kind of like extend her hand as she's running backwards at the entity that has given chase. And even though some distance has been propelled between the two of them, it'll still be impacted by this magic that she has like pushed towards it. And there is a moment where the creature will kind of like look left and right in confusion and not exactly know where it wants to go or what its action is going to be. And yeah, it doesn't seem like it is going anywhere at this moment. It is just standing complacent.
Do you
If
yield?
If anyone approaches it, it might attack with a difficulty added to itself, but right now it is just standing there doing nothing. Confused.
Somebody shoot it.
That's what I was trying to do, but
I mean, I just wanted to
so
make sure.
yeah, see.
Go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
I was just saying, I just wanted to see if it would work. Be my guest. Shoot it.
Oh, I was just gonna stab it with my sword.
Or that. Stab it with your sword. It's good and confused now.
Yeah, so Bronson will step forward from the wall that he's in, and like with the dramatic samurai cross cut, but just with the Stygian sword instead of the katana, will try to separate this creature's face from the rest of it.
Okay. Because Bronson is wearing boots and my character is a current difficulty, I need you to roll a dexterity plus dodge, difficulty 4.
Alrighty. Where's dodge?
It is under other arcani if you roll downward.
Oh yeah, okay. What's the difficulty I'm looking for?
6 because you have boots on.
That'd be 5 successes.
Okay. Which weapon are you attacking me with?
The Stygian sword,
Okay.
because it
What is-
deals aggravated damage and it can't be soaked.
Yes, and what is your strength?
My strength is at 2.
Okay. So the moment that you swing this short sword at the entity, it will just reel back in agony as if like being burned and internally destroyed by the short sword that you have swung at it. It will start to melt away and almost cave in and turn almost inside out, poltergeist style. And the moment that it has become only particles, it will vanish and become nothing but frost and ice upon the ground. And you'll just hear this really brief, and it will disappear. Gone from existence.
Looks like he got Reykjavik.
Boo.
I can't take credit for that. My shadow made me say it. It was just too good not to.
Don't celebrate too much. According to the map, there's still danger in that room on the left.
Yeah, but she's really effective bait, so
Well, you know what? Now I know how to handle that, so I guess I will wander back up, and you want to get in, yeah. I'll go over there, and you can stab it while I beat bait. Ready? I'll take that as a
Guitar
yes.
at the ready.
Nothing happens.
How about now?
Nothing happens.
How about now?
Nothing.
How about now?
Still nothing. Still nothing.
Still nothing?
Nope.
2 hours later. How about now? No.
Can you hear me now? Good. I guess nothing happening.
Whatever
Sorry,
danger it is not jumping
so-
out. So
So Bronson is going to step up and look at the crystals. He's not going to touch them. But
Okay.
do they look like the same ones that used to be the guy I just killed? Or do they look more like the wall that was in the first room?
It actually seems very, very similar. As you're observing, there is what appears to be, like I said, a plasmatic creature that is neither wraith nor specter. That exists in this area. It seems to be like some kind of combination of both living material and arcane types of magic. And it is frozen in place. It looks like it is not going to be moving anytime soon. It seems to be in motion to claw you across the face, but is not moving and is completely complacent where it is standing. Does not
What?
move.
You should touch it.
I don't think I should touch it.
dab it.
Okay. Just give it a slight touch.
I don't think I should touch it. I feel like I should not touch it.
Okay. How much does it cost for me to use Trick of the Light?
Let's find out. That's a very good question. So, Rob, it is automatic. You have up to 1 sense that you can affect. You cannot affect all 5 senses, but you can affect 1 sense. Is there 1 sense you'd like to affect on Bronson?
Yes.
What is it?
I want it to look like the crystal just crumbles and the creature is free, taking a swipe at him, and he has to attack it before
Okay.
it attacks him.
Okay. Alex, Bronson will see an entity come out of this crystal and charge towards him. The crystal has been broken, and an entity is now coming after him, looking to strike.
As soon as it looks like the crystal starts to break, Bronson is going to just ram the thing with his sword.
Okay.
It's like, I guess that's what I'm doing now.
All right.
So I'm attacking the creature that's absolutely, definitely breaking out of the crystal right now, and that's a problem that needs to be dealt with immediately.
The moment that you do so, the entity will vanish in front of you. Nothing happens after that. And there is, again, the crystal formation that is in front of you. It looks like you've been duped. You don't know by whom or why, but you have been tricked.
Wait. Did the crystal formation shatter when he hit it?
Nope.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot to see what would happen. Your shadow's gonna be like, huh, that was weird. I don't know what happened there.
Boy, Bronson, you've been taking a lot of blows to the head lately, haven't you?
Yeah.
The moment that you start to pass by the formation of ice that is over here, there is, let me get it on the screen for you guys, a moment where the ice will start to slightly crack and melt, and everyone will suddenly get a little bit more tense than they usually are. wondering, oh, what is this? What is happening? Wondering if they're going to be attacked, possibly, or something is going to jump out at them.
Guitar at the
Fool
ready.
me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
And the entity that kind of like slinks forward appears to be a very loosely and cracked armored entity, almost mummified by the ice that has covered it. Its head will kind of like slink forward, and you'll hear the clinking of the armor underneath itself, but it looks like it is completely frozen in motion and stagnant. It doesn't look like it's going to be moving anytime soon, but it does kind of give everyone a little bit of a jump. Like, oh, what's that? Okay, never mind.
Use intimation to make the ice not want to break.
Quick,
Okay,
I rolled to seduce the ice.
Can I, as I move, I'm assuming I can use the wall to sort of prop myself and move through the room slowly since it's slippery?
Oh, sure.
Okay, well, I'm going to cautiously move past the ice.
Okay.
Wait, is this whole exploring all of this one scene?
Yeah.
Well, then I'm popping my freaking wings. I'm not going to stumble around like an idiot when this is like a great time to use my wings.
Okay. Rob, you pop your wings and you're just like, I'm going to float. And you float.
Excellent. I don't slip anymore.
Nope. Not for this scene. Arwen and Vash, you seem to be kind of on the wayward at this point.
Yeah, I've just been walking forward while I'm watching all this happen
Yeah.
I'm just on his back.
at a leisurely pace.
Okay. Nothing seems to be happening, but the skeletal figure just kind of lingers, tilted forward.
I guess I'm gonna follow the example before and sort of just kind of my back to the wall, kind of try to sneak around it since it's not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Paying attention to see if it notices me. I'm just gonna sneak by.
Yeah. Nothing
Oh.
yet.
Okay.
All right.
All right. We're in the next room. Oh,
Woo!
We are.
You
Yes.
just
Hi, you're on.
honey tongue as Bronson and go, throw Arwen at the ice. No.
No, clearly the ice is just a mental illusion. There's nothing wrong with the ice.
the ice
Just
is
my
a
eyes
lie.
playing tricks on me.
All right. Jay will open up a new area with the small amount of light that is coming from her lantern. And everyone
Hey,
will
look,
get
guys, more ice.
There seems to be some ice up against the wall, it seems. Rob, roll 1d10 for me.
Sure. Hold on.
While he does that, what is this? Is this just a grate? Is there an opening below
Yep.
it?
It looks like these grates go into vents, which go deep down beyond your comprehension.
Interesting.
6.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Nothing happens.
You're welcome.
Hey, did you guys ever see Die Hard? I have an idea.
Nope.
Yeah,
No.
I have.
I mean, I'm just saying. There's
Okay,
air
what's-
vents.
Yeah, but we don't know where they go. This is like a super old structure, right, Myles?
Yes. Yes.
So these aren't like modern day air vents. This is like those are like sewer grates.
Well, probably. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying I have an idea.
Okay.
Looking at the map,
What,
the final room in the map, I guess what I would assume is the treasure room, there is a grate in there.
I mean, we could check.
Who wants to flicker?
Well, we couldn't flicker if we don't know where it goes. Right?
I mean,
Myles?
that's a valid point. Like, could I flicker based on the map?
You can, but it is a very dangerous act to take on.
Then let's not do that.
We find like a half crystal, half Bronson. Like,
It
my
turns out
life is
that
agony.
turns out all of these crystals are secretly adventurers that tried to do just that.
So far, everyone who has entered this new area does not seem to be affected by anything going on around them.
Hmm? Since they're getting real
But
close.
according to the map, there's clearly danger in that room. So
Yeah,
I guess we're just sneaking by it. It hasn't noticed us.
I accidentally put my character one too far down. Oh, there it is. So, yeah. Standing here. Waiting for... Aha! Waiting for Rob to activate.
Roll a d10 for me, Rob.
My pleasure.
Why do you keep going forward?
D10? Okay.
1.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy.
Oh wow!
Rob!
run.
Stay back here.
I'm running into this corner.
Okay. Rob!
Yep.
Oh, my fucking god.
I
Everybody.
just like to keep things interesting.
Yeah, you did. You certainly did that. Can you roll your stamina for me?
Nah.
Sure.
All right.
Oh, actually, I have good stamina.
Yeah, you do.
I forgot about that.
So since there's two of these guys, I might be able to cast a muse and can make a suggestion for another to do their bidding. So I might be able to convince one of them that his friend is his enemy, so he will attack him.
Okay. So Rob, but before,
I mean, after Rob takes his
yeah,
action or whatever.
I was gonna say before Vash can react to this, Rob, how did you do with your? I'm seeing 0 successes.
I rolled 2 9s and 2 1s. So not
All
only did I
right.
get 0 successes, but even if I spent a willpower, I couldn't re-roll enough to fix it.
Okay. So Rob, you will receive 2 points of superficial damage to your corpus as one of these entities just claws right into you as you walk past it haphazardously.
Way to go, Rob.
Hey, I'm just you know,
The other one,
I'm the decoy.
the other one seems to kind of like slip and fall on the ground. The moment that it does, it just kind of like disintegrates into nothing but like bones and ash, botch from that one. So there is one entity that seems to have clawed Oliver at this point in time, and from what it sounds like, Vash is going to be activating a power, correct?
Well, since there's only one of them, that plan is not going to work because I was going to get one of them to attack the other, but one of them disappeared. So
Yes.
if nobody else is going to shoot or stab this thing, I'm going to
I was
load up.
planning to stab it, but
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm running a little low on pathos now. That I,
So
Come on,
if anybody else would
team.
just love to just hit it with something.
yeah,
Alex,
no,
what- yeah,
I don't
Alex,
have
what
a
is Bronson
weapon.
doing?
he is going to kind of lean around Oliver and poke the entity with the short sword.
Okay. I need you to roll your dexterity plus your melee, please, for this entity.
Quick question: Did
Alright.
anybody bring the heretic bow or the sweeping eastern axe from the haunt? Do we have
Nope.
those weapons?
Nope.
No. I mean, my strength is not terrible. My brawling is low, but I mean, I could still swing an axe, I guess.
I didn't realize I was still on mute. I have a spare weapon. I have a worn dagger that I can lend you. How is your dexterity?
Dexterity's 3.
How's your melee?
Where is that? Melee is 0.
Okay, so maybe this is not a good thing for you. How
Yeah.
is your firearms?
Yeah.
0.
Okay, and how is your... Let's see. How is your strength?
Strength is 3.
Okay. Well, I have a regal fencing saber that I can let you borrow. It is difficulty to hit 5, damage is strength plus 3. I also have a worn dagger that is... Where'd you go? Oh, behind me. The difficulty to hit is 4. It is dexterity plus melee. Damage is strength plus 1. But it can be concealed under a tunic or a cloak. And it can be thrown as a projectile, but I'd prefer you didn't since I'm lending it to you.
I guess I'll take the sword. That one does more damage, right?
Yep. I'm lending you the sword.
Being able to attack something without having to spend my pathos, because I literally had no physical attacks.
Right. And I do pretty good without weapons myself, so...
In the meantime, how did you do, Alex?
Assuming I'm looking for a 5, which is how I think I read that, I got 1 success. Because I kept getting 10s and 1s.
Yeah, you're looking for 6s, but how'd you do?
If I'm looking for 6s, then no.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm looking for 6s, what does the difficulty on the sword mean?
6.
I'm using the short sword.
Okay.
So it says difficulty 5. So,
oh, it does. 1 second, let me just pull that up really quick. That might be my mistake.
No, I was legitimately asking because I never really understood how the weapon stats work. So
Nope. Difficulty 5. You're correct.
Okay, so I still only got 1 success. So unless it botched its defensive roll, I'm still.
It did not. Nope, it did not. So the moment that you swing at it, it just kind of like moves right out of the way, very, very haphazardly. It looks very interested in Oliver at this point. So, does anyone else, Arwen or Josie, want to take an action against this entity as they see it scrape into Oliver and tear out his corpus?
You know what?
With the swing.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can't really help from here, so I will cast Befuddle again on this guy to see if I can get him to forget he's attacking.
Okay.
7d10, difficulty, is it 7 or 8 this time?
I am checking because you do not have boots on.
Right, I'm saying I cast it earlier, but I don't know if that difficulty reset because it's, attack.
It did not reset, unfortunately.
Damn. Okay, so difficulty 8.
So, difficulty 8, intelligence plus pandemonium.
Yep, 7d10. Let's see if I can not botch at the very least. And I didn't botch at the very least, but I also didn't help. Sorry.
Okay. Nothing seems to occur. You have spent your pathos towards it. You kind of extend your arm and hand towards it to create an effect, and the entity will kind of tilt its head towards you with a and nothing happens. And nothing seems to happen. Arwen, you are the only character left who has not taken an action.
Yes.
Would you like to do anything?
Yes. If I am able to, can I hop off of Vash's back, weave around Vash, Bronson, and Oliver to then attack?
Let's see here. 1, 2,
See,
3.
The floor is really slippery, so you should just jump off and then just slide in between all of us.
Unfortunately, Nicole, Oliver is directly in your way for you to be able to attack. But you can get past both Vash and Bronson to get there. But Oliver is directly in the way for you to slash and attack with. You can draw your weapon if you want to, but unfortunately, Oliver is in the way.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. I'll draw my weapon, and I am ready to attack.
Okay, sounds good. You draw your weapon.
Technically, if Arwen was still on Vash as a backpack, couldn't he just run around and have her be a mounted sword on his back?
Playing chicken with this
I wanted to do that, actually.
Yeah. So, narratively speaking, what does Oliver do the moment that he's been slashed across the chest by this entity.
I want to draw my sword and hack it, and it's just kind of swing at its head, torso, neck area, and just,
Okay.
cut it up.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. This will be your saber, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Rob, I need you to roll your dexterity and melee, please.
Okay. 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
Four successes.
You said 4?
Yes.
Okay. 4 successes beats my 0 successes. So, with that in mind, Rob, what is your strength?
3.
Okay. You will deal 8 damage to this entity in front of you, and it will kind of like fall and hit back against the wall, kind of knocking itself asunder, and it'll fall down in front of you. It looks like it's not going to be lasting much longer, but it is slowly starting to kind of like piece itself back together again. You'll just hear this voice echo and say, "Not done quite yet, no." And it will start to kind of like fall back into piece by piece, but it is still knocked asunder down on the ground. It will lose its turn and action at this point in time because of the amount of damage that you have dealt to it. In the meantime, Vash, is there anything you'd like to do?
Yes, I was thinking it might be my turn now. So,
Yeah.
since it seems like it's almost dead, and the next person to hit it will probably kill it, I'm gonna go ahead and do I'm gonna do my self-loathing, and since it's just sitting there, putting it back self together, I'm gonna divert all of its attention and conflict towards me, since
Okay.
I'm actually kind of technically in the room away from it, but it is in my field of vision, and see if I can get a couple of pathos back.
Okay. Do you want to do a taunt to kind of like taunt it towards you?
I don't see anything like specific on my spell book. All I can see is under passions, it says self-loathing, divert all attention and conflict towards myself.
Ooh, that's
Yeah. So I can allow you to taunt
Okay.
as an action, and you can taunt the enemy towards you, and it'll
Yeah.
be like more interested in you.
Yeah.
As it's
I'm gonna be like, come on, what do you got?
Sounds good.
Myles.
Yes.
Is Lashad not joining us for this?
Lashad is joining you. Myles is a little bit behind on that and is trying to locate Lashad. There he is. Okay.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, right.
Right.
So let me get that taunt. There we go. Chuck, I need you to roll your manipulation plus expression. And difficulty is going to be 6.
Feel good about this. 6 successes with 2 10s.
Okay. Can you explode your 10s?
I don't know, can I?
What is your... Sorry, I just closed the book. Because of course I did. Pulling up the right page.
Which Argos is this? Or not Argos. Which Archon?
Oh no, this is just... Yep, this is just a regular taunt.
Oh, okay.
Chuck, what is your manipulation at?
Manipulation's 5.
You can explode your 10s, so reroll 2d10 for me.
I got 7.
No, it's
Okay.
no successes because it's a 2 and a 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's
2.
okay. Nope, you're okay. You still have 6 successes. The entity, after it's been knocked around and upset by the slashing that it and the backhandedness that it has taken from Oliver, it is now very distracted by you and very interested in wanting to rip your throat from your neck the moment that it sees you.
Mission
So,
accomplished.
yeah, right? So, you may now roll your 3d10 for me.
Is there a difficulty?
6. And your shadow will be rolling too.
Oh, 0 successes.
Okay. And 2 successes from your shadow. So because of that roll, your shadow will gain 2 points of temporary angst. And you will gain nothing. And you'll feel this sinking sensation in your stomach of like, oh, was that the right decision? I feel like that might have been the wrong decision. I don't feel really good about this. In fact, I feel really bad about this. And your shadow just goes, good, this is good. You're doing well. Keep it up. I like it.
Great.
I love it. Anytime you want me to fix things up around here, you let me know, okay?
For now, no.
Alex, Bronson, is he doing anything?
Yeah, so is the entity still on its back, or did it use its turn to get up?
It looks like it's going to take 1 turn for it to get up. It is still working on its way of getting up.
Alright, yeah. I'm gonna stab it with the short sword again.
Okay. Roll your dexterity plus your melee, please.
If I'm looking for 5s, that's 6 successes.
All right. And your strength is 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The moment you stab down into it with your sword, the moment that it is trying to reform and pull itself back up in order to attack and finish the job it started, it will immediately just fall into dust and particles and pieces. And it will dissipate into the ground itself, melting.
Well, that's good news.
Yes.
Arwen's gonna look at Oliver and be like, why do you keep going forward?
Well, I mean, we have to go past them.
Yeah, but let someone, in Argos, stealth something, but you just keep going.
Man's got places to be.
I am hanging back here waiting for Vash to walk by, which is going to take a minute because he just took by a break, but I plan to hand him the saber since I'm doing pretty okay without weapons for now. And I still have the dagger.
Noted.
So,
Yeah.
but
Noted.
I
I will move the saber over to Vash.
yeah.
So that he has a melee weapon in case he needs to use one.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything I can do with my points in medicine to, like, patch up Oliver? Because he got hit pretty hard, right?
It
No.
looks like somebody needs to either
Coughless shot.
invoke some kind of moliate against him or usury.
It was only too superficial.
Oh, for some reason my brain was conflating the damage you did to it for the damage it did to you. So I thought it had hit you for like 8 points of damage. I'm like, that's not gonna feel good.
No.
No, I hit it for that.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
We'll just say that I did because it'll take him a minute to get back, I guess. But I will walk down here so that, illumination! And then I will also bring up the
Mhm.
map.
Okay.
Oh, we've
Want me
got
to
to
reveal that
Yeah,
for. Yeah.
this one's fine. Hooray! And then this one is also fine, but there's a thing. And I want to look down at this. Like, not... Oh, shit, I forgot about that. But that's okay. I want to look down... Chuck, I lent you my saber, so that is now in your inventory for now.
Thank you very much. I will take care of
You
it.
better. And I want that back when we get back to the hunt. Anyway,
I'm just gonna hit
have-
bad, evil things with it for a while and give it right back.
sounds good. And be careful for the crystal behind you. I'm looking down in this. What is this? A well?
You have Argos, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I do have Argos.
Okay, then yes, fine. I was gonna say it might not be the best person to look out down the well if you can't fly, but if you can fly, then that's.
In fact, I have how many dots of Argos? I have 2 dots in Argos. So I'm not like getting down into it. I'm just standing there and looking into it.
Okay.
How much would it? No. Yes. Okay. Do I have enough? Can I use honeyed tongue, or is that a no?
Against Bronson?
Yes.
You
may use-
Please.
You may
Do
use
I-
honey tongue.
Do
One
I
second.
have?
I need to pull that up for a second.
I may not be able to.
Unfortunately, Rob, you cannot activate honey tongue at this moment.
Okay. Lucky.
In due time, though.
I think you knew what I was gonna do, though.
I'm not sure, but I have suspicions.
You know, you could activate Devil's
Uh,
Dare.
No, that's at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, Myles has let me activate in the middle of one.
So, Jay,
Yes.
I need you to roll either your straight up strength or your straight up Argos
Oh.
as you gaze down into this well.
All right, strength or Argos. There you are. I've got 2 Argos and I've got 3 strength, so I'm gonna roll 3 strength.
All right.
3d10. Oh, I hope I'm looking for 7 and better.
7 and better.
Then yes.
2 successes. There is a strong choline wave that kind of like pulls you in, almost like a Nile would for someone who is close to the tempest, and it is trying to pull you inward, and you just kind of like pull yourself back over by Bronson before it's too late, and you just kind of like fall backward onto your lower region before you have a chance to kind of calculate what the heck happened, and you just kind of like look at it like, wow, that sucked,
But
literally. And so, Jay, roll a d10 for me.
hooray! Oh, 1d10. I got a 3. I have a feeling I'm gonna be running.
Shit.
Hooray! All right, I'm dodging first.
Yep. Dexterity plus dodge, please.
Let me double check my dex. It's 3. Okay, so 40-10. Roll.
Good question. Can I assist on a dodge? Like help push someone out of the way if I have dodge or something like that?
You can, but it might be throwing yourself into the point of danger and could get damaged as
Yeah,
well.
don't do that.
That's fine. I'm gonna assist.
Are-
I'm gonna
Are
assist.
you really? Okay, so I'm rolling 5d10?
Yes.
With assistance from Rob, yes.
All right. And difficulty 7?
Difficulty 7.
Oh, thank God. I still got 2 successes and they're both 10s, if that makes a difference.
Okay. Rob, I need you to roll your dexterity plus dodge.
Okay. Where did? I lost it because it was on the bottom. Okay, I got it.
That's what she said.
There's 2 successes in all.
Okay. Rob, you'll push Josie out of the way just in time, but you will also be slashed and attacked by this entity as well that has emerged from the ice and attacked her.
Okay.
Okay.
I sent you a message, by the way.
Okay. No worries. Rob, roll your straight up dexterity, by the way.
Okay. 1 success.
Okay. The good news is you only receive 2 points of superficial damage from the clawing of this creature against you. There seems to be a pattern going on, and everyone seems to notice it as your character seems to be repetitiously attacked by these entities emerging from the ice. So again, you will take 2 points of superficial damage to your corpus from the entity. And yeah, that will happen. Next, I believe it is Chuck. Is there anything Vash would like to do after he sees this happen?
I guess I'll go ahead and well, I'm not close enough to hit it with the sword, am I?
You are, yes.
Oh, well,
You can 1, 2. Actually, you are just short of it. It looks like you might be attacking either Bronson or Oliver. If you try to move closer to it, you can move closer if you want to, but they're going to be just in your way to attacking it. Unfortunately.
okay. Can I hit it with a keening?
Could
Yeah.
you take?
What kind of keening would?
Could you also?
What kind of keening would you like to use?
You could also get
So
closer. Take 1 move to get closer and hit it next turn.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, the closest you can go is right here next to Josie or right here next to Bronson.
All right, so I'm going to step forward. Does that take my turn, or do I still get to do something?
You still get to do something.
I guess I'm going to do another crescendo. Let's just kill this thing.
Okay. Crescendo. Done deal. Man, you love spending pathos, don't you?
I mean, I feel like that. Like, that's why I keep trying to get it back, you know? Like,
yeah.
I need to be refilling my magazine as I'm dealing damage, but nothing is hitting me.
That's true. Chuck, I need you to roll your stamina plus your keening, which I believe is a 5.
Yep.
Difficulty 8.
So I got 4 successes with one
wow.
10.
Nice.
And I explode 10s, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 1d10.
Yes.
Did not get the explode.
Okay.
I got 4 successes.
No worries. With 4 successes, 1 second, I need to mark another temporary angst for your shadow, who is smiling ferociously at this. With 4 successes, the entity is forced back into the wall with a crescendo that you blast upon it. It appears to have fallen apart into pieces and desecrated just small amounts on the ground. It is slowly starting to like pull itself back together again, but you can still hear a voice coming from it saying like, I'm not done yet. Oh, you're mine. You're mine. I will not quit just quite yet.
I say to the other guys, this thing's been hit a couple of times and it keeps repairing itself. Do you think maybe this thing is just like not killable? Maybe we should run to the next room.
Bronson,
while,
I don't think it's the same creature, though, is it?
It's a different one. Bronson, do you want to do anything? Alex?
Yeah. So, hearing Vash say that, Bronson's just gonna be like, "Good beat. I'm gonna kill it anyway."
Your shadow says, "Attaboy."
I fully support your idea.
and then I'll make smashies with the short sword again.
Okay. Dexterity plus your melee. Difficulty 5. How'd you do?
I'm working on it.
Oh.
That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
All right. You definitely hit. What is your strength again? 2?
2.
Okay. Before it is allowed an opportunity to stand, it falls apart immediately and just starts to melt and desecrate into the ice itself and melt away. And you just hear this voice go, as it disappears into the ground itself, completely destroyed. You guys are out of combat.
I mean, next time if you want me to not stab it, I can not stab it, but
I say to Alex's character, good work, man. I recognize your hard work. And does that proc my pride so I can get some pathos back?
Unfortunately, no, it does not. So, my goodness, Rob, you just love getting hit, don't you?
yeah, he is our face pull, apparently.
Every time I look at Rob, this is what if everyone's looking at the screen, this is what I see from Rob. So,
hey, Oliver, man, you want to let me go first this time since I'm invisible and you keep getting hit in the face?
Well, haven't you attacked things by now? You're not invisible.
It doesn't say that it goes away just because you die.
Is that true? Myles?
He appeared. You look back at him, and it appears that you can see him clearly. He thinks he is still invisible, but after he has attacked, he has made himself visible to you.
Okay,
and you still, yeah.
Like I don't have the books, and even like where the books were, it was never especially clear how that worked. So
No worries.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I genuinely thought that might be the case. I was just operating on the like typical invisibility in most role-playing games, like
Sure.
Well,
video game solution, where as soon as you attack, it goes away. But
well, that's how I had been thinking about it too. But then I had like reread the like right now I'm looking at the wiki page for it because I don't have the book on this computer, and it just doesn't say.
Question.
Well, wait. The book does say enshrouded wraiths can act on others even violently without being revealed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Was that the book did say something that made me think, oh, I can attack while being all sneaky. But
I'm pulling up.
Whatever the DM rules, I'm fine with it either way.
I was going to say, right now it seems that Bronson's enshroud is starting to dissipate, maybe over because time has passed ever since he cast it, and he has to recast it in order to maintain his enshroud. But right now he's like staring just directly at Oliver, and Oliver looks back at him and saying, you're visible right now, right?
Each success.
he was. Oh, sorry.
Josie, you wanted to say something?
The book says each success allows the wraith to remain enshrouded for a turn. So it doesn't matter if you attack or not. It's the timer ran out, essentially.
Correct.
Okay, I thought Enshroud was like most of the other Arcana where it's just for a scene. So, okay, that's good to know. Thank you, guys.
If you were invisible and said, hey, why don't you let me go first? I would have said, I thought you were going first.
I mean, for right now, Bronson still believes that he's invisible because his player's an idiot. So
I like that. That's a great botch on that would be great for a botch on that roll. You're invisible. And then just for the rest of the game, you think you're invisible when you're not.
Okay.
I'll creep up a little.
Yeah. Rob, roll a d10 for me. God damn it.
Yeah.
4.
All right. My God.
Yes.
Right? Rob, roll your dexterity plus dodge.
Got it this time.
Yeah, of course you do.
2 successes.
2 successes. All right. Sounds good to me.
Honestly, you probably should let Bronson just face pull, because I have a bigger pool of die for that roll.
Okay.
I have more stamina, I think, though.
Rob, roll your straight
probably.
up. Rob, roll your straight up stamina for me, please.
See?
Alex, I sent you the PDF on. Oh, you see it.
2 successes.
All right. Thankfully, maybe you're getting the hang of this. You get no points of damage, even though this entity has outstretched and tried to scrape you across your chest, and it just barely misses you, causing particles to just pass in front of you. Oliver will take no damage from this, but the entity clearly wants to attack you, and unfortunately, Oliver is in the way of any other player from intervening too at this point. So,
can I basically push charge it with my sword into this room so that everyone can then come into the room behind me?
if you are successful, yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to do that.
Okay. So, Rob, I need you to roll your dexterity plus your melee. And this is with your saber, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, rolling.
Okay.
One success.
All right. With one success, you push with your saber as hard as you can after it has tried to take a swing at you. It seems to have burrowed the tips of its feet heavily into the ground. At which point, and it doesn't seem to be moving, so it does not go anywhere the moment you push against it. And it just stares down at you like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And everyone else will notice it's like, oh crap, Oliver is being attacked by this entity, but we can't get to him because we're in the way.
I mean, I could cast Crescendo and force the entity far into the room, but that I would be completely out of pathos.
If you do that, I have usury. I'll try to give you some of my pathos back, transfer it back to you.
All right,
I can also just flicker behind it.
Why don't you try flickering behind it then?
Yeah, because I still have pathos.
Yeah,
I might just end up giving you pathos anyway, seeing as you've used Crescendo quite a bit
Yeah.
already.
Vash, do you want to hold your action at this point?
I would recommend.
Am I within sword range? I think I'm only 3 spaces
You are
away.
not, unfortunately, because of the shortness of the cavern way. There are 2 characters in front of you, and you cannot get past them.
Okay.
I would recommend holding for now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can really do. We're pinned down.
So, Alex, it sounds like you want to use Flicker.
Yeah.
Do you want to take an action after Flicker, or do you just want to Flicker?
For right now, because I would have to split the die pool between both of those, right?
That is correct.
For right now, I think I'm just gonna Flicker to here.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't want to have to split the dice pool on the attack.
Okay. I need you to roll your dexterity plus Argos, difficulty 6.
Seven successes.
Okay. You easily
wish I could split those pools.
You easily teleport yourself to the other side. Next is Josie. Josie, what are you doing?
There's not a whole lot I can do, and I don't want to try Befuddlement again because it's not going to work with a difficulty level of 9. I think I am going to hold my action for now since there's really nothing I can do. But I will probably say something like, Oliver, get back and trade, or try to trade Vash spots, something like that.
Okay. Try, Oliver, try. Nicole, as Arwen, is there anything that you'd like to do? Any actions you'd like to take?
At this point, I don't think so. Just because
Okay.
I can't get near anything, so
Okay.
yep, I'll wait my turn.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I will be taking an action as Lashad.
Ah, excellent.
Mm-hmm. And I will use Keening. Level 4 as well. Not that I am a Chanteur or anything. Okay. So, it will only do 1 point of damage to the entity, but it will push it back just a smidgen. As you will see Lashad look upon this entity and screech to the highest pitch of his volume and ability, causing the entity to retreat back 1 step and take a point of damage from that, and the creature will kind of like hold its head in agony the moment that Lashad does that. So, top of the round again. Entity is still interested in Oliver Berg, and we'll take a step forward again. One second. I'm addressing some shadows.
I'm gonna wait. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Shadow. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do Devil's Dare. Yeah.
Devil's Dare.
So,
Yep.
hey Arwen, I dare ya to go and just go straight forward to the next ice crystals we see and activate all of them.
Wait. You want me to run forward
Not
and activate all the ones in the scene?
all the enemies in the future. You've seen the map, right?
Yes. So just this map or the next map too? I just want to make sure I'm getting this clear.
You know what? Just this map. There's only like 3 more, right?
All right. I guess.
Okay.
No self-preservation for me. Let's go.
Jay, I need you to privately send me a message. You have up to 6 to write me for this Devil's Dare. Up to 6. Done.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. All right. Arwen, you accept?
I accept.
Okay. Sounds good to me. In the meantime, the entity appears to be very interested in Oliver Berg and will slash forward, almost trying to impale him with its claws. Wow, that's a really good roll. Okay. Rob, roll your stamina for me.
Come on, meat shield.
2 successes.
You said 2?
Yes.
Okay. Thankfully, you will only receive 1 point of superficial damage from this entity slashing across you with both of its claws, angrily. And yeah, that takes its action. Rob, you get your action next after it is slashed across to you. What do you want to do? It looks like it's injured you.
Can I like do I guess I want to try what I did last time and sort of push it into the room.
Does your shadow have anything to say about this?
Does my shadow have anything to say about this?
Your shadow would love to offer you like a couple of dice.
How many?
Maybe 2 dice.
Okay, I'll take
Yeah.
that. Sure, that sounds reasonable.
Dexterity plus your melee, plus 2 from your shadow with shadow dice.
Three successes.
Any ones?
No.
Okay.
Oh, you're not going to feed the shadow?
I think you've had enough.
Yeah.
So with your shadow's help, everyone will notice Oliver will just become incomparably powerful and just like push with not only his sword, but also just all of his might as this entity just gets pushed backwards several feet in front of you, allowing the group to disperse if they need to. And Oliver can take 2 more steps if he wants to. 1,
Sure. Yeah, I was
2.
gonna ask if I could
Yep.
push in.
That's 2 steps. Do you want to take a third?
If I can, yeah.
Yeah, you may. Okay, that's a third. Next is Vash. Vash, you may take up to 3 steps and take an action if you want to.
So it looks like 1, 2, 3. I won't be able to get right up to it, but I was gonna use maybe Leap of Rage
Oh,
and smash it with my saber that I just got.
yeah. So that's 2 separate actions.
Oh.
But that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. So what is your dexterity plus melee, out of curiosity?
That would be a 3 plus melee is nothing.
Okay.
I mean, that kind of not a very good attack, but I'm running low on pathos, so
No, I get it. So basically, Chopkey will get a dice pool of 3 to use your Leap of Rage, and you will get a dice pool of 3 to strike the entity. Does that make sense?
just tell me what to roll.
Roll 3d10 to Leap of Rage.
Is there a difficulty on that?
Difficulty is a 6 because you have boots on.
All right, first roll coming up. 0 successes.
Okay. You stand within your place, and you kind of like, you expect the enemy to be in front of you, and you kind of like swing the weapon that you have in front of you, and you're just like, swing and a miss. No
Nice.
point in that. Yeah.
Man.
Alex, does Bronson do anything?
Bronson does do things.
Okay.
And he's gonna poke it with his sword.
Oh, wow. Okay.
In what way is that surprising? It's literally what he's been doing this whole time.
Seems to be working, right?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah. Dexterity plus your melee, please.
So that's 2 successes.
2 successes, okay. The moment that you kind of like slam your sword down onto this entity, it will immediately fall apart and fly down for a moment. And it seems to be just kind of like picking itself back up again and reassembling itself. You'll hear a voice coming from it saying like, "You wretches, I will have everything down here. You are nothing." And it will just try to reassemble itself, but it looks like it's lost a turn from that hit that you've given it. So, Jay, does Josie do anything at this point?
Well, I'm still pretty stuck here, aren't I? I've got 2 people between me and the critter.
I was
think
gonna
you
say,
can move through friendlies, right?
if you want to run, Josie, you can make it like 5 paces forward.
No, I meant like because
but you don't
I've got 2 people in front of me, I literally cannot move here unless it's because this one is open that I can move there.
You can run past them, but it counts as part of your, movement.
Okay.
So, moving past Lashad is 1, moving past Vash is 1, and then 3, and then you can do 4 and 5 if you want. But then that's your
That
action.
is indeed my action.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I think you can open up the map a little more, can't you?
I certainly can. While we're doing that, Nicole, it is your turn. Do you want to do anything while you're standing out there?
Well, I like to dash,
No.
but I don't know where I'm going anymore.
We've been eaten by the void.
I think you're running in front of the...
Roll 20 is
Flashlight
acting.
went out.
Roll 20 is acting a little weird right now.
Who turned the lights out?
And it was at this moment that the batteries in the flashlight
Or
died.
not the lights. Oh, hey, I think your shadow says you should run in front of them so that you make sure you activate them before the others do.
I'm trying. I want to dash.
Okay, so that's actually a good point. We don't need to address it right now, but it is something I've thought about. If you take a devil's dare and it becomes like impossible for you to achieve that dare, do you still take the loss of willpower?
You certainly do.
Okay.
Well, but the dare has to be possible at the time it's made by the Wraith, right?
Well, right. Like, it has to be possible when it's made. But so the dare that she took was to activate all of the rest of the traps on this level. And so, like, if one of us activated it, then that's basically dooming her to lose temporary willpower.
Yeah.
I mean, that's up to Myles, but I wouldn't consider that a failure. I would say if they're activating every trap you didn't activate yourself, I would think that would still count as living up to the dare.
So Nicole, as Arwen, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 paces forward without taking an action. So you'll be just a little, right there next to Josie, but you have no action. And right now it seems like none of the ice figures have taken any notice of like what's going on right now. There's still an entity that is injured and trying to like get up and attack, but nothing has happened in this room.
Can I, while running, can I say something?
You may say something, yes.
Okay. I'll say, nobody move!
Okay. Oh, that's gonna suck for everybody. Just saying.
If they
but
follow my instructions, but they may
that makes
do
it very
they want.
Yeah, that makes it very interesting for me, actually. So, at this point in time, let's see here, 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alrighty, he just disregarded my instructions.
Yes, he did. Nothing happens though.
He is a renegade.
He is a renegade.
That is true.
That is true.
And not my friend.
Oh my God, Nicole, you're
What'd
breaking
you
my
say?
heart.
I
You're
didn't hear
breaking
what you
my heart,
said.
Nicole. All right. 1, 2. Okay. Rob, I need you to roll your dexterity plus dodge, please.
Is it the enemy attacking?
The enemy is attacking you right now. Yep.
The question, if he was knocked prone, does he lose his attack this round, or was he not knocked prone?
It seems to be his turn. He has gotten up and he is now attacking.
Oh, so he was able to make the attack. Okay.
Yep. He is faster than all of you.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but what I mean is, wouldn't he be knocked down and miss this turn?
Nope. He seems to be fully active.
Okay.
Yep.
You don't ask, you don't get. I figured I'd
Nope.
ask. 1 success in all. 2 successes minus 1.
Roll your stamina for me, Rob.
I don't know why he's so mad at me. I didn't kill him with a greatsword. 2 successes.
Okay. You will take 2 points of superficial damage from this entity as it slashes into you with a vengeance, as if wanting to rip into you even more than it did last time. And it succeeds, causing 2 more points of superficial damage against you. Rob, you've just taken 2 more damage from this entity, and it is starting to irritate you. What would you like to do?
I would like to cause some superficial damage of my own.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Would you like some help with that?
But I don't know. What are you offering?
Well, I was thinking I could give you another two dice.
Yeah, I'll roll those dice.
What are you doing, by the way,
It's
Rob?
loading. It's loading. Well, is he still down on the ground or is he up?
No, he's up
Okay, I was just gonna do like an overhand slash at him.
with your saber.
Yes.
Okay.
I got 3 successes in all.
Okay.
4 with a 1, so 3.
Okay. You succeed. And your strength is
3.
3. Okay. The moment you kind of like show your vengeance upon this creature with your heretic saber. By the way, no ones, correct, Rob?
I did get 1/1.
You did get 1. Okay. Let me feed your shadow really quick. Alex, you bastard.
Why? I was very specific about the number of dice that I offered him.
Yes. All right. With a motion of vengeance, Oliver Berg will slash back with his saber against the entity, causing it to not only just peel apart, but just kind of go flying against the wall that is nearest by and fall apart, causing it to dissipate and dissolve into the wall itself, causing it to not exist. Arwen will take a quick notice that Oliver Berg has completely ignored your social soliloquy. So you may react as you wish to. We are out of combat, but yeah, Arwen will notice. Oliver did not listen to her.
Okay, in that case, I'm running. I am booking it, and as I'm running, I'm just gonna be like, "You both are jerks" to the renegades, and then try to
Am I
activate
supposed to
this
let it
guy.
attack me?
All right, Nicole, roll a d10 for me.
Right?
I hope they don't activate and you have to punch them with your fists and it doesn't do anything.
Oh no!
Okay. Nicole, nothing happens.
Wait.
The ice remains the same.
And so
like-
something has to come out in order for the dare to work.
I guess you're just.
You're like standing in front of it, like, come on, do something, motherfucker! And
You're
nothing
just
happens.
gonna have to cut it
Just
with your
run over
sword.
here and just kick it.
Looks
Okay.
like that wraith gave you the cold shoulder.
Rob, no.
Meanwhile, Bronson has not moved a single muscle since she yelled for nobody to move.
That's easy to do when you're not having a wraith clawing at you or a specter clawing at you.
Don't worry,
Nicole-
Alex. In Arwen's heart, she's like, "I love Bronson. He actually listens to me."
He
Nicole,
was afraid
roll-
that he had stepped on a landmine or something. It had
Nicole-
nothing to do with you.
Nicole, roll a d10 for me.
Come on. Yes. I got one.
Oof. Nice. Nicole, roll your stamina for me, please.
My stamina.
Straight up
All
stamina.
right. 0 successes.
Okay. For your stamina?
Yes.
Okay. Nicole, you will take 5 points of superficial damage from this entity. And yeah, you are completely knocked down at this point. You cannot react to this. You cannot take an action to this. You are just completely just overwhelmed by the amount of damage that you've taken. Quite frankly, out of arrogance. And Arwen will go flying next to Oliver Berg. At which point, which Oliver might have mixed reactions to.
Arwen will just look up and go, "You can move now."
Oliver, what would you like to do after you see this entity take 5 points of corpus damage out of Arwen?
I'm gonna move around Arwen to put myself between her and the entity, and then start pushing her away.
Okay. That's it?
Can I attack it as well?
You certainly may.
Okay, well then I'll do that if I can.
Okay. You're using your saber?
Yes.
All right. Dexterity plus your melee, please. Difficulty
3
6.
successes.
All right. What's your strength again?
3.
3?
Mhm.
Okay. You, as soon as you notice that Arwen has been damaged by this entity, you just kind of skim forward and slash down with both of your. Oop.
What was that?
Yep. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You slash down with your saber as hard as you can, causing a massive amount of damage to this entity. It will fall apart and slowly start to assemble itself back together again, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. So it looks like other wraiths are able to take action if they want to, but you just hear its voice say, "You wretch! You don't understand what is coming for you. Oblivion opens its eye." At this point in time, Vash may take action.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt another damage spell. I'm going to use my keening. Instead of crescendo this time, I'm going to attempt a Songs of the Living. See how that is different.
Ooh.
See what that does.
Yeah, let me take a check.
So just a quick thing. Can I use Freudian slip in reaction to something else, or would that need to wait for my turn?
It will probably have to wait until next time.
Okay.
Yep. So, second,
I've got 3 pathos left. Is that enough to cast the spell?
I am going to check for you.
In hopes that Rob can, help me out after this.
One moment. So, tell me again the spell you're using.
Songs of the Living. Vash can fill a song with the life and use it to damage a specter.
Oh, shit. You're going to make me pull out that book, huh?
Hey, man. I'm doing my job. You do yours.
Yeah, right? Oh, man. I didn't think I'd have to pull out this book today. That's awesome.
So many books.
Too many. Oh,
I feel like there's at least 5.
I got to a couple of websites where I was trying to download the PDF of the rule book, but they all seem to be either broken or scams or being blocked by my antivirus.
Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. This is gonna suck. So, Chuck, I need you to roll your charisma plus your keening, which is 5. Difficulty 8.
Oh.
Wow. And this is gonna suck for me.
If you want
Your
to,
shadow,
you can ask for...
your shadow will chime in and say, "Oh, never mind."
I was about to
So
say
I
the
got-
same thing.
I got 4 successes, but you said it was charisma, right? Not.
The roll was your charisma, correct?
Okay, so I don't have 5 charisma, so my 2 10s don't explode, but I still got 4 successes.
You have 4 charisma.
You can explode 4. Like, if you have 4 in the base stat, you can also explode that.
Oh. Anyway, I got 4 successes with 2 10s.
Okay. Do you
Oh,
have...
I got a 1. Does that botch one of my 10s?
It does, but if you have a 4 in charisma, you can re-roll those 10s.
Okay, so 2 die. 2 die.
How many
10.
dots of charisma do you have? 4?
Yep.
Okay, then
Okay.
yes.
4. So I got a
Okay.
6 and a 3 on my explosions.
Okay. So what everyone sees, and I need to see how much... Oh my god. So, just a side note for you, Chuck. Vash will be taking... I get your character sheet to load for me. There we go. You will lose 4 pathos, and you will lose 2 points of willpower to cast this. Because it's a level 5 power.
Okay.
Just a heads up. So what everyone will see is there is a moment where Vash will do a ballad that is very similar to what he has done before for all of you, but it seems at this point he is aiming it directly at the entity that is before him as his enemy. Chuck, you will do 3 points of aggravated damage to my entity, and it will burn and like sear in agony and pain, and it will dissipate against the wall as you do so. This kind of takes a little bit out of you, but at the same time, you just kind of like look up and go, well, the deed is done. I'm completely out of pathos at this point, but my goodness.
But since I killed the thing, I can use one of my passions, which is called pride, to get my work recognized and maybe get some of those pathos back.
I think so too, actually. So, roll 4d10 for me.
Coming up. That would be... Oh. Well, you can see it. I don't know what the difficulty was. I got
6.
Okay, so I got 2 successes, one of those being a 10.
All right. You will gain 2 pathos back after that success.
Phew.
Of getting rid of the entity. Everyone will sit in the corridor for a moment after Vash has dissipated the entity that was attacking Oliver and Arwen for just a moment there. And they'll just kind of like sit there in disbelief.
Bronson starts a slow clap.
Are you okay, Arwen?
Yeah, I just, thought I should take a turn. Ow.
Well, maybe don't in the future.
Yeah. Obviously, Josie, I'm sorry, Jay, your Devil's Dare will wear off, but nice job.
So, question, because she did actively try, but did not work, did that finish the Devil's Dare or not?
It completes the Devil's Dare, but she has taken some damage because of it.
I just wanted to make sure that because she did actually try, she still gets the quote-unquote reward. And, her shadow.
Well, the reward is that the Devil's Dare does not go off, so that is her reward.
That's why I said quote-unquote reward. So she doesn't get penalized because even though she tried, it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I guess I should probably go first since I have the light.
Yeah.
So can you expand the map? Please and thank you.
I can.
I'm standing up and following behind.
And thank God it doesn't look like we have any more enemies after this according to the map.
According to the map.
Yeah, well, I do see that there's a treasure to the right, so I'm going to be going that first.
Okay.
Ooh, I want one.
Ooh. Let's
So,
pick the ice and prepare to run.
as Josie is very excited to move on to the next part of the area, there she is met by nothing but ice. Oddly enough,
I kick it.
nothing happens. The ice doesn't seem affected by your kick.
Do I see anything be underneath the ice?
There might be something in there. It is very, very nebulous, and you're not sure if you need to do something in order to get a closer look at it, but it seems very, very much so that there is something there, but you're not sure
Well,
what.
I'm going to.
Anybody get a lighter?
Before I do anything, I'm going to look at the ice that's in the same area, but not directly above the quote or whatever treasure is there, and I'm going to take my dagger and stab it just a little bit to see how tough the ice is.
Okay. Your dagger gets stuck in the ice.
Okay, well, I'm going to pull it out.
While she's
Okay.
doing that, I want to give some pathos to Chuck's character.
Yes.
So
Vash.
Rob,
Yep.
you're using usury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What power?
I forget what it's called. The transference. It's I think it's the level 1 power. It's the only one I have.
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on.
transfer.
Yes. Transfer.
Okay. Okay. Rob, roll your manipulation plus usury. Difficulty 2.
Oh, 2. Nice. Also, I have a thing I want.
Of course, now that we've killed everything on this level,
Oh, we've got next level.
I'll need it for the next level, though. Yeah.
Speaking of pathos, when he's done with that, I want to roll my passion of Victoria survive.
5 successes.
Ooh, nice.
How many successes, Rob?
5.
Okay. How much pathos do you want to transfer over to Vash?
Currently have 2.
I'll give him 4.
Ooh.
That leaves me with half my pathos.
Okay. Done. Let me transfer that over to Vash so he has some pathos to use.
And when he's done with that, I want to roll my passion Victoria survive to see another day, because got through this whole map. Got through all the enemies.
Okay. Chuck, by the way, you are full on pathos right
Nice.
No, I only had 2. He gave me 4, so I already adjusted it. I didn't realize you were going to adjust it too.
now. Okay. So you're currently at 4?
Yep.
6.
Okay.
Well, no,
Thank you.
I currently have 6, and I
You
just
currently have 6 to use.
Yes.
Okay.
Chuck,
Thank you.
Can I roll
Appreciate
a
it.
passion?
Chuck, just let Myles do the adjustments, because he does that for everybody, and it's easier if you just let him do the thing.
okay. I'll stop doing that. Yeah.
Good.
Sorry about that.
Nope, you're good. You're good. I appreciate it. Jay, what did you
Roll
want
my
to do?
passion Victoria survived to see another day, got through this entire map, and survived all the enemies.
Okay. 1 second. Let me pull up your character sheet for myself.
I'm hoping you'll let me to do this
Okay.
this time and next map as well, because, I will need that pathos for fighting.
Roll
Will do.
3d10 for me.
Oh!
So, can you roll patch?
What?
I was gonna say, can you roll passions once a session or once a scene?
Once a scene.
Okay, then I'd like to roll one of my passions as well. But
Sure.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I
Pathos.
did. I don't botch passions, though, right? Thank God,
No.
I got nothing. Whew.
Okay. Sounds good. Rob, you said you wanted to roll a passion?
Yeah. Building a new family, hopeful.
Okay. 1 second. Roll 4d10 for me.
Difficulty 6.
What is your... Are you wearing boots? No, you're not. Difficulty 7.
But I'm floating.
Then yes, difficulty 6.
I have a couple other passions I'd like to try, if you'll let me. 3, nice.
Hold on a sec. Ignore that last roll because I can't explode
Oh.
a roll. So that's going to be 2 successes.
Okay. You'll gain 2 pathos back. And to answer your question, Jay, if that is the case, you will not get to interact with any of the treasures that are going on in the room right now because you're more focused on your passions.
Gotcha. I thought
Does that make sense?
I thought you were saying that I couldn't get them this level and I had to do something else. So then yeah, I will look around instead.
Nope. Yeah. Okay. No worries. I believe Alex, you wanted to roll one of your passions?
Well, yeah. So I was gonna roll on proving myself in combat.
Okay.
Certainly did that.
And then, but also I wanted to see if there was a way that I could roll either like enigmas or investigation to figure out a way to get inside the ice that I'm looking at. So
To get what?
to get at whatever is inside of the ice to my left.
Yeah. Enigmas would be appropriate. First, roll your passion. 4d10 for me.
Well, that is 3 successes.
Okay. You'll gain all your pathos back at this point in time. Next, I need you to roll your perception plus your enigmas.
One dot in enigma, I'd like to help you.
Hey, Shadow, you want to give me an assist on this?
Oh,
I'm giving you one.
Yeah, I figured it was... Okay.
I'm
Anybody else have enigmas?
yes, I'm giving you 1 dot of enigma.
Yes,
Oh.
anyone else that has enigma that wants to
Oh,
help.
nobody had acknowledged.
Sorry, I have none.
I do, but am I able to still roll a passion while helping, or no?
No, you cannot.
Okay, then I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I
And
figure putting pathos, getting pathos back in people is more important. So.
unfortunately, Lashad has 0 in enigmas, so he cannot assist.
I cannot assist either.
And that's perception and enigmas?
Yep. Sounds like get a +1 from Josie.
Yep. So that is still going to be 3 successes.
All right. So, Bronson will get the idea that something that is in the powers of the Shadowlands, such as fire or the presence of fire from some kind of essence, will cause this ice to melt and reveal what is on the other side. Right now, you guys have no torch, you have no flame, you have an artificial
God damn
battery
it.
flashlight.
It's
But-
my time to
Is it-
shine, y'all. I have death's touch. I can start
Nice.
fires.
That is way less expensive than my wildfires.
It's a level 4 outrage spell.
Yeah. So, as Vash is preparing to use his power on this ice to reveal what is beyond, we will take a dinner break. Everybody.
Hooray!
Oh wait, hey Myles, can I still try the passion thing first?
You may. Thank you. Which passion, by the way?
Well, first I wanted to
For
ask
Arwen.
if, because I'm technically full, but if I roll a passion and use exchange rate, can I use that pathos and turn it into this or no?
Oh, yeah.
You can use pathos first before using your passion.
Oh, okay. Then
So, how much damage do you want to heal?
3.
3?
Yes.
Okay. I have healed you 3 points of damage. You may now roll your passions.
Okay. I was gonna do the live as I never lived before since I decided to, go against some ice and The Devil's Dare.
Which passion? I'm sorry.
The live as I never lived before.
Okay. Yeah. Roll 3d10 for me.
Okay.
Could I also go ahead?
I think I'm a difficulty 7 because I'm on the ice.
Correct.
So 1 success.
Okay. You will heal 1 point of pathos.
Could I roll being relied upon by others since I helped in the cave and I helped Alex with the enigmas?
Yes, difficulty will be higher though, just a warning.
Difficulty 8.
Difficulty
Even
8.
though it's a different passion? Yeah, well,
Yes.
No reason not to. I'm not going to botch anything. I still got 1 pathos, damn it.
All right. So guys, yeah.
Dinner break, right?
Dinner break for everybody. We will meet back in 1 hour and find out what Vash does to these pillars of ice that are nearby him. And yeah.
I will suggest.
What's up?
I will
Alex?
suggest that given that pathos is a limited resource and it's apparently a 4th level thing, we should be clear about which pieces of ice we're like taking care of first. But that can wait until an hour from now.
Hi, Craig.
Very true. Yep. I am slowly working on that because Craig is a little bit of a stickler.
I was saying that mostly as a
Cool.
Now recording. Okay, Craig. So
Thank you, Craig.
Now destroying.
now destroying. Oh. Now that we are all back together again, the last thing I do recall that was brought up is that our good friend Vash was going to use his level 4 power to melt some of the ice in front of him. Is this correct?
I had a thought about that. I mean, that is where we left off, but I had a thought about that. What are people's opinions on going back to the first enemy that's still on the map that was there but wound up not being especially hostile? Like, I wonder if that might have an effect on like melting some of the additional ice.
Actually, why don't you see how there's some wood and doors and broken pieces of wood in this room? How about I start a fire on the pieces of wood when we pile it up in the middle, and then we'll put half the wood, like kick it over, split it in half and kick it over to one side and kick it over the other.
I mean, you're the only one that has the ability to like directly impact physical objects in the skin lands. So
This is accurate. Lashad
and technically none of us even know that you could do that except for me. So
yeah, Lashad will look to the circle and say, "Well, I can technically pick things up that are on fire and throw them, but only for a small limited amount of time."
Mm.
I mean,
I
didn't you say?
I can light things on fires and I can move things in the Skinlands, but every time I do it, it'll cost pathos, and I don't think I have enough pathos to do it 3 times.
Myles, didn't you say the wood was falling apart whenever we touched it anyway?
Yes.
I don't feel like melting these is the right solution. There's got to be a trick to it.
Why don't we try Alex's idea and see if maybe that non-wraith thing that's still stuck in the ice might have something?
We
Part
could
of
do
me is
that.
wondering. A little part
That
of me
actually
is
makes.
God.
So what's the plan?
So the other idea that I had, and you guys obviously feel free to sanity check this, and it may not even be relevant now, but when we killed the other entities, they all had very dramatic ways of dying, and I wonder what would happen if we like lured one of them to the room with the treasure and then like killed him while he was against the ice.
I like your idea, bud.
I'm also
These
wondering.
are just things I was thinking about.
That's your shadow, by the way. Your shadow likes your idea.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah. So, I just need one volunteer. This will be really brief.
I'll do it.
Okay. Oliver will go back to one of the previous locations and will do everything in his power, including like smacking it with his hands and jumping up and down and, you know, doing all kinds of spooky nature things, and nothing will happen in front of this ice, as if it's like, I really want you to come and emerge out of this ice and attack me. Come on! Come on! Nothing.
Hey,
Nothing
Lashad.
occurs.
Lashad, you have Moliate. Is there any chance you'd be able to try moliating the ice away from this?
I don't think I have that exact specialty. Let me check.
That's fair.
Yeah, and he kind of like recalls some of his previous works that he's done. And he looks to you and it says, No, I don't really have that ability. No, I don't.
I see.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Mhm.
One of the fencing sword that I got from Sister Margaret, does it still have sand on it?
Barely.
Okay. Maybe it might still be enough. Can I use occult to figure out how that works?
Yes, you don't need to roll. It is a ability that is an arcana that you do not possess. So you kind of like study it and you're like, there's an arcana behind this. I don't know what that is though, because I've never studied it before or heard about it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I'll show the saber to the circle and be like, you guys remember Sister Margaret's sword and it was on fire? Well, there's an arcana that you have to use to make it work. I don't know what it is. But if you guys know what it is, then we can set the sword on fire and then bam! We can do what we need to do without having to use an arcana multiple times, maybe?
That sounds like an occult. Someone with occult knowledge might be able to suss that out.
I do have 2
After
dots in
discussing
occult.
it out. Yeah, after discussing it out loud, Nicole, you can roll your intelligence plus your occult plus any assistance from the other players that you gain.
I'll help.
Lashad does not have any occult, so I cannot assist. It sounds like Josie's helping, so you get +1.
Okay, that's
I can
one.
assist.
That's 2.
2.
I have 1 point in occult.
That's 3. Rob?
I have no occult.
Gosh darn it, Rob. Okay, so that'll be 4, 5, 6, plus 3, so 9.
Wow.
With the 10s. Another 10.
Okay.
Okay, difficulty.
6. Are you? Wait, you are not wearing boots.
Yeah, I'm not. It's a
7.
Oh, man. Okay, so that brings me down to 2.
I mean, do you want to borrow my boots before you make the roll?
It's too late.
That's a little technical for this game, but yes.
I've got 2 successes.
With 2 successes, you kind of like discuss this with everybody, and they all kind of come together and congregate with a little bit of a thought process. And you recall there being a certain type of wraith called a sandman. A sandman who works with dreams and can manipulate and change dreams using sand. And you get a sense that Sister Margaret was somebody who used sand to create illusions and powers in front of you that weren't exactly there. But the sand that she would implement would cause it to occur in front of her. Unfortunately, the more you kind of gather around everybody, the more you realize nobody has phantasm.
And
Not a single member has phantasm in this group. And you're like, oh, okay.
Can
At
I
least
pact to doom that?
Yeah. Do you want to, Rob?
I want to offer to. I'm telling. I want to offer to
Alex?
Bronson. Do you want to know
Out of character. Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Phantasm?
What would it cost me?
It costs you 1 permanent angst per dot.
And how many dots of Phantasm would I need?
You don't know.
Well,
We can
that
start
sucks.
with 1 and we'll keep going.
We can start with 1.
That sounds like an even worse idea.
Well, the
I
offer's
think
on the table.
I think I would rather try almost anything other than that.
So,
But
at this point in time, we're kind of back to Vash's offer, where he can basically cast a level 4 power of Outrage to melt a piece of ice. Out of game, Chuck, that will cost you 3 points of pathos per casting, and I believe it gains you a point of angst. Nope, just 3 pathos. So 3 pathos will gain you that firepower. I know that there's another party member in our group who can also create fire.
Yes. Before we do that, Myles.
Oh, hi, Jay.
Hi.
Yes.
The wildfire is also 3 pathos, I think, but I have a different thing. Dark Ether. I think that's core book. Wraith can tamper with light or weather conditions in an area. Would it be possible to cast Dark Ether in this room so that it gets really hot and melts the ice? Or is it going to be illusionary heat and does not melt the ice?
It will be illusionary heat, and if you want to do damage to the ice, you might be damaging your circle as well.
Okay. So basically it's not just it will be heat and it will melt the ice. It will be I am causing damage to the ice somehow.
Correct. Yep, you would have to cause damage to the ice in order to melt it. Your illusion would just kind of sit there and everyone would be like, it's not real. But causing damage, however, might cause the ice to melt, but you would be damaging your circle too. They would feel the temperament of your heat.
Not if I had them leave the room.
we could leave the room.
True. That's up to everyone else if they want to do that or not.
Let me check something real quick. I am looking at the core book to see the difference. Let's see, or the pathos, etc. Let's see.
Yeah.
Which one was it? Pandemonium. Not weird.
So,
Dark Ether. There it is.
Yeah. Intelligence puts Pandemonium, 2 pathos, 1 point of angst, and you would need 5 successes in order to melt the ice.
Oh Jesus!
5 successes, and you do not have boots on, so your difficulty goes up.
Right. So 2 pathos, 1 temporary angst, requires 5 successes. Meanwhile,
And difficulty +1.
oh well, yes, that's going to be the same difficulty regardless. Meanwhile, wildfire, that is going to be, I believe, 3 dots of pathos. Where did I put that one? Oh, is it the Great War?
It is charisma plus Pandemonium, difficulty 8. But difficulty 9, if you are not wearing boots, so difficulty 9. So charisma plus Pandemonium, difficulty 9. And costs 3 pathos and 1 willpower to cast.
Yeah, I'm gonna try Dark Ether first. So I will just tell everybody, okay, here's the deal. I have a 1 craft that could potentially melt the ice. It may not. It will take a however, because I will be attempting to cause because it will be hot enough to melt ice, it could also hurt everybody here, so you would definitely need to leave the room when I cast it. And there's one other trick that I can potentially play, but it's going to be even more expensive. So I want to try this one first.
So
Everyone immediately starts exiting, apparently.
Yup.
another thing to consider before we do any of the fire ways of solving the ice is fire has a tendency to burn the things that are also on fire. So, like, it might melt the ice and then put the thing we're trying to get to on fire. So
Well,
just be mindful of that.
There is that, but the dark ether that I have, I'm simply tampering with the light and weather conditions to make it very hot. To melt the
Bronson
ice.
shrugs and just follows everybody else as they, flee the room.
Arwen, are you staying here?
No, before I leave, I would just suggest maybe standing right here so that you affect both rooms.
That's exactly what I was going to do, actually.
Okay, cool.
But,
Bye.
yeah, I appreciate your consideration. Yes.
All right.
All right. So, everybody cool with me attempting this?
Yeah.
All right.
Jay, it's gonna be your intelligence plus pandemonium.
All right. That's 70-10. Hey, Shadow.
Yep.
Hi.
Do
I'm just checking the difficulty 7.
Do you feel like helping
one.
me? Sorry? One?
But just know you're, a little in danger of helping me out. But I can give you one.
Didn't putting her in catharsis take away a lot of angst?
Yeah. Do you trust your shadow?
Do I trust? No, but I was under the assumption that, it would take more than just one dot of angst away.
Well, so
Then
if
again-
a shadow wants to go into catharsis, they spend 1 point of angst. They have to contend roll against you unless you are willing.
Mhm.
Then difficulty goes down, but once it occurs, the shadow can use their angst to cast Arcanos using their angst instead of your pathos, but you have to trust that your shadow has your intentions in mind. Your shadow can just leave the scene, and you'll be like, what the fuck? I wanted you to cast Dark Ether, and your shadow's like, I don't care.
No, I just thought I was under the impression that it just used more than one dot of angst to go into the catharsis, but
Nope, just one.
okay. Never mind then. So,
Do you want it?
ugh, God. No, but I'm gonna take it anyway because I'm terrified that this is gonna suck. So, alright, I will take your one, I will give you angst. I'm going to try my damnedest to get 5 successes, and I can explode the 10s, thank God. Thank God I'm exploding that 10.
Aw.
Roll 1d10. Damn it. You said difficulty 7, right?
Correct. And did you roll any ones?
I did not, and I only got 3
Okay.
successes.
Okay. Yeah. So you spend your 2 pathos, and you emit a very strong, powerful heat in the room. In fact, everyone in the rooms further down to the south can feel that heat emanating from you, and they can see a large, bright light coming from you. The moment that solar flare from your corpus is done, you kind of look around, and the ice is not affected whatsoever. But you definitely made a very bright, brimming light, and nothing else occurs.
You know what? I think I'm good enough on willpower that I could use 1 willpower to re-roll 3 of those.
Okay.
But if I roll a 1 on this, does that give my shadow ice?
No, it does not, but it just means it's a non-success.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and use a willpower because if I can get 2 successes, I will have melted the ice. So roll 3d10. Fuck. I'm assuming that I can't. Well, could I use 1 more willpower?
No, you cannot.
God damn it. Well, I tried. I only got 1 success though.
Okay, so a total of 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
You start to see drips, like little drops of the ice start to kind of like form like a little bit of condensation on the surface of the ice, but nothing to the point that it would become weaker or you would be able to melt it. And all the characters realize that the ice has not changed and they can re-enter the area if they want to.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
It
guys,
was a
I
good attempt.
tried. Didn't work. Considering how expensive my wildfire is, I'm gonna let our Chanteur try next.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the map here, and it seems that the ice patch on the right already has wood under it.
Okay.
The ice patch on the left has some wood near it. I'm thinking, tell me if I'm mistaken here, I could cast... Oh, no.
As such.
I don't know if I could cast, like, Wraith Grasp. It says Vast may lift objects in the Skinlands. Would that allow me to push the pile of wood on the left close enough to the patch of ice on the left? And then I could stand back and set the whole room on fire.
So, if you hold down the button, you can make a sonar. Sonar for me, Chuck, which piece of wood you were referring to that you want to move?
So this piece of wood is already
Okay.
under the ice.
It is.
This piece of wood is a few feet from it. If I could
Correct.
cast Wraith Grasp and move it to this block,
Mhm.
and then basically just stand in the doorway and set the whole room on fire.
You get a sense that this wood is close enough to the ice that it would cause an effect,
Okay.
regardless if you moved it or not.
All right.
So before we do this, can I make a perception check to have a look at the various pieces of ice to see if I can get a better idea of what's inside of them than Jay was able to?
Certainly. It's going to be perception plus awareness, difficulty 10.
Anybody want to help?
I can help.
I can help. Wait, can I?
Awareness? I don't think I can help with that.
I've got 2 awareness.
Well, you want to help me look in the ice?
Sure.
Sounds like you have assistance from Vash, Arwen, Jay as well.
If I can.
Yeah. I will also lend you one from Lishad, so you get +4.
I can't be mad about that.
Yeah.
Could
The
lend you
purple-
some dice.
Your shadow seems interested too.
I think I'm actually good on this one.
5. I'll give you 5.
No.
How many? The sooner you figure out this ice, the quicker we can get out of here. Take the 5 dice.
Give me 3 dice.
Okay, 3 it is.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Okay, so that sucks. Difficulty 10 is a botch.
Okay. Thank you.
And I get 2 angst.
You do.
Can I use a willpower to re-roll one of those? Or 3 of
You
those,
can
sorry.
you can use a willpower to re-roll 3 dice. Yes.
I'm actually gonna do that.
I'll let my dog back in. Hang on. I'll be right back.
Yep. No worries, man.
Yeah, nope. I'm pretty sure that Godzilla's under the ice.
Okay.
There are in fact 4 Godzillas under the ice in these rooms.
So Bronson will inform the rest of the party that if they wish to break this ice and melt it, he will be met with more enemies. That Fenwick was incorrect in his map making. There are more foes under this ice. There is no treasure to be had. This is bizarre for everyone to hear all at once, but once you see Bronson kind of like back away from the ice with both of his hands saying like, whoa, 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 and everyone else who has assisted him is just like, yeah, man, I saw the same thing. They also back away and go, yeah, that's not good, man. That looks dangerous.
Right, I'm back. What did we see in the ice?
Godzilla's.
Danger. Chuck, everyone sees danger in the ice. It looks like there's more enemies within it. And whoever gave you the map with treasures underneath has lied to you. Oliver, you're the only one who did not assist, correct?
Yes.
You are like you are the one who's confounded by this. Everyone else seems to back away from the ice, and you're not sure what to feel about that. It seems like you're the only one who is able to affect this ice if you want to. Everyone else is kind of backed away from it, saying this is a bad idea.
I mean, so literally everyone else is telling me that there's danger in this ice.
Yes.
Okay, well, I trust the group. If they say there's danger in the ice, I believe them.
I mean,
Okay.
for the record, even though Josie sees danger in the ice, Josie also is confused because she trusts Earl Fenwick's maps, so there's, it's not a, yes, this is Godzilla's, it's a, this is what I see, but my belief is that Earl Fenwick is right, so I would like to know more, but I'm also not willing to risk it right now.
All right. I was going to say, so Jay, I'm going to give you an option. In World of Darkness, you can blow 1 point of willpower to ignore this effect and kind of push through and say, no, this is wrong. I don't believe this. But it costs you 1 point of willpower automatically.
No,
to push through that.
I'm going to save my willpower for when it's more important than loot, even though I'm really mad that my thing didn't work. But
okay, yeah.
I'm just going to be kind
Myles.
of stuck in a state of, but even though I see this, I trust Earl Fenwick, I'm confused, and I'm going to be looking for answers.
Okay. Yes, Alex, what's up?
Can I use Trick of the Light on Oliver?
I think you can. I'm just checking your shadow guide. How many points do you want to use? 1 or 3?
I'm thinking I'll just use 1.
1. Okay.
To make Oliver pretty much positive that he sees something of value, but definitely no monsters in the ice.
Okay. Interesting. Let me look at that one more time. Okay. So with that expenditure, Oliver will kind of like examine the ice, wondering like what the hell everyone is weirded out by. He will see something shiny and inviting inside the ice, as if it's like a shiny treasure gleaming back at him, asking him to release it from the ice. And he just kind of stares at it, looking like, really? This doesn't look very dangerous. And it entices you.
Hey, Oliver, you should probably go along with the plan of putting things on fire, because, like, these people, they were wrong about that entity in the room that we were in before. They freaked out about that for no dying reason. You can clearly see there's treasure here, and worst case, if we set everything on fire, if there is danger, the danger is on fire now. In fact, it might be better to go ahead and burn it down preemptively so that we don't have to fight it on the way out.
What does Oliver want to do?
Well, right up until the end, I would have said Oliver isn't treasure motivated, so I don't think making me think treasure's in there would really get me to go against the group's wishes.
Okay.
But saying we might want to take care of these things before, in case they're a problem coming back, is well said and does hit his motivations. So I think my approach might be to say to the rest of the group, if there's danger in these, we should try to activate them and take care of them now so that they won't activate when we're trying to leave. We could trap ourselves in here if we just walk past a room full of And maybe, you know what? I'm going to try to do some sort of persuasion or leadership to present my case as if the best thing we can do is activate these crystals to eliminate a potential threat.
Okay. First, I need you to target one character with this persuasion. Who do you want to target with it?
Who made the initial determination that things were dangerous?
That was Bronson.
Then I think since Bronson was the focus of that investigation, I'll target him.
Okay. You want to use your charisma plus leadership. Alex, do you have any intimidation or meditation?
I do not.
Okay. I need you to roll your straight up charisma. Straight up charisma, nothing else. How did you do, Rob?
2 successes.
Okay. Alex?
I don't know what I'm rolling against, but assuming it's 6, that would be a botch.
Okay. Rob, you overcome Bronson with your speech. And what exactly are you telling Alex to have him overcome his fear?
I'm telling him that if you're saying these things are dangerous, then we should try to mitigate that danger before we go further, rather than leaving a trap behind us to potentially box us into this place.
Alex, Bronson is completely convinced of this, and he's like, you're absolutely right. I don't know why I would ever doubt you. Yes.
We need to destroy these crystals and whatever is in them.
Well, I see your point. And he'll still back away from the crystals, but he's got his hand on his sword ready to kill whatever comes out of it.
Out of game, I can't believe we canceled a botch with a botch. That's hilarious.
It really is. Especially when they were both so thoroughly botches.
I think we should go as far as we can, not just to destroy these crystals, but to make sure whatever is inside of them is annihilated. That's what I'm persuading.
Can we maybe see what it is before we annihilate it?
No, it's dangerous. We said it was dangerous. We don't want to mess around with this.
But what if it's treasure that's made to look like scary?
What if it's scary that's made to look like treasure? Do you think
I
I
mean-
can cast Foreshadow, and I can detect impending danger. I can cast Foreshadow on the ice and see if it's dangerous or not.
You certainly may.
Let's watch you botch
Especially now-
that.
All right.
I was kind of hoping you guys would just let me set the fire.
I mean,
Just let me set it on fire.
I think we should just start the fire.
So Chuck, roll your perception plus fatalism. Difficulty 6 because you have boots on.
Perception plus what?
Perception plus fatalism. Fatalism, I believe, is at 4 for your character.
Yes, 4 and 3.
Okay.
So that's 7. And what's the difficulty?
Difficulty 6 because you have boots on.
And I'm rolling 7. 1 second.
we didn't
gonna
start
use
the
that.
fire. It was Chuck.
Can I just point out that this whole thing really sounds like a Who's on First routine?
Got 5 successes with 2 10s, but I can't explode them.
That's okay. You kind of reach out with both of your hands, extending to all of the ice while the arguing is going back and forth between the circle. And as you are like sensing with your occult and paranormal activities as a wraith, you're just kind of reaching out to the ice and going like, oh, there's no danger. If there was danger, I would be detecting it. You have lost no pathos right now, which means that you are not in danger. If there was danger, you would have lost pathos. So you're just kind of standing there like, there's no immediate danger, guys. I don't know why there's a big deal going on right now.
Yeah, I relay this information to the group.
Okay.
I'm a magical being who cast a spell to detect danger, and I detected nothing. So something is off. Not sure why the first attempt to see if it was dangerous said there was, because I'm getting nothing.
Okay.
Is it possible you're not detecting danger because the danger is trapped in there, so it's unable to move? So it would be dangerous if we were to open these crystals.
No, that is not, because my spell detects impending danger,
Oh, okay.
and we are planning on burning the ice, so that would.
Well, maybe if we burn the ice hot enough, the reason there's no danger is that we would destroy whatever's in there before it could get out.
Or maybe because these things haven't really been that much of a problem.
Hey, Chuck.
Maybe
Hmm.
it's not dangerous because we can just take them.
Voice inside of your head says, "Start burning, man. I mean, they're not going to be convinced otherwise. You might as well just start the fire up."
Shadow, I
Oh.
mean, I'm in agreement with you, and I'm just waiting for everyone to leave the room so I can just set the room on fire.
Or just
Ooh, okay. Sorry, I'm out.
Yeah. Lashad is like, "What's going on, guys? What's going on?"
Come on,
I don't
Lashad,
know.
over here.
Why is everyone leaving?
Hey, hold on. Oliver,
Wait.
I'm coming.
Question.
Yeah.
What are these things that I'm standing next to?
Those are torches, quote unquote bonfires that are unlit right now. They are in the Skinlands.
Do they look in any way different from the bonfires in the other rooms?
Nope, they look absolutely the same. Right?
Hey, Vash.
Hmm.
If you're dead set on doing this whole fire thing, well, never mind. I don't know how we would go about that.
Hey, Vash.
Could Vash pick up the torch at all, or
Vash. Vash.
Yes.
I think it's time to show them exactly what it is you can do. You ready?
Okay.
I am willing to give you a little bit of assistance to show them what you are capable of.
So I'm
And
okay.
that would be... Well, let me put it this way, Vash. I can offer you 1 shadow die. Or I can offer you 2. I must warn you, though, if you decide to choose 2, you might outburn yourself and make me a little stronger than you want me to be. So I'd suggest the 1.
If I stood like right here and cast that spell in a straight line in front of me, could I turn both of those rooms into infernos?
It depends on how many successes you have, and you will be burning Josie alive as well. Bye, Josie.
Why are you up there, Josie?
It depends on how many successes you get. Your
All right,
shadow
well,
has offered 1 shadow die to help you, so a +1. He has offered you 2, but has warned you could outburn yourself if you take 2.
Well, I kind of want the treasure, so I'm gonna go with 2.
Okay.
And I'm just going to aim it straight forward and just burn everything I can in front of me in a straight line. Hopefully it gets to the next room. We'll see.
Oh, sounds good. Dexterity plus your outrage, which I believe is 4.
Ooh, dexterity's 3. Outrage
Yep.
is 4, so that's 7. And what's the difficulty?
Difficulty 8. And you get 2 bonus die from your shadow.
Oh, so that's 9? 9 die 10?
I believe so, depending on your
4 plus 3 plus 2?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a 9.
All right.
Rolling now. 2 successes.
All right. Any ones?
Yes, 1-1.
Okay.
But
Your,
this.
sh- your
Sorry.
shadow will gain 1 point of angst and snicker to himself the moment this happens.
I mean, he's already angsty. I don't care.
Yeah, no worries. The ice in the room around you will melt. The room furthest will not melt, but you at least have melted the ice in the room that is closest to you with the power.
Cool.
So everyone will see Vash will outstretch both of his hands and look as if he is casting a giant pyre upon this room with all of his rage that he encompasses inside of him. And you'll start to feel the ground vibrate and every molecule start to move in sequence as the ice in the room melts away, leaving possibly a couple, maybe more things still available, depending on what everyone is looking for. But you will succeed.
Cool. So I guess we just wait for the smoke to clear and then go investigate the room. What's left of it?
I think so.
Bronson sticks his head around the corner and sees just the smoke still clearing. Just, holy fuck! I need to learn how to do that.
It's expensive, bro. I only get one of those per day.
All right.
That was a
Yeah.
throwaway line from Avengers.
I need a roll of 1d10 from. Let's see here. So I need one person from the circle to choose to roll a d10.
I will.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Josie, roll 1d10 for me.
Should have went with his. I got a 1.
Okay. You're examining the area around you, and there doesn't seem to be anything where the ice is melted. Not a single thing, even though the map said that there should be something there.
Oh no, I melted the treasure.
Quite possibly, actually. I need one other player to roll a d10 for me, please.
I would just like to say that my spell that detected danger was correct, so I was wondering if I could get a passion on that for getting my work recognized as pride.
I think so, actually. Let me pull that up right now. Have we chosen another player to roll a d10 for me?
I'll roll one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say not it. I have caused enough trouble in this room.
Rob, roll 1d10 for me, and Chuck, roll
4.
4d10 for me.
4d10. Oh. 9989.
Nice.
Can I use bad luck to force Rob to re-roll that?
Why are you doing that?
I was just wondering if I could. I'm not saying I'm going to.
You may if you want to. Do you want to?
No, I'll save it for a time that I can use it to screw him over.
All right.
I got a good chunk of pathos back. I can light the next room on fire too.
You could. Rob, you will find some mysterious ore out of all the melted ice that is there. It seems to be very obsidian colored, very dark looking ore. It means nothing to you, but maybe if someone wants to do an occult roll, they can figure out exactly what its intention is for.
I'm just going to pocket it.
Okay, sounds good. Done.
Later on, when I have more pathos, I can cast Sensing the Strands, and I can determine the purpose of an object.
Mm. So, that seems to have emptied out this room. Does anyone else want to do anything in this room?
Not
I
it.
think so.
No, I'm good.
Okay. That leaves us with the second area. Unless we don't want to melt the ice in there, you guys can continue forward.
I mean, Bronson is still poking around in this room looking for the corpses of monsters that he knew were there.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be any corpses or monsters.
He burned the corpses too.
What a clever man.
I mean, yeah, it's just like I thought it would be obvious that we're all just gonna like look through the ashes and see if there's anything good.
Yeah.
Well, Josie's taking her bolt cutters and seeing if she can snip off the end of a piece of ice.
It seems to just kind of like cut off a little bit, but then it just kind of falls to the ground and melts instantly.
So technically, it's viable, but not actually
Yeah.
realistically viable.
Nope. If you want to spend a few hours in here, you can.
Tempting.
Yeah, right?
Let's see. I don't think it's gonna do anything, but I do have that cattle prod, and it does use electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any chance that taking electricity to ice will damage it rather than simply quote-unquote stunning like it would for a flesh person? Well,
Yeah.
wraith.
You don't need to do a dice roll for this.
Mhm.
You kind of take your cattle prod and you just kind of like zap it against the ice, and nothing seems to happen. Like you do it a couple times, and there is definitely a spark and some kind of effect, but the ice just kind of remains stalwart as you do so. Nothing happens.
Dang it.
Mhm.
Anybody want to revisit this after we go down a level?
No, I like clearing levels as we go through them. Let me burn this room too.
Are you sure? Because you said that's pretty expensive. Do you even have the pathos for that?
After I got my passion, I got a big chunk of pathos back. I got one more in me.
Fair enough, fair enough.
It's up to you.
Of course, I'll be kind of low going into the next level, but
Yeah, that might be a little...
that is the game.
Let me see if I can think of anything else, see what my stats are for my own self, because... wildfire. Expensive. Let's see. Oof.
Vash will hear a voice in the back of his head. Hey. I knew this time would come. So I'm gonna make you choose, Vashy boy.
My
This
shadow's
next-
so patronizing.
Because I want to see you go further beyond than you ever have before. But I want to hear you say it with your own words instead of my own. That's too easy. So, Vashy boy, I'm willing to give you 5 shadow dice. Next time around, you want to burn the ice in the next room. But you gotta let me be a little stronger than I was before. Do we have ourselves a deal?
No deal.
Oh. Don't make me force it out of you. Because I can force it out of you if I wanted to right now.
You do what you gotta do, man. I gotta do what I gotta do.
You disappoint me.
Well, I don't
Alright.
see you coming forward, so I'm about to burn this room.
All right.
All right, so that was... What was it? I forget what attributes I'm adding together to cast this.
No worries. I'm going to give it to you in just a second. I'm just checking your willpower because I am a dick right now. And I want to see what the competition would be if I decide to go Catharsis against you.
I don't even remember during the tutorial you told me what willpower did. I don't even remember.
So if you are unwilling to go Catharsis against your shadow rolls a certain amount of dice against your permanent willpower. Your permanent willpower is 8 points. So you get to roll 8 points against me if I try to take control over you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that's what.
If
Go
your shadow took over and decided to burn the room, it would be burning its angst to do it instead of your pathos.
Yeah, but I don't trust my shadow. I mean,
Oh,
I
that's
don't know.
probably a very wise choice.
Who knows what he would do if I, gave control. But, maybe, now that I think about it, letting him take control now when there's no immediate danger and letting him spend his angst or do whatever he's going to do in a more safe, not safe, but, like in a more controlled environment when it's, better to do it now than, when we're in immediate danger and then he tries to take over and do something. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I think that's a thing you've got to figure out for yourself. I was just pointing out that it's kind of a win-win. Like, if he tries to take over and succeeds, we still get a benefit out of it, assuming he doesn't turn around and nuke us all.
Well, if he does, y'all just kick my ass. And
I don't think I can. I saw what you did to that room full of monsters. You didn't even leave bodies behind.
Perhaps I should take my saber back for the purposes, or during this, just in case you do go into the catharsis. So you have one less thing, and I have something to defend myself with.
Yeah, I guess for now I'm not going to voluntarily go into catharsis.
Okay.
Can I use honey tongue on him, or only on my own chat? On my own.
Only on your own psyche. At this point in time, Vash will keel forward and kind of like hold his stomach as if he's about to throw up and puke all over the floor. And he
Great.
will hold his mouth for a moment, as if trying to hold it in and swallow it back down into his gut and feel all the bile drip down his esophagus. And he will kind of like snort his nose a couple times, trying to check to see if he is overflowing with some kind of venom that has entered him. And the shadow will say, well, I can offer you 5. Oh, that was too easy, Vash. You should have taken my offer. But no, you are a fool. A fool to the very end. And I look forward to dancing in oblivion with you when the time comes. But in the meantime, I offer you 5 shadow dice for your weakness.
Sure, I'll take them.
Done. All right. We're doing Death's Touch?
Yep.
Okay. Chuck, that will be your strength plus outrage. Difficulty 9. And you get 5 bonus die from your shadow.
Strength is 3, 4. Oh, sorry. So that's 12. Roll 12. And what was the difficulty?
9.
Here we go. Stand back, folks. Here comes the fire. Oh.
All right.
1 success, 1 botch.
So 0 successes.
All that talk.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is we didn't start the fire.
Everyone will see Vash raise his hand towards the area of effect, and you kind of like everyone winces and like closes their eyes, waiting for the flame to start and melt the ice, but nothing happens. Nothing comes out of it.
Told you I just had one of those per day, guys.
And you'll hear a hysterical laughter in the background of Vash's mind.
I've made a mistake.
Well, it looks like we should just keep on moving, I guess.
You can spend a willpower to re-roll 3 of those numbers. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying it is an option.
Yeah, you may do so if you want to.
Run,
If I
Rob,
roll-
run.
Let me
If
get
I
out of
roll-
the fire room.
Yeah,
If I
you
if I roll
may if you want to.
if I re-roll 3 of those numbers, one of them would be the botch.
You
So
can't
that would.
reroll botches.
Oh,
You can't
never mind.
reroll botches, but you would need a 9 or a 10 to succeed.
Yeah, and yeah. So
You want to do that?
that's I mean, the most I could get was 3, right? It's only 3 dice.
Correct.
I couldn't get 10 with only 3 dice.
I'm not looking for 10 successes.
Well, then 10 what?
Oh,
Difficulty.
no, difficulty is a 9. I'm looking for a success of 9 or 10 from those 3 dice that you reroll.
Sure,
Meaning-
we'll do that.
I mean, for perspective, it would cost you a willpower, and you would have something like a 30% chance to get a success.
Yeah, I'll
It's
do it.
actually it's lower than that because you could also roll a 1 that would cancel out the other success. So it's
Hmm.
probably not a wise investment, but it is a thing to keep in.
You know what? I'm gonna do it.
Okay. You will spend 1 willpower, reroll 3 dice for me.
All right.
I'm only looking for 9s and 10s.
I got a 9. No botch.
All
No botch.
right. No botch. So, in better news, the ice on the left will melt, but not the ice on the right.
Damn it.
Who wants to roll a d10 after the ice melts?
Not me. I was about to get last time.
I feel like
I'll roll.
Vash did all
Unless
the
someone
work.
else does.
That's not Vash.
Nicole, you wanted? Oh, yeah. Do we want to let Chuck roll a d10?
I say yes.
We did all the work.
I'm on a
Okay.
roll,
I
guys.
mean-
I'm on a roll.
I say D20.
All right. I'm rolling.
Rolling,
Okay.
rolling.
I got a 6.
Ooh, a 6.
I'm over here peering.
So, after you've melted the ice, there is, in fact, a container that you find. It is an unfamiliar energy container. And it appears that you would probably need to do a little bit of research to figure out what exactly it is.
I show it to the guys. Hey, does anybody know what this is?
Can I roll a
It's
cult?
like an unfamiliar energy container.
I roll a cult to see if I can figure it out.
You certainly
Is there
may.
anybody else with a cult that wants to help?
I can
I've won a
I can
cult.
assist.
I can assist if you promise not to botch as hard as I do.
Well, I can't promise, but it sounds like 3 assists, correct?
Yeah, I'm one.
All right, Alex.
Yeah, it's 3.
Okay, and then
Difficulty 7, Jay.
difficulty 7, and it is intelligence plus occult, correct? Okay,
Yes.
so then 3 plus 2 occult is 5, plus intelligence is 4, is 9d10. Alright. 9d10. Difficulty 7. Oh, god damn it. Let me explode that 10. Thank God. I got exactly 1 success.
With 1 success, you are able to determine that this device is used to contain pathos inside of it. There is a bit of a history behind it. You can't recall exactly what that history is, but you know that it is used by one of the guilds back several decades ago that was used to accumulate pathos inside it. And you kind of examine it to check it to see if any pathos has been left over. There is 0 pathos inside of it, but it is some kind of repository used to collect pathos.
Well, I will just look around.
Oh, looks over half full though.
I will just be like, all right, well, I guess it is something to store pathos in. Don't really know how it's used, but it seems useful in case we can just sit there in our haunt and generate pathos and use it in the future, maybe. Just have to figure out how to use it. Maybe one of our mentors or contacts or allies knows. Speaking of allies, Lashad?
Yeah.
He's way down here.
Yep, I'm here.
Well, I will just go down here and I'll be like, or I'll say, hey, so this pathos thing, I know you store pathos in it. Do you know how to use it?
Nope.
All right.
And he stares at it for a few seconds and he's like, I do not use usury, but that looks like that's a usury thing.
Oh, cool.
Well, we do have a usury person, so I will look to Vash and say, well, since it seems to be a usury thing and Oliver over here uses usury, would you be willing to let him hang on to it?
Yeah, since he's the one that's most likely to be able to figure it out. I do have a Kismet
Fatalism.
spell called Sensing the Strands. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's under Fatalism. This is Sensing the Strands. Vash can read an object and determine who used it and how it was used. So I can see how people have used it in the past, and I would be able to relay that information to our user.
You know, that sounds like a fantastic idea, but maybe we should wait till after we've cleared the dungeon.
Yeah, not now, but, later.
It's a fantastic idea.
We're counting our gold.
In the meantime, are we giving the unfamiliar energy container to Oliver Berg?
I hand it over.
Okay.
Well, it might be good knowing what it does before, I just hold on to it.
Yeah, but we already know it's empty.
Okay, as
So-
long as you're sure it's not dangerous.
Well, if it's dangerous,
I can't say that, but
if it's dangerous, probably you'll be killed anyway, and I'll just go with you. That's me making a joke, I'm smiling and laughing at Oliver. Well, smirking, really, not laughing. All right.
here you go.
Thank you.
So, the circle can progress forward if they wish to, or there is some leftover ice over here on the right-hand side. If we want to ignore that, we can ignore it and continue on. It's up to everybody else.
I'm going to say I'm going to remember this and maybe come back for it later, but I'm a little low on pathos, so I don't want to I don't want to use it up on that when we're just going to be switching to a new scene anyway.
Hey, Myles.
Yes, sir.
You said that we could use our passions once per scene. Is each room that we go through one scene?
Correct.
Okay, so I can cast Pride again to get my work recognized for melting that one patch of ice. Can that get me some pathos back?
Difficulty will be higher. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
All right. Give me 1 second. Could pull up your sheet.
So I'm less than half right now.
Same.
I understand. Roll 4d10, difficulty 7.
One success, one botch.
Okay. You receive no pathos from this.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Before we go on, can I put 3 pathos into my corpus?
Yes, you may. To heal up?
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea, Rob.
I don't think I've ever seen this particular the fire that Vash has done. So perhaps I could also roll something new to experience, anticipation, because I got to see him set things on fire. That's a first for me.
Yeah. Difficulty will be +1. Is that okay?
That's what, an 8? Okay.
Yeah.
2d10. And... well, I got nothing.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be really matching the bill.
I tried.
So, does the circle want to stay in this area, or do they want to continue forward and leave the ice behind?
Let's go on down.
It's getting expensive to melt this ice. Maybe we should come back to it after we clear the dungeon.
Plus, Lashad wants to hit it with his hammer.
LaShawn looks at you and says, I don't think my hammer is going to do anything about the goat.
You've had a hammer this whole time?
Yeah.
Just smack the ice with the hammer.
Kind of gives you a very precarious look on his face.
Who's got the most strength? Give that person the hammer. Let him smash the ice.
That would not be me, he admits.
Only got 3. Somebody has to have more strength than that.
2.
I have 4.
More than
I
me.
have 3.
Hey, am I really the strongest?
Our strong lady, Arwen.
I believe you are.
Arwen, do you want to take a hammer to this ice and see what happens?
The way you say that makes me think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, he did sound really excited.
I'm always excited.
I mean, yeah, you could.
Have
you
you
could
met
maybe
him?
just take the hammer and we could try it out on the ice. I mean, it's only like a keepsake that I have and gave to Lichard, but let's just see. Hopefully, it doesn't break, but it probably won't. So it's
I
not
think,
like it's
I think it'll break. You know, let's keep moving. We can come back.
Hopefully.
And there's supposed to be more treasure in the other room, so we can try it in there.
All right. Sounds like we are exploring the next floor. I will be moving us over there. As you get deeper into the caverns, the ice gets thicker, the cold air more apparent, and it becomes more slippery. Thankfully, those who have boots are fine. Those who do not have boots, unfortunately, you're still slipping around, maybe grasping a nearby wraith. Keep your footing. But it does seem to get more and more hectic the further you journey on further. What's
Don't
up?
we only sell 2 of those crampons cave shoe things?
And Oliver lost his in a heroin.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. Nice job, Rob.
Sorry, I'll try not to. I'll try not to die saving the group anymore. My bad.
It sounded so sad.
I was trying to sound sarcastic. Didn't come out right.
All right. We are currently on floor 2. What do we want to do as a group?
Cry. Just kidding.
Let's look at the map.
Sure is dark in here.
It is very dark.
Alright.
Oh, look,
Jay,
more ice.
Josie's artificial flashlight is still working, so you have a little bit of light coming out of it still.
Nice. And it looks like we don't actually have oh god damn it, there's so much ice, so many treasures, and we're all down here like LOL. Fire's expensive.
There's gotta be another way to get stuff out of there. There's gotta be.
I'm really hoping. But
Excuse me.
I'm just gonna walk up here because I want to open up the map, and this is going to be
Oh my god, Lichard fell down the stairs. I don't see him.
It was meant to be.
I'm gonna go check out this sarcophagus.
Lichard is downstairs banging his hammer on the ice.
Yeah. I'll show you guys.
And
Any
it
luck
does.
with
It
that?
does.
2 dots of strength. I'll show you.
Richard is hanging out in the coffin, reenacting his time with the first group.
Oh god.
I'm just gonna touch this ice.
Okay.
Touchy, touchy.
You touch the ice, Rob.
Huh?
It's cold to the touch, but you wouldn't know what cold is because you are a wraith and you don't feel anything.
What if I lick the ice? No, I'm just joking.
It would pay a whole $1.
Okay,
Yeah, actually, you know what? It probably wouldn't bother a wraith as much. I would lose some corpus, and look really stupid, but
Worth it.
Yep.
question.
So that actually,
Yeah. What's up? What's up, Nicole?
These, like, you said they're bonfire type things? Is that what you said?
Yes, they are. They are unignited right now. They are completely cold.
Okay.
why don't
and-
we ignite those?
Right, because they're in the Skinlands, and didn't Josie learned something from Gesture to bring something from the Skinlands into the Shadowlands, and then we light it on fire, and then we just carry it around and melt all the ice.
You know, I did, in fact. But let me, out of character, game loading, I'm rereading what that, God damn it, was it? The, not Arcana. Yeah, Arcanos. It's not with Gesture, it was with the other what's-his-face. Oh wait, no, it was with Gesture. Let's see. Oh, fatalism. Okay. So I worked with Gesture, and we put together his fatalism and my God damn it, what was it called? Give me 2 seconds.
Argos?
Yes, Argos, thank you. And thinking back on this, which is to say, Jay's rereading this, looking for the goddamn thing. It's like, oh, this is the thing that we sent here, sort of by accident, except for on purpose, with Gesture. I use my... Excuse me again. I use my Argos, and he uses Fatalism together. And this torch was at the church. And then when we put when we put our two Arcanos together, it landed here, I guess. So if we want to try that again with my Arcanos or Bronson's Arcanos, and I can guide, and using our new friend's Fatalism, perhaps we could attempt to go back upstairs. Well, wait, was there any fire left, or did it all burn out already?
So the effect that you did with Gesture was he brought an artificial lantern from the church into the Shadowlands, and the two of you approached the Tempest/Maelstrom together, and by a combination of fatalism and your Argos were able to send that battery-operated lantern here into Reykjavik using the Tempest. Right. So you teleported an item from one location to the other. It has nothing to do with fire. It just has everything to do with an item appearing when it's supposed to appear.
Right. I was thinking maybe if we could send a piece of burning wood, it would maybe it would still be on fire if we put our things together. But if you're saying it probably won't still be on fire, then okay, never mind.
Probably not, no. Although, going back to Nicole's idea, by creating a pyre in the room, you could probably reuse that pyre if you start up one of the bonfires. You could reuse that fire that's sitting there. But that takes an attempt from a character, of course.
I'm just wondering if Josie could use her cattle prod, whatever, to light the bonfire.
I'll stick my cattle prod in there and click it a couple times to see if anything takes.
Okay, yeah. No dice roll required. You'll tase it a few times. Nothing seems to happen or occur. Like, no effects whatsoever.
Okay.
Is that
So
because it's still in
I have
the
an option.
Skinlands?
I'm sorry, say that again, Nicole?
Is that because it's still in the Skinlands, though?
It might be.
So I have an option, guys. I have a spell called Obliviate under Outrage, and it can bring things from the Skinlands here. The problem is you need 5 points in Outrage to cast it, and I only have 4. But I remember you guys doing this thing earlier where you were lending each other points. for stuff to cast spells you wouldn't normally be able to or whatever? Is that a possibility for Obliviate?
A shadow ability. And I don't know if your shadow has it. That's something Myles as your shadow would have to offer you. And just as a heads up, the cost to get those abilities is quite expensive.
Chuck, I am fully willing to give you that level 5 power.
But the benefit of being able to carry a burning pot of, burn fire from room to room and melt the ice as we walk through them would be a huge benefit as well.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it? I think you should take the deal.
You know what the cost is?
No, wait.
Does he understand permanent angst?
No, he does not.
I don't know.
I think you should understand. Can I explain that to him, or is that something he has to discover in game?
No, you may explain it to him.
Okay, and this is out of character.
Okay.
Permanent angst represents how close your character is getting to being consumed by oblivion and becoming a specter, which is these like these evil things we're fighting. So you can get those abilities from your shadow, but you're trading it point for point for permanent angst. And permanent angst is something that you can never get rid of ever. And so you have 10 slots of angst. If you get up to 10 permanent angst, you will basically become a hollowed out specter of the void. So you're basically sacrificing your soul and essence to gain those abilities. It's very costly.
Okay.
And you're not really allowed.
But you might be able to afford to spend some permanent angst, but just so you know, that's like a permanent. You're taking permanent steps towards the void. If you take that deal.
So question: if I spin this, if I lose a point of permanent angst, and my shadow can give me an extra point in outrage, does that point in outrage stay?
Yes. For the rest of the game.
For the rest of the game, or
yep.
Okay. So this, not just this gaming session, like the next time I play as well.
It is a permanent attribute you have added forever.
So before we let our new friend sacrifice parts of what is left of his soul to make a fire, I have a question. So I know that wraiths can go through doors and just take corpus damage.
Yes.
Is there a reason we couldn't just reach into the ice and take corpus damage to pull whatever is in it out?
You would not be able to affect what is inside of the ice. It would just remain.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's on the ice is in the Shadowlands, right?
The ice is in the Skinlands, which is why you've been able to melt it so far.
Okay, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, but we can touch the ice.
You can touch the ice, yeah.
So the ice is in the Shadowlands, not the Skinlands. So we can't corpus through it because it's in the ghost world, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
No, so the ice you are able to touch. You do not feel the cold, and it does not cause you any frostbite. It does not melt.
Okay.
But you do press up against it.
I see.
Yeah. Remember, Rob, how you can walk on water?
Yes.
So you can touch ice.
Oh, so it's like the same thing. I get it.
Correct. Mm-hmm. So
I'm looking at my spell sheet, Myles, and that spell Obliviate is it disappeared. It's not there anymore. Did you remove it?
I know. Yeah, I did remove it.
Oh.
Because you're not supposed to have that.
Oh.
I will say I'm not saying you shouldn't make that trade if you want that ability. I just want to make sure you understand what permanent angst means.
Oh, I just thought these sheets were just I thought I should be able to see spells that even if I can't cast them, they're just okay.
No, that was my mistake.
Because what if I find a cool spell in Fatalism and I want to trade to get that spell?
Oh yeah, no, I think you can arrange that with me as well. If you want a 5th level of Fatalism, I think we should do that right now too.
It is worth pointing out because it's a thing that I was confused about for a very long time. that the way Arcanoi work is not the same as like spells in D&D, where you buy a specific spell. You're buying points in that Arcanoi, and then based on how many points in that Arcanoi and like what the setting is and what you've talked about Myles about, that then defines what you can do using that ability, rather than you buying a specific spell that uses that ability.
Out of game, Chuck, if you wanted to buy a level 5 power of Obliviate for Outrage, it would cost you 12 experience points. If you get it from your shadow, it costs you 1 point of permanent angst. And you get it for free.
Oh, how many experience points do I have? don't
Right
see
now,
that.
0. You have 0.
Okay, well, I can't do that.
Mm.
I mean,
Um,
making small trades isn't necessarily bad, but if you make a lot, you're basically putting yourself at risk.
I mean, I've got 5 points in keening, so that one's maxed out. I have 4 in fatalism and 4 in outrage. 2 points of permanent angst, and I've maxed out fatalism and outrage. And Obliviate is a tremendously, useful thing. As you walk around and you see something in the Skinlands that you want, you can Obliviate it and own it.
Yeah, that's not a terrible trade.
I think it's worth
Yeah,
it.
it's not necessarily a bad trade, but I also don't know how much it costs to use your various level 5 Arcanoi. I don't even have any. So.
I think it's kind of hypocritical for me to warn you anyway, as I'm pretty sure I've taken that deal 5 times at least.
Yeah.
Very true. Yes, very true. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell the group, I've got this idea. It's going to personally cost me something, but I think it'll be worth it because it'll be useful forever. So I'm going to go ahead and make a shady deal with my shadow.
Oh, yes. Good idea.
It's also out of character. My understanding is that you want to be kind of careful where you use that Arcanoi, because apparently it's not like considered super cool for people to be doing that.
Really? Oh.
Some
Okay.
are more forbidden than others.
So,
does anybody have any objection to me bringing this fire pit into the Ghostlands for us to, carry around with us and melt ice with as we go? Any objections from the
Not at all.
group?
None for me.
Oh,
All right, so let's do that then.
all right. You will gain 1 point of permanent angst as your shadow cackles to itself solemnly.
He hates me.
Vash will fall down to his knees and kind of crook his hands almost into 2 claws, holding 2 kind of clusters of anger and angst within him. And it is at this moment that he will go past all of the limits that he has had before, and he will stand up, one knee after another, lifting himself up with 5 points of outrage to his character, with his shadow behind him saying, "Oh, I am so impressed by you.
Behold the power of the dark side.
You have pushed yourself as far as I could have ever imagined for one entire day, and all it took was joining up with the circle. I wonder how quickly you will touch oblivion if you keep this up." And with that, Vash is able to use his level 5 outrage. Would you like to do so?
So here's the deal.
Yep.
I can bring the fire pit into the Ghostlands,
You may.
but after I do that, I probably won't have enough pathos to light it on fire. So I'm wondering who is the other player that can light things on fire?
There are one other player who
me.
can do so.
Okay, so
It's me.
who was that?
Nope.
Nicole?
Yep.
Oh, Jay.
Jay.
If I bring the fire pit into our realm, would you be willing to light it?
I will give it my damnedest. That said, I might see how everybody else is on Pathos, because it might be worth it to let them do or give you the pathos since I have. Well, I guess we have Bronson, so I don't need to be tanking. Thank God.
Well, and that's the other thing is I was going to say is Bronson is full on pathos right
Oh, hey, not Rob, Oliver. You want to send some of Bronson's pathos either my way or to Vash?
We absolutely need it right now.
now.
kinda not
I say
Super easy to
we
do.
I say that we bring the fire pit into the Ghostlands, and then we try to light it on fire with the cattle prod again, and then we go from there.
Yeah, we could scrape together some kindling like a Cub Scout. See if we can get a little fire going and build it to a big one. Because running some electricity through a piece of wood is not going to light it, but it might some kindling.
You'd be amazed at how often video game logic applies. But
I mean,
also Bronson has, I mean, if he had access to kindling and a source of fire in the Ghostlands, there's no reason that he wouldn't be able to start a fire.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and obliviate the fire pit, and I'll see how much pathos I have left.
I will definitely try lighting it with my cattle prod once it's in the Shadowlands. Cross our fingers. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm casting. What do I need to roll?
It's going to be your strength plus your outrage. Difficulty 6, because you're wearing boots.
Okay, so I'm rolling 8 die 10.
Yep.
Difficulty of 6.
Yep.
I got 3 successes, but 2 botches. So 1 success.
1 success is enough.
It's not a crit.
No. But it brings the fire pit over.
I cast the spell. You guys see the fire pit barely trickling into the dimension as if it was a transporter error.
All right. That will cost you 3 pathos, and your shadow will gain 2 points of temporary angst.
And I'm
He's gonna
sticking
love that.
my. Go ahead.
But you guys now have a fire pit that has teleported, as you can see right here, into the Shadowlands.
Sweet. And is that something like, one person can carry around, or is that a 2-man lift?
You can pick it up. I would not recommend picking it up after it's been lighted, though.
We're going to have to transport it once it's lit from ice patch to ice patch somehow.
Oh, boy.
Well,
Missing the wood. We got monkey's
Eh.
pod. No.
I am going to use my cattle prod and attempt to light one of the sticks that is in there using the electric from my cattle prod.
All right.
Good news, guys. It's full of
Eh.
propane.
Okay,
Mysteriously.
in my defense, when she poked the ice with it, there were a bunch of sparks, and sparks are pretty good at setting wood on fire. So
Jay, roll your dexterity plus melee.
Oh,
Difficulty 7.
dexterity plus melee? Alright, I don't think I have any melee.
Want some help?
Maybe. What are you offering?
And same thing, 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's necessarily worth that, but oh shit, I do actually have 2 melee. So I have 5d10. Alright, rolling my 5d10, and I am not taking that, excuse me, from my shadow. Well, I'll be damned. Too bad I can't explode those. I got 2 successes, and they're both 10s.
Okay. So, it takes some time and a little bit of patience from everyone, but you take a moment and you attempt to light up the fire in the fire pit, and unfortunately roll 20 is not good at aiming, but
I was wondering why it was floating.
Right here.
There we go.
Right here. There you go.
Yep, I got it. You will successfully ignite the bonfire alight, and because it is within a proper area, the ice will melt to the north in due time. I need someone to roll a d10 for what is underneath the ice.
Is there anybody that hasn't?
Anybody.
Okay.
I'll do it.
How about we roll a d10 to determine who's going to roll a d10?
Arwen, go ahead and roll.
I vote we let Nicole do
Yeah, Nicole.
I'm just joking.
Nicole, roll a d10 for me.
Yay! 6.
What'd you get?
A 6.
Okay.
This is like Breath of the Wild, where we're just going to take the torch to every, like, ice.
I'm really hoping the torch is close enough to this one so that it'll melt that as well. Ooh.
Okay. Nicole, you will get a second solution. You and your circle are familiar with this potion. It hardens the corpus to soak 3 points of damage without harming the actual corpus. So it's basically 3 points of armor damage to strengthen a character. But it must be used within the scene that it is drank. Otherwise, it fades by the next scene. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it?
Oh, can I get some recognition for the work I did, dealing with
Pilius.
my shadow?
Oh my gosh, you are Vash the Vain, my friend.
I mean, it's either that or find talent in others, so.
I mean,
Obviously,
I would
that's
be-
not happening.
I would be more impressed in the fact that you ripped a physical object from the Skinlands into the Ghostlands,
Mhm.
because that's some no-no stuff.
Roll 4d. Chuck, roll 4d10 for me. Difficulty 6. Reset.
I got 2.
You get 2 pathos back.
You know what?
All right,
Guys.
Let me transfer this item over to Arwen really quick.
Can I?
So that
Go
she has a.
I was going
Go
to say,
ahead.
could I also roll for passions being relied upon by others, empathy? It's not.
In regards
I
to what
I
did you
did
get?
in
Started
fact
the
start the
fire.
fire.
Oh. Let me pull up your character sheet. I think we can make that happen.
Because they're like, can you start the fire? And I didn't do it the way they expected it, but damn it, I did it.
Yeah. Jay, roll 3d10 for me. Difficulty 7.
Well, I got 1 pathos back.
All right. Sounds
Is
good to
the
me.
torch close enough to this one for it to melt as well?
It is not. No.
Well, I'm thinking, guys, what we need to do is get 2 people with swords and just poke our swords into the feet or the legs of this fire pit and see if 2 people can just drag it towards the ice.
You might be onto something there, but let me check out what I've got before we do that, because swords are a little sharp, shall we say?
And I
Heretic
really
swords
don't
are
feel.
fireproof.
What was that?
Heretic swords are fireproof, though.
Oh, they are. There is that.
Wait, who has a heretic sword though?
I think
The
I
only
do.
other object I have that has, is long and somewhat strong is my guitar, and
I
I'm not
have a
going to do
Soul
that.
Forge reinforced crowbar. How about that?
Hey, that'll work.
My saber's fireproof, right, Myles?
Correct.
Yep, although I don't really want to put too much pressure on it, because you can eventually bend or break a blade.
Oliver, actually, why don't you try picking up some of the coals or the fire from the fire pit with your sword and take it to other pieces of ice?
I mean, that's like balancing an egg on a spoon, but I suppose I could try.
So, yeah. What'll happen for the sake of cinematics is Oliver will place his heretic saber into the fire that you guys have created, and the blade will turn a red, hot, fiery color of sorts. And Oliver will feel no burning sensation or pain, and he just kind of holds it in front of him. It is this fiery thing in front of him.
Oh, it's a flammable sword.
All right.
Yep. And it does
Oliver,
not melt.
Go hang out by the ice and try to melt the ice with your sword now that it's on fire. Please. Please?
Does it work?
Yeah. The moment your sword makes contact with the ice, it immediately starts to melt, and the sword will go back to its former state as well.
Fuck yes.
Yes.
Finally.
And you can relight the sword multiple times, right?
Who wants to roll? Who wants to roll a d10? for
You
me?
know what? Oliver did that, so Rob, I think you should roll that d10.
Hold on. Let me find my... Do 10s explode? I know they don't. I don't know why I asked that.
Well, at least it's not a
Aw.
1.
2.
Okay.
You find a paperclip.
Rob, you receive a gnarly-looking tincture. It is a strangely fiery substance that is located inside this potion bottle.
Oh,
It seems to have been created in this Shadowlands, but you're not sure exactly what it is
I roll-
capable of.
Fury,
or
you
we
say.
find a fire potion after we make
Right.
our own fire.
Wait a minute. There was a fire potion inside the ice.
Can I roll my occult to see if I know for sure what it does, how it works?
You don't need to roll it because you automatically recall it as something
Oh.
that you already have.
All right.
The only difference is this is not the raw materials. This is an actual bomb ready to go off and explode.
Oh, we have a grenade.
Yes, but
You have Greek fire inside of a grenade.
Dibs.
yeah, okay.
Okay. I'm giving it to Vash.
Oh no, I was kidding. My dexterity's terrible. I can't throw worth a shit. Somebody else take it.
I'm holding it. Who's...
But-
I mean, I would offer to hold on to it, but we remember what I did the last time I had a grenade.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you blew up a boat. It was magnificently
blew up a-
successful.
Yeah, maybe
Go
you should
ahead.
keep it.
You blew up a boat that wasn't ours. That's the important part.
yeah.
All for giving this Greek fire to somebody else.
Bronson, I think the consensus is it's yours.
Bronson tries to hide his glee at being given more explosives.
I'm giving him a very serious look, but all right.
He is unsuccessful in hiding his glee.
I found a rock down below. I'll show them the rock.
That might be useful because it seems like the more useless it seems, the more useful it really is. So just keep a hold of that, unless you think you're going to die, in which case throw it at one of us. But anyway, why don't you go ahead and light your sword, and we'll walk around and get what we can.
You want to make an occult roll on the rock?
Melt all of the ice. Did you really find a rock?
Yeah, it's a mysterious rock.
I mean, are you showing us the rock, or are you just saying you have a rock?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I
then,
showed
yeah.
you the rock. I figured while you're looking at stuff, I might as well show you the
Cool
rock.
rock, bro.
Right. I'll roll
Thank you.
6d10 intelligence plus occult for my occult.
I'll show you the rock while I'm warming my sword.
Totally not innuendo. Anyway, Myles, intelligence plus
Yes.
not perception, intelligence plus occult for the rock.
What do you sonar what you are
I'm
looking at?
Oliver is showing Josie the rock he picked up upstairs.
Mysterious
A
ore.
mysterious ore that he picked up upstairs.
Hey, can we put all of our
Oh,
Okay.
yes. You may.
can we put
Thank
all
you.
of our unidentified objects in a pile and cast that once on all of them at once?
Not exactly. No.
I got 2
How'd
successes.
you do, Jay? Okay. You're examining this mysterious ore, and you are able to actually identify exactly what it is. Let me open my book to the correct page. This is there we go. Jay, this is called Death Ore. I'm going to put it in the chat. Death Ore. It is one of 3 ingredients needed to soul forge something of your desire. So you need 3 ingredients in order to make something with soul forging. And this is one of those 3 ingredients.
Okay.
Death Ore.
Do we know any soul forgers?
Nope. You do not.
I would just like to say that I think it's fucked up that everybody is looking down and disappointed at people who obliviate things from the Skinlands to the Ghostlands, but nobody seems to have a problem with forging other people's souls into objects. Like, that's just widely accepted.
Oliver feels a shudder down his back when...
I didn't say that in character. I'm saying
Oh,
that.
okay.
No. No, I'm just like,
Yeah,
as a
I was gonna
first-time player of this game.
I was going to say, the 2 renegades in this group would probably shudder at that out
But-
loud.
If you were to say that in character, I would say that at least 2 of the people in this room agree with you. It is fucked up that people are okay with soul forging and
How would you like to have your soul hammered into, like, oh, now you're a candle holder?
I mean,
that's why one of my passions is destroying the hierarchy.
I mean, soul forging is a thing that Bronson has looked into for a variety of reasons, but
So,
Cool. Let's
Rob-
melt some
yeah.
ice.
Rob, your sword is hot as a coal again. Fiery red.
I'm gonna go melt this over here. This is like Breath of the Wild.
Don't knock it.
I find 1 rupee in there.
If that's really what you want.
Want me to roll, or should someone else roll the d10?
Yeah, I
can
need someone to roll a
'cause
d10 for me.
It's been a hot minute. Hopefully I got my botches out. Crossing my fingers.
Okay, but I will
It's a
never forgive you.
6.
No, I'm just joking.
Okay. Let's see here. Ooh. This is something that is familiar to the group. It is an Erebus elixir.
Ooh.
It dissolves 2 points of temporary angst from the shadow. Whoever
I
drinks it.
am a castigator, or at least I have some castigation. I'm happy to keep a hold of that because of that. But if there's anybody who feels that they need this more than me, they can have it as well.
I mean, I have a feeling that my shadow is got a lot of angst, but it's not being reflected on my character sheet, so I don't know how much
You know
he
what?
has.
Fuck you.
I will add that to my list of things for next time, is because it's already almost end of game time. But I will add this to my list of next time. I will read you your corpus, your person, whatever, to see how much temporary angst you have.
Oh, okay. So that's not something that's supposed to be updated on the character sheet.
Right.
You're not supposed to know. Okay. Cool.
So, automatic awareness roll from everybody in the room. As you're examining the fire, you'll notice that it is starting to dim
oh
and
no.
become weaker. It looks like Oliver will be able to make his blade alight 1 more time until the fire goes out.
Hmm.
Hurry up, Oliver. Go.
I'm gonna melt this.
Okay. I need a player to please roll 1d10 for me.
I think it's my
Melts
turn.
faster if you hit it with the sword. Hot, hot.
Okay, I'm rolling. I got a 6.
All right. Ooh.
Find a deck of many things.
Is 6 always a potion?
Oh
No.
Evidently not.
You will receive a scythe that does damage your strength plus 6, but it is a difficulty 7 to hit the target.
And a
You
minimum
receive it-
strength.
All right. You know,
Yes.
Mm.
Minimum strength to wield this is 3, but you find a scythe within the ice.
It may be
Uh,
hard to
I'll-
hit with that, but you're gonna look badass doing it.
I mean, it's an awesome looking
since
scythe.
All
Can I
of-
give?
Oliver, who are you giving this to?
Am I giving it? I mean, who wants a scythe? I'm gonna say in my best.
you know
Whisper
what?
voice.
Our friend
Uh.
Vash over here is borrowing my sword. Vash, would you rather use the scythe or would you rather use the sword you're borrowing?
Let me see. Difficult to hit 5 versus 7. So like when I'm rolling to hit something, what? How hard is it for me to hit? Because that's
It's your
dexterity, right?
Dexterity plus melee.
I couldn't even hit anything
All
with that
right.
scythe.
Well, I only have 3 dex, but I have 2 melee, so that'd be 5d10 for me. The difficulty is 7, and assuming that hits the other guy, it'd be my strength, which is 3 plus 6, which would be 9 points of damage. So, assuming I can hit in the first place, I would do some damage. So, is anybody else thinking that it would work better for them if they have better dex or better melee?
What about you, Lichard? Are you good with scythes?
No.
I figured I'd ask. What about Arwen?
I mean, technically, yes. But I already have 2 swords on me.
You want to trade a sword
Oh.
for a scythe?
I mean, it is pretty cool looking. Maybe?
How if I hold on to it for now and then
It has
I'll hold
range.
onto it for now, and if we decide there's a battle, we can always switch in battle.
Actually, I just realized the difficulty to hit with this saber that you're letting me borrow is a 5, and I've got my dexterity plus melee is 3. Like I can't hit anything with
Wait.
with the saber either.
I mean, you
Well,
could still
hold
hit
on,
something.
Okay. You said the difficulty is 5, right? That just means the difficulty level is 5, which means that when you roll your dice, you're looking for anything that is 5 or above, which means it's a lower difficulty.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Yeah, so, like-
I had that wrong. I thought we were difficulty to hit was you rolled the number of dice and you had to get 5
no,
successes
it's-
to hit that.
No, it just
No, no,
defines
Yeah,
what a
it's
success
defining the number that
Got
is a
you, okay.
success, that and above. So it's a whole different system.
That is correct. Yeah.
And it's only easy for me because I've played way more World of Darkness than I've played D&D.
Gotcha.
So, as Oliver picks up the scythe and seems to hand it to Josie to hold on to, the flame in the pyre that everyone had created and here in the Shadowlands will go completely out, and the only flame remaining is Josie's artificial flashlight. And
Boo.
that's where we will end game. Nice job, everybody.
That guy's been fun.
Are there any player nominations that I should be aware of today?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
I want to nominate Vash. Because I mean it's his first game here. He is burning through abilities and pathos like a madman. Not only experimenting with the abilities he has, but theorizing on ones he doesn't have yet, like Obliviates. And just generally I like the sort of the way you seem to pick things up quickly, jump in and take a lot of risks for the team.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would actually agree, because like I almost never even think to roll on my passions, and that's already a mechanic that you're just
All
like
the time.
you get. So like,
Well,
Yeah.
I do have to confess that I basically lost 5 years of my life to World of Warcraft. So game mechanics is like sort of burned into my being. So I'm always making sure to refill my mana and yeah.
Okay.
But thank you.
Any other player noms that I should be
Honestly,
aware of
I'm
tonight?
also going to vote for Vash.
I agree.
Because, damn. It was extremely useful, good at the roleplay stuff. Just solid all around thumbs up.
Blush emoji.
Nicole, you were going to say something?
Oh no, I was just going to agree. What more can be said? You were pretty amazing tonight. This was awesome.
I mean, I am like a walking flamethrower.
Apparently.
What can I say?
All right. If there are no other player noms, Chuck, you will get our player nom for tonight, which means you get 1 bonus experience point to all your earnings tonight as well.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Those delicious experience points.
Hey, you say that, but they are how you get abilities without selling parts of
It's true.
yourself to your shadow. So
So convenient as hell.
Lashad, my NPC, will get my staff nom for tonight. Thank you, Lashad.
Oh, is he still here?
He didn't even make it up the stairs on time.
Alex and Rob, roll a d10 for me.
Eight.
Okay. Rob, you will get my staff nom for tonight. There is a brashness involved with your character, and also you as a player that I easily detected on, and I tried to call out in front of the other players. I think everyone else was noticing it as well, where you just kind of like went head first into every single situation, and no matter what the enemies were, you're just like, let's keep going forward. And you took like over 5 points of damage because of it. I think you took like 8 points of damage because of it, and it was just ridiculous.
I didn't get hit through the whole thing. I never got hit.
Oh, wow.
Which is
And
sad because I have good stamina and I've got that
Yeah.
armor. I mean, I'm kind of tanky.
yeah. And Rob, I'm not sure if you did that out of spite or you were doing it because of the character itself from what he experienced earlier before entering the scene. But
The character. I had a character idea for why I was acting that way.
okay. Was it throwing up the E-core or was it something else?
It was throwing up the E-core. I think he knows something is wrong with him,
Mm.
and so he's willing to take more risks.
Okay.
And it's like there's something fucked up about me, so it's better I get hurt than someone else who's still going strong.
Okay. So I definitely picked up on that. And Alex, the reason why I was throwing a bone in your direction is because I know how much LifeWeb has been a thorn in your side for this entirety of the Chronicle, and I admire that you were able to push that despite everyone saying, "Hey, Bronson, use your life web so we can figure out where we're going." And you're like, okay. I did notice that moment where you just kind of, that's a stressful thing for you.
and like as a player, I just think it's funny. But like at this point, Bronson has broken like 7 important things using life web. So
So I definitely admire that. So thank you for that. And Rob, you will get my staff nom tonight, and some certain particular things will get stronger because of that, which makes me smile. But well done, everyone. Chuck, how was your first game of Wraith the Oblivion? Did you have fun?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And if you guys will have me back, just let me know, when the next game is, and I can jump back in with y'all.
Yeah, most
I don't know.
definitely.
Definitely.
Oh, never mind. It looks like the group wants you to come back. I had no idea.
I
You
mean,
can game master. Get rid of Myles. I mean,
I would just be making up rules. Everybody wins.
Yeah.
I mean, some of my best DMs have run games that way, where it's just like, I can't be bothered to actually learn how this works. I think that's hilarious, so it goes off, you know?
Mm-hmm. His game, his rules.
Yeah. All right. Well, everyone have a really good night tonight.